Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is day 7 of the trial rewatch. I'm studying my power and control wheel. Still got a little bit of time to pick up some tips if I'm asked to testify on the fly. Testify on the fly. If you're on the replay crew, you've got about 10 minutes here that you can skip ahead, or you can look at the chapter headings that I add futuristically and just skip to the part of the trial you'd like. If you are here live, thank you for showing up early. Thank you. You guys are straight A students showing up early. Got an apple for the teacher. That apple will come in handy because Owens gets the last bite at an apple a little bit later, so we'll need at least one. Let's have a look at what we're doing today. Quick hellos into the early birds in the chat. I see A to B, Blue Giraffes, Ocean Sounds, Ramono, LZB, Disney Mom, Beth of a Salesman, Kitten Pusher. Fantastic. Things are working. It looks like the microphone is picking up. Phil for Dom Russo just jumped in. All right, things are looking good. Blue Giraffes, how are you not blue? Do you just like to kick back and stay gray during these chats? I'm going to add you as a moderator. You can let me know if you want to switch back to gray, but with a name like Blue Giraffes, you really should be blue. So, Super Kelly G is here. Welcome. Yeah, no, just a little bit early. I figured rather than do a 5-minute counter, I could do a 10-minute counter. Boom! Blue Giraffes is in the house with a blue shield and a blue name. I'm blue, I'm Anita, and I am blue. Charles Grieve, welcome. Rita Schuler, this is going to be a fun group. This is looking great already. So I've made some upgrades. I'm sitting closer to the router. That should make me higher definition, which means I need to, check my face for blemishes and that sort of thing. But yeah, that should be an improvement. It should also improve when I'm multiple streaming. So when I'm doing 2 or 3 windows at once, all of that should come together a little better instead of Skippy. Skippy's a fine peanut butter, but not the way you want to stream. So plain well Mac. All right. People are excited. I'm excited too. I'm actually so excited. I didn't sleep. I sort of slept. I lied down. But I hope you guys know I don't sleep. I can't sleep ever since this happened. What do we have on the docket for today? We have the opening arguments and 10 witnesses. We're probably just going to get to 8 of them in this stream. But those witnesses will be Juan Torres, Devin Jamro from the Publix, Joan Williams, the 911 call operator, Vincent Battaglia and Brandon Moats, the neighbours, Brian Boone, who has, let's just take a look at the difference between somebody who has to spell their name constantly with run-ins for the police and somebody who doesn't. Abraham Moreno and Kayla Rodriguez, Officer Kayla Rodriguez. A lot of these are foundational witnesses today. There's some of them that they're not exciting witnesses. They just are establishing the groundwork for some of the evidence we'll see. Beth of a Salesman, I will shove it up my ass. Thank you for that lovely greeting this morning. That's just how we talk. You guys don't understand. That's just the way we are. Kellyaz here. Addie is me is in a car, but listening. Charles Grieve is melting. Dom Russo asks, why is this happening? It's because George is dead. Other things that are happening. If anyone's going to get gifts for Kinsey Shirilla, those 365-day calendars where you can peel them off? Oh, I should go to my full screen here while I'm talking. Yeah, let's check that out. So, yeah, those 365-day calendars, I think people should troll her with those. If you haven't heard, her lawyers submitted her appeal a day late and an argument short. They had 365 days to submit their appeal. So whatever day her trial ended, October 23rd of last year, or whatever it was, they submitted October 23rd the following year. But because it was a 366-day year, the court acknowledged that, we got it, but it's a day late. And We're not listening to it. We're not taking jurisdiction. In fact, we're prohibited to, because the laws say that you have to file in 365 days. So now they can appeal to federal court, but it's not a great argument for the federal court either. We were late because we missed the date. So that's what Kinsey has in her future. If you guys have been following the channel, you know that we've got some interesting Lana information, thanks to Tony. So my appreciation to Tony for sharing a little bit of details. And there may be more to come. We'll talk more about that in the future, but I think that this community has been very respectful and open to the fact that Tony is his own person and wants to connect with his sister in whatever way he can. So thank you to everyone who has been welcoming to him, and if there's more information on that front, I will bring it to you. What else? Let's, have I been cycling through? I don't know if I think I said I went full screen and I just didn't switch a thing. I do that sometimes. That's a scene template. I don't want that. Let me just go to a live screen. Okay, we'll check out all my screens. This is the courtroom shot that I'll be using. This is the courtroom shot I'll be using when people are testifying and we're focused on them. This is the shot that I thought I was at when I was talking about the 365-day calendar. Apparently I was not. Right there. That's the transcript. That is the full transcript for this trial. 900 pages. This is actually very interesting. I'm glad that I gave myself extra time to chat. I thought I was losing my mind because there was parts of the trial that I totally remember happening and couldn't find them. And I figured, okay, I'll just watch everything. If I watch everything with the people, eventually the bits that I remember that I haven't seen will be, okay, it's 5 hours into this video. Anyway, I couldn't find it. And I'm like the snacks motion. There's the court TV report on it, but I can't find the footage of her wearing the little green, Corey Richardson's Mackenzie Shirilla lapels sticking out of the blazer outfit. Couldn't find it. Anyway, I got these jury instructions. That's first 900 pages of the 2,529 page transcript is the jury instruction days. So they're days that are no longer online. You can't watch them cull down the jury. It was on while it was live, but I guess, Law and Crime or whatever took them down. So there may still be some of those reaction channels that were watching it live, but just trying to find the raw footage of the jury instruction days, which had motions. Anyway, I was reading the transcript and I was like, this is when it happens. There's a joke that Judge Cranick makes, like he's not a Seminoles fan, Florida State college football. So he kind of is a little disparaging of them. And I'm like, there it is. Okay. Now it all makes sense. Anyway, the reason I got the transcript was so that every time they go to Sidebar, I'm going to read from the transcript. And every time the court audio drops out, I'm going to bring up, what page am I going to bring up? I'm going to bring up this page, but with the transcript visible. And that way you guys that are, maybe on a TV can just follow along with the audio if you're doing something on your own to make it listenable. But then I'll pause it and paraphrase it or read it word for word for the people who can't hear it. And that's how we'll get through the significant audio problems that exist in this trial. So there's that. Let's go back to this screen. Okay. The other thing we'll be doing is when they're playing a video in court, that video becomes shit because it's a video that's being recorded by a camera and then using the courtroom audio to play the audio, which is already shit. So what I'm going to do is just mute the courtroom audio, play the little feed up there, and then over here, I'm going to have the best version of the audio. So we've got that. What else? We've got, this is in case we need to be reminded. There is a bit of a Richardson hearing to start off the day, so don't get excited. We're not jumping right into it. They've got a couple housekeeping issues to take care of. They've dealt with all the motions in limine, but I did find out that in limine is very related to the word eliminate. Eliminate is for things that are past the threshold, so you got to get rid of them. In limine are things that are at the threshold. And at the threshold is basically it can be allowed as evidence. So there's beyond the threshold stuff that you would eliminate, and there's in limine, which is arguments that you can make in court. So if you've ever heard them talk about in limine and wondered, what the hell they're talking about, or you knew what they were talking about, but you didn't really have a precise definition, now you do. All right, going back to this screen, the counter is done. So we have gone too long already. Let's just go to court. Let's go to court. Who's all here? Oh, there's enough people here to go to court. That's for sure. Okay, we're going to court. And suitcase trial, day 1. We're already getting about 20 minutes of our life back because this video, has 20 minutes of the Seal of Florida that we're not going to watch. If you guys got your puzzles, do your puzzles while we're waiting. I won't be offended. I've got medical snacks. I've got medical smokes. I've got medical drinks. So that's all good. Is this ready to play? Oh, we're playing. We're playing. Okay. The reason they're zoomed in here on the file folders is this is where Sarah will be brought in. It'll still be silent for the first little bit, so I can talk. We can talk. We can enjoy each other's company for just a little bit longer. My intention, my plan is once we get into court, I'm going to shut up and let court play whenever court is playing properly, whenever there's absolutely no problems in audio. We'll just enjoy it for what it is. And every time there is a problem, that's when I'll get involved. Of course, I'm not going to keep to that, but, that's my plan. So, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? All right. I do know that this is playing. Let me just make sure of that. Say I know it, and then I go back to check. Yeah, we're playing. It's any minute now. Okay, well, we'll save you another 2 minutes of your life. 1607. 1718. This is why it's so much better than watching it live. Oh yeah, vote in the poll. If this is your first time watching the trial from gavel to gavel, then you can vote, well, however it's worded. There is Sarah Boone coming in. She's got the hedgery. The hedge cut has been, it looks like it's been through a wind tunnel there. The girls, Shelby Andrews and Lauren Henderson, doing their work backstage. The defendant stands before us in a black blazer and a pink top to match the handcuffs that her accompanying officer wears. She'll be seated in the green chair that doesn't move. They brought in a green chair that doesn't move, especially for Sarah. Everyone else gets green chairs that do move. That's Kevin Beck in the foreground. You've got James Owens. Oh, he's got his posters. He's popular at the old copy shop there. He's got his full poster board sized images of Sarah in various states of duress. Let me just make sure that this is working on. Oh, yeah. All right. See, still the chat going. We've got about 40 people here right now. Ocean Sounds, Kelly F., Phil for Dom Russo. No, that's the top messages. Who are all the messages? Switch to all messages if you haven't already. It's not a Staples. I think they were going to a Federal Express. There is a point where James Owens complains that, Your Honor. Oh, look at her smile. Hey, who's here? Hey, where's Billy? Where's Billy? Hey, Billy. Oh, it's great to see Billy. Have you seen Billy? Billy's looking good. Yeah, I think it's a Federal Express Kinko's that they were going to, and James Owens, I'm sorry, Your Honor, the The road across the street was closed, so we'll get those files over to the state just as soon as we can. Yeah, there's something to the back of her hair. Oh, there's her power and control wheel. So I said I wouldn't keep pausing it, but we're pausing it for that. 1947. I suspected she had a whole different, a whole sheaf of papers with various battered spouse stuff. No, they've given her this sheet, and every day she's studying the sheet, which is hilarious because where did my sheet go? It's not that detailed. It's in point form, and it just explains oh my God, if she really read this, some of the spokes of abuse, immigration status, threatening to deport or report partner and or children, intentionally withdrawing or destroying or failing to file paperwork related to legal status, not allowing partner to learn English, isolating from anyone who speaks their language. She had to know this was her. In any case, we're going to see the power and control wheel up fairly often for people who are suspicious or just questioning what is she doing, what's she filling out. I bet they gave her worksheets, like question and answer worksheets, knowing that she likes to think of herself as a straight A student. So she gets to do an open book test on her power and control wheel, and then she hands over, hey, James, what do you think? 14 out of 10. I went above and beyond. Anyway, we'll let this play again, but I just had to highlight that. Every time I see that wheel now for just a flash, I'm calling it. Lakeisha likes the pauses. No, Rita Schuler likes the pauses. Lakeisha says she memorized it to weaponize it. You know what? She couldn't even memorize it. She uses it at the sentencing statement when she's able to have her notes in front of her. So the whole trial, she's studying it. She doesn't really use the info off of it until she's able to have it in written form so she can do her stupid little, oh, well, I remember when George was pushing, shoving, pulling, hitting, slapping, choking, pulling hair, punching, kicking, grabbing. Even the list gets punching twice. Unless, did I say pushing and punching? Kicking, grabbing, biting, beating, throwing down, rape, or using weapons against partner. Like the time he poked me with a curtain rod. All right. Shaky shake. There we go. There's our first mic issue. So they've identified themselves. There was Mr. J for State, James Owens for Sarah Boone, Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone, Kevin Beck for Sarah Boone. Okay, I'm going to turn up my speakers in full. For the stuff that I can hear, I'm just going to relay it to you. Sarah's being sworn in. Kelya, what does a D stand? Are you asking for me to stand up? Just to do stand and twirl? I can do that. LZB is given a gift membership, and Hello Baby is the receiver. Thank you very much. Stand up for the jury. The gifts keep on coming. That was Lakeisha Prelo, who sent out 5 gift memberships to Dan D True Crime. They went to Sue's What, Bama Green Eyes, Destination New York, Mismash 2157, and A Dose of Hope 69. Nice. Thank you very much for all those gift memberships. Okay, so quick question for the chat. Can you hear that? That is not as bad as the audio gets, but it's not good. Oh, and actually, just before we do, so right now they're addressing the Richardson hearing. This is the 119 pages of documents. We got this at the end of our last feed. Basically, they dumped a bunch of medical documents on the state. Mr. J's like, this isn't even a PDF. Some of these, they're all in picture form. Some of them are upside down. I can't do a word search on it. What the fuck? And he asked for a Richardson hearing. The court granted a Richardson hearing. A Richardson hearing is to determine was discovery intentionally, discovery rules intentionally violated. What was the impact of that violation, if any, and that sort of thing. Anyway, why did I pause it though? We'll find out. Oh, for the audio. So that's why I opened up the transcript. Let's go to my transcript page here. We'll take a quick break. Remember, it's Kevin Beck talking about the Richardson hearing, but let me go to my transcript page, which I think is this one. Yes. And we will go to, I will open it up so I can't see you anymore. The very last sidebar before they went to court, so this was not on video, just to test out how this works anyway. But they've chosen the judges, the jurors, they've chosen the alternates, they've agreed on everyone, and they've asked for, the court has asked the parties to approach one last time. And the court says, it's more of a matter of logistics, because if we're going to bring in the whole panel, I have the inquiry of your client first, but we're going to bring in the panel. We have a full box. So where do you propose we move our jury members? Because of the media participation, do you want me to ask them to move upstairs? Mr. J says, I think we can just leave our 14 seated and swear them in and just have preliminary instructions. And then if there's anything more the deputies need to tell them, they can do it in the jury room there. The court says, okay. So call everybody in, then name them out. Then we'll dismiss the balance of the panel, and we can swear them in at that point in time. Is that acceptable? Mr. Henderson says, yes, sir. The court says, okay, all right, very good, thank you. Mr. Owens, Judge, are we going to tell the jury to come back at 9 in the morning? The court says, yes, sir, that's the plan. I'm going to start my regular docket at 8:30 tomorrow, so we can start promptly at 9 a.m. The only other issue we're going to have to deal with tomorrow morning is the Richardson issue. After that list is, that cold down list of the 119 pictures needs to be provided to the state before 9 a.m. Then we'll have the Richardson hearing, and then we'll bring in the jury and begin open statements at that time. Thank you. And then they move to open court. And I'm just going to read this. Normally I'm not going to read the open court parts, but this is the first time the court asks, Ms. Boone, good afternoon, ma'am. I have a couple of things to go over with you before we bring in our panel. You were previously sworn in this morning. You've been present throughout the entire jury selection process that began on Monday. You've been seated at counsel's table, either here in 23 Alpha or 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse, and you've been able to observe the jurors during that entire process. Were you able to hear the questions asked of the jurors and their responses? Defendant, yes. Did you confer with your counsel about who you wanted or did not want to be selected for your jury? I did. Do you believe you were given a meaningful opportunity to participate? Yes. Is there anyone you wanted to keep that your lawyers struck? No. Are you satisfied with your attorney's performances so far in this trial? Absolutely. Do you agree with the panel that has been selected for your case? Absolutely. Is there anything you would like to bring to my attention at this time? No, thank you very much. When the court reads the 2.1 preliminary instruction defense, would you like me to read the defendant's right to remain silent section of the same to our panel? And then it goes into whatevers. So we'll now scroll ahead. Sorry for people who get a little seasick when this scrolls, but I will scroll to... Oops. Okay. I was going to try and scroll to Mr. Beck talking, but you know what? We'll just let Mr. Beck talk. I'll bring up the captions for now, and we'll see if that can take care of the early part. Opening statements, we're definitely going to need this, though. There's so much that gets missed if you're just relying on the actual court audio. To this page and play. Okay, so he said they called out all the pages that weren't related to anxiety, and so now they've just gone with the ones that do. Spoiler, it's 15 pages that they're now introducing of the 119 they dumped on the state. Oh, no audio from the court? I see the problem.
So appears
wasn't just low.
Seeking to introduce
Thank you.
Any records from other instances that were contained in the records that were first disclosed to the state on September 27th.
You speak of the 81 pages?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nor the new 119 pictures that still not in a PDF form. So of the 15 pages, the first two.
Okay, we got it all figured out here. We'll just go back a little bit so you can hear how bad Mr. Beck is, and bear with me.
Down list of 119 documents.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is remaining of those 119 specific JPEG images? A pink blouse. She is in custody in this.
Okay, so we'll let you get the whole... Oh, thank you so much for calling it out, chat. A little bit behind. Zero audio. Yeah. No, we're... I think we're in now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're in sorts. In fact, I can increase. Oh, now I know why I did that. So I'm going to be muting that. I was testing what it's like when I mute the one screen and have the other screen up for when they're showing videos.
William J. for the state.
James Owens on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone. Devin Beck, Sarah Boone.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing a black suit and a pink blouse. She is in custody in this matter. However, there are no restraints that are affixed to her person, so we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. Before we bring in our jury this morning, yesterday the court had reserved on a Richardson hearing regarding Exhibit 2 as identified in the defendant's 5th amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list, specifically 119 pages of records from Advent Health Winter Park that were provided to the state yesterday morning by way of USB drive. Yesterday, the court had ordered that the defense was to provide an edited version of only the records pertaining to anxiety and the lack thereof, or anything pertaining to those matters, but before 9 a.m. this morning. Was that done, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. J, have you had the opportunity to review the culled down list of 119 documents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is remaining of those 119 specific JPEG images, and what do they pertain to?
Most of them deal with just billings, observations by the medical personnel, so don't necessarily apply to the issue of anxiety, as the court had indicated. I did include
Zeitgeist me, hey.
depression issues, as I believe that they were related to anxiety, and then I've identified
There,
4 or 5 other
so this is the quiet Kevin Beck I'm talking about.
Of those 119 images, how many are being sought? 15? Okay, thank you. State response.
Apparently, these are all just related to a January 23rd, 2018 admission at Advent Health Winter Park. So it appears they're not seeking to introduce any records from other instances that were contained in the records that were first disclosed to the state on September 27th.
Do you speak of the 81 pages?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nor the new 119 pictures that still not in a PDF form. So of the 15 pages, the first 2 that they list are pages 9 and 10 out of 111, and I believe I've identified them as best I can. However, the Bates stamp from the hospital is over other text, and there is no other Bates stamp, so I had to, I'm guessing that it's pages 9 and 10 out of 111. It appears to just be a health information sharing sheet, like a contract. I don't understand the relevance of those 2 pages.
And if anyone's wondering the relevance of the people that are sitting on either side of the judge, Judge Michael Kranick is a professor at Barry University. He runs a mock trial program. So students from his program have been invited to sit courtside. He instructs the gallery to ignore them. So, of course, all I could do was look at them the minute we were told not to pay any attention to them. But if you're wondering who they are, that's who they are.
Pages 21, and then they skip 22, 23, 24, and 25 are all part of her initial assessment on 123.18. We don't object to those pages, but for.
But
I
for.
apologize that there's a but for.
And I apologize. I meant to get a picture of the four-assed monkey from South Park for that but for moment, and I didn't, but next time.
The fact that at the bottom of page 25 begins her toxicology screening, and that does go into page 26, and they did not indicate that they want to use page 26. However, without page 26, we are going to experience relevancy issues and a 403 objection from the state. And that is because in her toxicology screen, for which she is coming to the treatment to seek treatment for depression symptoms, she is at 165 for ethanol, meaning when converted, it's 0.165 grams per deciliter.
If you're curious what's on that bench there in the box, I'll give you a few seconds to think about it. Have you seen the movie Seven? Brad Pitt? What's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box, man?
Over twice the legal limit. It's a central nervous system depressant. We are going to have at least one medical doctor, well, 2. The forensic pathologist will testify for the state, and then our expert on battered spouse syndrome, if we get to that point, is also
Reject.
She's a psychiatrist, not a psychologist.
That's my best Daniel Chavon impression. Phil Ferdom Russo calling out the Queen. Reject.
Will tell us that ethanol is a central nervous system depressant. I believe even the psychologist will be able to get that information in. So we are objecting to pages 21 through 25 coming in without page 26.
If I understand your argument, is it a rule of completeness issue?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that it applies to documents as opposed to...
This is kind of interesting. So rule of completeness, as far as I understand from this little exchange, is more of something that is about a statement. So let's say Sarah did an interview with a TV station and they wanted to just use, 6 minutes of 22 minutes of footage. The rule of completeness would say, no, let's use the full, context, the full raw audio of that interview. You can't just use, the clips that got used by the news station, whatever it is. Anyway, Mr. J first kind of corrects, like, well, yeah, I guess rule of completeness, and as far as it, and then quickly realizes that if the judge has given him that, little bit of a, well, it's almost like a hand up, like, because he goes with rule of completeness very quickly after that. I'm going to bring this back just a half tick. 2507. But yeah, if you're judge, it's almost like when Judge Judy tells you to shut up, it means you're winning. So when the judge hands you, like, is it because of this? Yeah, it's 100% because of rule of completeness.
5 coming in without page 26.
If I understand your argument, is it a rule of completeness issue?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that it applies to documents as opposed to statements. I mean, it is an out-of-court statement, so it is a rule of completeness issue, particularly when the symptoms and the complaints of the patient on that particular day were crying and being depressed and showing signs of using a central nervous system depressant. The rest of the talk screen, pages 27 and 28, they did not list. We are not complaining that they are not including that. Page 29 is another page they listed. That's more of a narrative about her visit at...
Kitten Pusher's leaving the chat briefly, but hasn't left without a gift for everyone. That's Tam Tam Namaste, Seth Michael, Kara Chapman, Sub Rosa from Oregon. Good to see your name getting a gift. And Barb Murray Babs. All of you have received gifts to Dan D True Crime, thanks to Kitten Pusher.
January 23rd, 2018, we do not object. Page 43 is just her vital signs. We don't object. Page 44 is more of the initial assessment on this January 23rd, 2018 visit. We do not object, nor do we object to pages 45, 46, or 47.
What are pages 45, 46, and 47, just for my own?
More of this initial assessment of January 23rd, 2018 was my understanding. Okay. Page 48, we are asking again that this be included. Again, I don't believe it's super mysterious why we are going from pages 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then skipping page 48, and then going to 49. But
so he says not super mysterious. I'll destroy the mystery. I think this is the report where there's this section where it says alcohol use, and the response is denied. Tobacco use, denied. So Sarah lied to them about not using alcohol and not using cigarettes on her intake form for this particular visit. And they tried to exclude that, like, oh no, we're not introducing page 48, just 41 through 47 and 49.
We do want page 48 included. On that page includes her height and weight at the time. Page 63.
What's 49? So seemingly that's included.
49 is just some results. Again, it's misleading and doesn't provide full context without what I've described as page 26, because part of the results on page 49 show that she was tested. Shows that she was tested for the presence of ethyl alcohol or ethanol, but it doesn't give the results.
Are the results contained in another page?
Just on page 26, the one I previously described as wanting included.
So not following 49 to 50 or 51 sequentially?
No, because the pages they want from the 40s are 43 through 47, skipping 48, and we're asking for 48 to be included between 47 and 49 to make sure it's relevant and complete.
But they are also seeking 49, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
They just skipped 48, just like they skipped 26.
Okay.
Page 63, it appears to be repetitive, but we don't have any particular objection to page 63 of the 111. Page 108 seems to be another part of the initial assessment from January 23rd, 2018, so we don't object to that. So basically we're asking for pages 26 and 48 to be included.
Okay, thank you. The the state did seek a Richardson hearing yesterday in this matter, and based on binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, Young v. State, 369 Southern 3rd, 1243, regardless of the culling down of the records, the court still is required to conduct a Richardson hearing. As to the issue of whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful, Mr. Owens had advised that these documents were obtained sometime last week. He was unable to provide any specificity. He's going to confer with his office. Mr. Owens or Mr. Beck, are you in a position to advise when these documents were first requested, when they were received, and when they were sent to the state? Specifically, any documents pertaining to Exhibit 2, the Advent Health Winter Park records?
Judge, I did check with my secretary, Margaret, and my understanding is...
Margaret?
I didn't know that was going to be a question about when we actually sent it out. I know it was...
Margaret didn't put a date on
my
that?
trips down here, I got Sarah Boone to sign a medical release. We sent it to the hospital. It took a couple of weeks, I want to say. We got it last week. We don't know exactly when. We don't timestamp at our office when something is mailed in.
Why would you timestamp at a lawyer's office?
For whatever reason, the records did not get to Shelby, who was handling that issue, until late.
Shelby's fault.
Yesterday or the day before, that she was aware that they had not been disclosed. We provided the copy to the state at that time.
So did these records come in batches? Because my understanding, based on the state's representation and their objections, was that the first 81 pages came on September 27th. Those were provided.
Those were separate. Those were records that some of the other lawyers, one of the other lawyers had received, and we sent them on, but the problem was they had notes on them.
You guys can hear James Owens just fine right now, right? If there's any problems, let me know in the chat.
So we sent that 81, but it wasn't directly from the hospital, so we were trying to get a more complete, unedited copy of the records. That's why we made our request.
Okay, and when was the error identified in time as to when these items were not sent, such that they were provided via USB yesterday?
Whatever date we gave them is when we realized there was an error, that same day.
Okay, my understanding that would have been yesterday morning.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
If I may, real quickly, based on the invoice that was sent from
Okay, if you could hear James Owens, you probably cannot hear Kevin Beck, so you can comment on that in the chat, but I can barely hear it with headphones on, so this may be the first time I do a pause and recap for you.
Advent's billing department, apparently it's a separate subcontractor. The request was made on the 27th of September. I suspect they waited until they received confirmation of payment of $135 for receipt of those, so we received those. So it's all been within a couple of weeks, plus we had the hurricane issue last week, and so I think there were issues as to the matter being provided for. I did speak with the state yesterday afternoon after I had a chance to look at the records, and my sense is what these matters were in relationship to, and was told that they already had those records and familiar with them. So I don't think there was any prejudice to the state based on our submissions.
Okay. Any?
Okay, so I don't think you could hear any of that. Your Honor, this is Kevin Beck. If I may, real quickly, based on the invoice that was sent from the Winter Park Advent's billing department, apparently it's a separate subcontractor. The request was made on the 27th of September. I suspect they waited until they received the confirmation of payment of $135 for the receipt of the... So we received those. It's all just been within a couple of weeks. Plus, we had the hurricane issue last week, so I think there were issues as to the matters being provided. I did speak with the state yesterday afternoon after I had a chance to look at the records, and I advised him, essentially, what these matters were in relationship to, and was told that they already had those records and were familiar with them. So I don't think there was any prejudice to the state based off our submission to the state.
Further argument or positions with regard to the Richardson analysis, Mr. J?
That's for the purposes of this hearing, I'd like this stack of documents.
Is that the 119 pages, sir?
No, sir, it's the 81 pages that we got on.
So even Mr. J was quiet there. Mr. J says, yes, for the purposes of this hearing, I'd like the stack of documents marked as Composite A. Is that the 119 pages, sir? No, sir, it's the 81 pages we got on September 27th, 2024. Court says, any objection? Mr. Beck says, no, Your Honor. Court says, all right, what was pre-marked A for the purposes of the Richardson hearing will be received. Oh, I know the court you can hear. Okay, that's where you'll pick it up.
27th, 2024.
Any objection? All right, what was pre-marked A for the purposes of the Richardson hearing will be received without objection as states 1.
Your Honor, there was just a reference that 81 pages were all marked up by the defense. There's no markings. The issue and the confusion that the state attorney's office still has, though, is page 68 of 81 of these original 81 documents.
If you have a cell phone on,
there it is.
They need to be silenced and turned off, please. If you cannot follow the court's instructions.
I love how Sarah looks like, oh, I can't believe someone would do that. Like, she's almost like she's the director of a movie and she's at her own screening and like, You could kind of hear too, like, I couldn't totally hear the ringtone, but it was one of those annoying ringtones. It was like, not the Stewie, like, mom, pick up the phone, but something that had a voice to it. Judge Kranix is not having it.
They need to be silenced and turned off, please. If you cannot follow the court's instructions, due to the publicity in this case, I will ask for you to be removed. Does everyone understand? Thank you. You may proceed.
And I realize that I've only had a limited amount of time to review the 119 pages that came in yesterday. And again, it's more difficult to review those because it's not in a PDF where I can word search it and do any of the things that are afforded to us with modern technology. It came in as 119 separate JPEGs.
Hey,
They're
Danny.
not in order. So, for instance,
Shout
when
out Danielle
I'm trying to look
Siobhan.
for page 43 of those 111 records out of the 119 pages, it's not in order. And I've done my absolute best to try and see if this page, which is 68.
Yes.
Here we go. Here's our first.
And referring to 68 of the 81 that was
Yes,
entered
sir.
as 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank
It
you.
is sub-labeled within these records as page 2 of 14, and it appears to be a part of her visit on January 23rd, 2018. And in the social history provided, it says alcohol use denies, tobacco use denies, and the other part isn't relevant. And I just haven't been able to find that. And so I'm asking for the leeway to continue to try and search for that particular page out of the 119 so that I may ask that out of the doctrine of completeness.
There we go. So he's seen it by scrolling through like that big chunk of files. Now that they've brought it down to the 15, he's like, I want the page that had the alcohol denied. You know, you've now shown me evidence. I want all of the good stuff anyway.
In fairness, that it be included. I'm just at this point, I've not been able to find anything in the records that says that, and I'm limited in my abilities to cheat with technology and put it, you know, if there's a 119-page PDF and you make it word searchable, you just put in the magic word, and it helps the attorney greatly. So that's why there's this confusion, and that's part of why I had to raise this issue. Was just at my first glance at those pages yesterday, I knew that something seemed off compared to what was previously provided.
Okay. Any response?
It has a heading, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with that heading in the documents that I was reviewing. I'll look for it again and I'll provide any
Okay.
information.
I appreciate y'all working together on that. So here's what we're going to do.
If I may.
Yes.
We had told the state that we would bring in a printed copy, not the PDF, this morning. But Federal Express, which is the block away, for whatever reason, the road was being constructed. So
There we go.
They closed. So we were there at 8 o'clock to get the copy to the state we had promised, but we will bring one at lunch to hand to state.
Okay, appreciate it. All right. Any other argument with regard to the Richardson issue? Anything further, Mr. Beck? Okay. With regard to, let me conclude the Richardson analysis first. All right. Thank you both for your positions and your arguments. The court has,
And just before I let him go here, my little slide that's up, Richardson hearing is a clear appeals issue. If it's not clear from how serious he's taking it, like he's, just like Chelsea didn't read instruction 9, no way Michael Kranick's missing instruction number 9. He's reading everything off the list word for word so that this can't be overturned by appeal. Interesting little tidbit about Mr. Michael Kranick. Before he was a judge, in his capacity as a lawyer, he was an appellate lawyer. I found some old footage of him when he was running for his judge, and he talks about his background. We may have time to watch it today, depending on how this goes. But that was one of the tidbits that I found out about him, is that he was an appellate lawyer before, so he knows the kind of mistakes. Because he seemed like really on top of protecting the record and making it, appeal proof. And that's, I don't know, that's another little piece to add to your knowledge factory about this case. That's probably why he was so cognizant of possible appellate issues.
Matter of law, the court needs to determine whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful. Court finds that based on the positions provided by the defense that the disclosure was inadvertent, but I do find that the violation had some level of substantiality to it. But due to the state's review and the defense compliance with the court's order yesterday as to culling down to the pages that we've identified, the court finds that the violation had a limited ability on the state's ability to prepare for trial due to the lack of objections to the majority of the documents, with the exception of page 48 and 26, which are sought to be included. For those reasons, I find that the prejudicial effect of the substantial disclosure is limited, and I'm not going to order the defense, not going to prohibit the defense from proceeding forward on moving these items into evidence. However, I do want to address the 403 rule of completeness issue with regard to pages, 26 and 49.
Big hello from Greg to everyone.
26 and 48 as sought by the state. No objection, Mr. Beck. All right, thank you. So the state's request is granted. Pages 26 and 48 will be included in any evidentiary documents that sought to be moved into evidence with regard to this January 23, 2018 incident, as provided in the 119 pages of item 2 of the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list. I will not foreclose the state regarding page 68 of the 81 pages. If they are able to find that additional document, we can address any argument at that time as to why that should be included. Anything further, state, before we bring in our jury?
Judge, the defense team has indicated to me that they intend on using demonstrative aids.
There we go. So the judge, he wants to bring the jury in. The jury's been told, show up at 9 a.m. We're starting court at 9 a.m. This is the beginning. Like, when does court actually start here? I think court doesn't start for another hour. But yeah, here's the first issue. Mr. J has seen those big stupid posters that Mr. Owens got blown up at the FedEx. Couldn't get the documents to the state, but he managed to get these big stupid pictures blown up. There's 2 of them that get thrown out. He blew up some jury instructions that not only, well, we'll see why, but we never got to see them in the trial, and that's what we're looking forward to here.
During opening statement, the ones that I have seen include jury instructions that may not be given and may not be given in the way that the court gives. and photographs that could be coming into evidence. I identified at least one that I don't recognize as something they sought to be seeking into evidence, perhaps two. So I believe we should have a discussion about each and every one of those. They should each be marked for the record purposes by letter so that we can refer to them and make a record. I believe it's in the court's discretion, even though I rarely see it exercised in this way in this circuit, to allow the respective parties to refer to actual exhibits during opening statements. I would urge the court not to allow that. They're going to see them soon enough, but particularly with what they are seeking to introduce, given the motion in limine ruling that the court has already issued, that at this point in time, the latest proffer with the defendant's testimony is not amounting to an overt act that will result in a self-defense instruction, that will result in prior instances of violence coming in, that it would be extremely prejudicial, dangerous, and to use Mr. Cacciatore's analogy, very impossible to put that toothpaste back in the tube if we amplify our opening statements, which may or may not come to fruition when we start talking about these past instances and battered spouse syndrome. It would be greatly amplified if they're actually seeing exhibits of the defendant's past injuries that she's attributing to the decedent. So I'm asking for us to discuss that.
Response before we go through each photo.
Judge, yeah, the defense is self-defense. Sarah's going to testify that she was defending herself. We believe the court's going to rule we're entitled to put on a case involving self-defense. And under the instruction for justifiable use of non-deadly force and the justifiable use of deadly force.
I'm not discussing the jury instructions at this time.
There are evidence of prior threats, of prior events of violence coming under that instruction.
Here's my concern.
Okay,
Why are we addressing law in opening statement?
So as he walked away there, and this, of course, try and have myself a little medical snack, that's when he got quiet. Let me finish chewing here. And all right, court says, well, I'm not discussing jury instructions at this time. Mr. Owens says, all right, but there are evidence of prior threats, of prior events of violence coming in under that instruction. Under the self-defense, justifiable use of non-deadly force. Here's my concern. Why are we addressing law in opening statement? Well, I agree with the state attorney. I did blow up a couple of these justifiable use of non-deadly force. And I would agree, still that does not answer my question, I would agree not to use those. Okay. Go back to the court.
Well, I agree with the state attorney. I did blow up a couple of these on the justifiable use of non-deadly force.
That does not answer my question.
I would agree not to use those.
Okay.
The two I'm interested in using and opening is this standard instruction. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering the verdict. You want to read it?
The two I'm interested in using in opening is this standard instruction. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You want me to read it out? No, I can see it, sir.
No, I can see it, sir.
And then the other one is a reasonable doubt is not in there. Possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt is the standard instruction on using it.
What's your position with regard to those two, Mr. J?
Judge, it's opening statements. We should be discussing what we anticipate to come into the trial, and that's going to be enough of a minefield. It really shouldn't be about the law. We'll both have an opportunity to use the actual jury instructions, which we have not decided upon. we will have the opportunity to use that overhead or any means that we want at the end of the trial during our closings to put up what is actually decided to be the law after the case is
Hey, Michelle,
presented.
welcome.
So it's our position that we shouldn't be using demonstrative aids with portions of jury instructions. We're going to have that opportunity to
RN2
argue how the
moms,
law
indoor
applies to the
camper.
facts at the end, and we will have the correct version. And if the court is following the tendency that I've seen in this circuit recently, we may, in fact, read 3/4 of the jury instructions to them before we even begin our closing remarks. I think it's premature and problematic to be doing that at this time, and it's not the role of opening remarks.
Any other response?
Judge, I've been doing this 35 years.
Could have fooled me.
I've had these boards. I've used these boards at opening statements. I don't know how.
That I believe. I bet this is something he learned coming out of law school, like in the 90s, like the Betty Broderick trial. If any of you were following the Dan D rewatch of the Betty Broderick trial, 1991, big poster boards were all the rage. So 35 years later, Your Honor, I've been using these for 35 years.
How many times I've said that I would waive introducing the one specific to self-defense, but reasonable doubt is an instruction you gave to the jury when we got started, and then this weighing the evidence is a standard jury instruction that applies in every case.
Are those the standard? Is that the language of the standard instruction?
I have not had the opportunity this morning to pull up the Florida Standard Criminal Jury Instructions.
Little shade coming from Jay.
Off the Supreme Court website due to dealing with motions to eliminate, trying to prepare my opening statement, and doing all the things that I should be doing on the eve of openings. But I did notice that I did not believe the reasonable doubt instruction was complete just from memory, and I know that's not the complete weighing the evidence instruction either. It's an entire page of instructions for each of those.
Can I see the reasonable doubt instruction, please?
Okay, so this is kind of cool too. Judge Cranick's gonna.
Well, here's the first problem.
See how quickly?
That's the wrong instruction. Florida Supreme Court revised 3.7 earlier this year. That is not the appropriate definition of reasonable doubt. It is not what was read to the jury during jury selection. 3.7 now reads, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and it does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt.
He's so fast.
On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there's not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. That does not track the standard jury instruction. For those reasons, I'm not going to allow it.
Judge, I'll have it.
Reject. Shout out Daniel
As long as
Sivan.
I mean, we're still in the process of working through. The 3.7 instruction speaks for itself. I won't preclude you from using enlargements.
It was at that moment he fucked around and found out. That's right, Suze. Jackalope Gaming. Jamming, not gaming, but welcome. I love the jackalopes.
In closing, but for the purposes of opening, because it doesn't track the 3.7 instruction, I'm not going to allow it.
And this is an excerpt from the way
So kudos to both Cranick and Mr. J here. Judge Cranick took 3 seconds to go, that's not the current. That was updated, 6.5 months ago. It was in the 5th District Court of Appeals. Like he had the receipts. He had all that, just feeding it out to him. But Mr. J was like, yeah, well, I'm familiar with it. And I know you can't fit the whole instruction on a poster board at that size of font. So both of them knew, these are... they're not appropriate for opening.
Give me a moment.
So, yes, Aaron Lives Here asks, he paid for that big board and it was wrong. So 2 options. One is he got this board produced special for the trial, or it's literally one he's had for 35 years. And he rolls it out with his artifacts from trials pass, like, oh, I can use this one. I can use this one. This is still good. And then I can, maybe he bills for them, like he's getting them remade. Oh, and just a shout out to the replay crew. Whenever I do comment from the chat, make sure your live replay is on. I always try and say the name of the person who's made the comment, and we'll read their comment in full, so that if you're watching on the replay crew, you're able to, scroll along with the chat, see what the after discussion was out of any comment that gets brought up. So if you're watching a replay, definitely recommend the live chat replay, because we have a fine and dandy crew of commenters, people who know the case even better than I do. So turn on your live chat. The live chat replay will always be enabled on a fine and dandy replay. Hey, Tabby. Oh, and this is the judge now, so he's studying the entire rule to see if this excerpt is correct. I've paused it for a point where it was actually quiet enough for me to just talk. But yeah, now he's just going word for word, making sure, is this exactly... But this is frustrating, Judge Kranick, as well. Remember, he wanted to bring in the jury. He was, 20 minutes ago? Can we bring in the jury?
That seems to be the standard 3.9 instructions, or at least portions of it. Response?
Again, since it's not all of it, it's misleading. It's highlighting something about the law. When we're just talking about opening remarks, 6 through 10 are optional. We haven't decided which out of the optional instructions 6 through 10 we're going to use in this case, because we have not heard the evidence yet. So I just think it's inappropriate to be delving into pieces and portions of jury instructions before we get the evidence. What we should be doing is explaining to the jury what we believe the facts are going to show and the inferences that they can draw from them, and argue the law later.
Last bite at the apple, sir.
Judge, they've got to have some guidance to the law. That in many ways we do it where we give them the law at the very end, and I understand the reason for that, depending on the evidence that comes in, but there's standard instructions that are going to apply throughout. And this is just giving them an idea of what their role is in considering the credibility of witnesses. I think it's appropriate. It's a brief statement of a standard instruction that comes in on every case.
Let me move to the photographs before I address the 3.9 issue.
I think for the record, we should mark them.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want them marked? You want them marked by Madam Clerk, correct? Okay. So let's approach with that first photograph, please. Madam Clerk, yes.
And if you notice, there's a little sign by Madam Clerk that says, "Do not approach the clerk," with a big exclamation point. It's, it looks like it's not a joke. Like, you wait till you get instructions to approach me. I think she folds it up by the second day of the trial, but you definitely see it in front of her. At least during all the pre-trial hearings. But yeah, now she has to mark each piece of evidence, and this is just more time. The judge is sitting outside like, I thought he said we'd be coming in at 9. Cameraman is pretty good about getting in Sarah's hedgery haircut and that suitcase box. The large cardboard box there is the suitcase, and he does pan and zooms from the suitcase to the back of her hair. A commenter described this haircut as the wedge cut from the 90s. And we remember Sarah had like the typical 90s girl haircut, all teased out and curly, and I can't complain. I remember quite liking the look of girls when I was that age too, with that teased out. Everyone in my yearbook had it, but I think she was envious of the wedge that was popular at the time, and really went hard on it. Because even if you don't have the hairstyle of your generation, I think you like the hairstyles of your generation. That's when I was a kid. It was all the ladies with the beehives, and like, that's a lot of work to do hair like that. Hey, I'm at the age where I can do my hair like this every day. I'm a woman of leisure. Yeah, the wedge cut was the Karen before there was a Karen. Like, the Karen kind of moved it up the side and, like, took it really extreme. But the wedge was kind of, you could be pixie manic fun girl or... It's a shame that there's no front camera angle. One of the feeds I was watching to rewatch this, and that's a great pickup. Who's the chatter that mentioned the front camera angle? Aaron lives here again. It's such a tight courtroom, so a lot of the pretrial footage, the camera would have been in the jury box well. But now, if they did the front camera, you'd be shooting the whole gallery in the back as well. So I think this is like, this is tight. The whole courtroom is, and you just have the one camera. So he does a good job of getting at least her twitchy little face in there. Oh yeah, there was a little eye roll, little eyebrows. There you go. For everyone who wanted to see her face, she obliged. Lip readers in the house. Anybody picking up any? Really? Really? Who said that? You? You're going to do it? Oh. Now remember, people who are testifying today include her ex-husband, former husband, Officer Kayla Rodriguez. It's 1 o'clock. I know. Devin Jamro. Devin Jamro is interesting because leading up to the trial, if you were watching it originally, it just said it was the Publix employee and it was completely redacted, and it added this whole air of mystery. Like, who the fuck is this redacted? Why is it redacted? We're finally going to find out what's redacted. Turns out, I think it's just because Publix is a big company that had lawyers and exercised the right to be anonymous until it went to trial, so that his name wouldn't be in the public records unless it actually got heard. Because he just testifies, he's a foundational witness. Yep, that's our security tape. We don't even get to see the tape when he testifies. He just is the foundational witness that brings in the Publix tape of barefoot Sarah walking in while George pays with her debit card, undermining her statement in the interrogation where it was like, well, I guess George just went because he was trying to do me a favor. I thought he was just going to get cigarettes and came back with the wine. Henderson is a shiny head. Oh, is this a sidebar? Oh, no, this is still just them marking all the exhibits. This is why a judge is getting upset.
Identified is A, Defendant's Exhibit A, purposes of a demonstrative aid or opening statement.
Okay, I'm just going to talk over him because he's quiet. All right, Judge, this is for the record. This is identified as A, Defendant's Exhibit A, for purposes of a demonstrative aid in the opening statement. The picture of Sarah Boone. It was taken by law enforcement. One of the incidents involving his arrest. As you can see, there's blood on her ear, which we believe is relevant and admissible.
Okay. Next photo.
This is B? Is that a B? Clerk confirms that is a B. Interesting. We don't get to see Exhibit B in the trial, but you guys will love what the description is.
Which is a picture of Sarah Boone
This is Defense Exhibit B, which is a picture of Sarah Boone on the back porch of the townhouse in question with her 2 dogs. Defense Exhibit C is a blow-up of the picture inside the townhouse, showing the sliding glass door, as well as the staircase that leads to the master bedroom and the bookshelf. Defense Exhibit D, the picture of the large screen TV. 6 or 7 holes in it from where George hit the TV with a bat, threatening Sarah Boone. Defense Exhibit E. It's a blow-up of the injuries to Sarah Boone's left arm from George Torres. Defense Exhibit F. It's a close-up of the wound to Sarah Boone's leg, where George Torres stabbed her with a steak knife. Defense Exhibit G. It's a close-up of Sarah Boone's face. Shows where George Torres poked her with a curtain rod. Hey, Victoria Carmen. Defense Exhibit H is a photograph, a close-up of Sarah Boone after she was kicked in the head by George Torres. Defense Exhibit I. It's another close-up of Sarah Boone's face after she suffered injury at the hands of George Torres. All these, I believe, Judge, all these exhibits, except for the first one, A, were in Sarah Boone's phone. State took custody of the phone. The state had the photographs. The state provided the defense with discovery with these photographs. We intend on introducing these photographs. We don't intend on introducing the blow-ups. We intend on introducing the normal-sized pages of the photographs. Then using these as a demonstrative aid to show the jury here in opening, then in closing, the injuries that Sarah Boone
Any other further argument with regard to
sustained
the
at the
use
hand
of
of
those
George Torres?
items pre-marked as A through I in opening statement? Mr. Owens.
Yes, Your Judge, and I sent you some cases.
When did you send it, sir?
This morning.
I have not received it.
Which I have yet to receive. Oh, bet it's Margaret's fault. Victoria, are you saying that I'm wearing the uniform of the OCC jail? No, this is my Canada little soccer jersey. I'm gonna move to. I'm gonna do a wardrobe change halfway through, just for my viewers. But
I think Judge, you were already on the bench, so we sent it to the clerk and the judge.
Has the state seen a copy of it?
I'm familiar with the case law. I did receive the email. I'm not sure if it indicated who all was copied on it. A separate one, but I'll check.
This is just these 2 cases. I've been provided Alsaguer v. State, 326 7th 3rd, 656, Florida Supreme Court, 2021. Lowe v. State, 259 7th 3rd, 23, Florida Supreme Court, 2018. Yes, sir.
Judge, the court has discretion to allow demonstrative aids. If you look at one or both of those, there was a state wanted to introduce a dummy they were using in a homicide case, which the court allowed. Other cases have allowed photographs and demonstrative aids to be used in opening statements. In the Alcaguer case, which is the 2021 case, trial court acted within its discretion in permitting state's use of a map as a demonstrative aid during the guilt phase rebuttal closing argument in a capital murder trial, where evidence visually demonstrated on the map was not without support in the record. That was actually an exhibit that wasn't in the record. The 2018 case, Supreme Court of Florida, again, the trial court acted within its discretion in allowing a demonstrative exhibit. In that case, it was a murder prosecution. Trial court acted within its discretion in allowing the state to use a mannequin in a demonstrative aid in order to show the position of the gun in relation to the victim's body. The mannequin was used to set out the circumstances of the crime and to attempt to establish aggravation.
And when we watched the Betty Broderick trial, I remember seeing those mannequins in the background, just as prominent as that box with the suitcase in it is in the background of this trial. Those mannequins, not only were mannequins showing the position of the bodies, but it had dowels that showed the trajectory of the bullets that went through Dan Broderick and Linda Broderick, from Betty showing up at 5 a.m, just wanting to talk, just having a chat.
The mannequin was used to demonstrate the location of the gunshot wounds, the angle of the impact against the skin, the incapacitating nature of each gunshot wound, advising of the trajectories were anatomical, not spatial, and had a small degree of error where only was slight difference between the victim's size and the mannequin's dimensions. There was nothing to suggest the mannequin was altered to resemble the victim. The court allowed, again, the court's discretion. As you know, we're claiming self-defense, and as part of that instruction, we're entitled to allege prior instances of difficulties and prior acts of violence so that the defendant who asserts self-defense, their state of mind is different from the norm. Sarah Boone, because of prior threats or difficulties with George Torres.
Okay, we can barely hear him, so I'm just going to go. I think the two instructions would read that if you find that Sarah Boone, who, because of prior threats or difficulties with George Torres, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in the danger of imminent use of unlawful force at the hands of George Torres, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Sarah Boone were those of a reasonable person. It goes on to say, if you find at the time of the alleged second-degree murder that Sarah Boone knew that George Torres had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Sarah Boone reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use non-deadly force. We have a good faith belief that the exhibits will be introduced into evidence. They're demonstrative aids to aid the jury in understanding the circumstances surrounding that relationship and the actions that Sarah took and the reasonableness of those actions in light of the history.
Belief that the exhibits will be introduced into evidence. They're demonstrative aids to aid the jury in understanding the circumstances surrounding that relationship and the actions that Sarah took and the reasonableness of those actions in light of their history.
Thank you. Any response, State?
I'm igniting the contentious chat of the Betty Broderick. So, real quick interruption, but I think this is a really good community note about the Dan D community. The Betty Broderick trial was kind of where we forged the identity for this community, and it's a chance for... We understand all of our cakes are baked. We're not, young, impressionable minds here. Most of us have our opinions. So as long as we can respect each other's opinions, it's much more enlightening. It's much more enjoyable to just get into a debate with people who don't necessarily share your opinions. And especially if it can be an enjoyable debate, an enjoyable, chat. Your arguments get stronger from arguing against people who don't agree with you. So if you just sit in a bubble all the time with people who agree with everything you say lockstep, you kind of, you turn into a Sarah. Not that Sarah even had much of a bubble, but my point being, part of what makes this community really great, and there's still arguing going on in the comments right now about, Dan's relative culpability in driving Betty to insanity. It's a fascinating discussion, and it's one where if you feel strongly about either side, you're not going to have your mind changed by somebody in chat. But it's an enjoyable conversation to say, hey, don't you think this? I think this. And so I love that we can have a community that does that, and it's still happening right now. I think with something like Sarah, it's enjoyable because she's universally hated and we can all be on the same side, but it's fun, moving out of our comfort zone when we're covering someone besides Sarah and knowing that we can disagree about, how we take something and our takes on something and still enjoy each other's company. So, to the fine and dandy chat on that.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Judge, the standard is it is your discretion, and you will only be reversed if you abuse your discretion.
Kelya says, stated like a master debater, Double D. And my master debating days have definitely ticked down since high school.
In this regard, the state is urging you just flat out, as a matter of principle, to not allow the parties to go into the exhibits during opening statements. They're going to be seeing the actual exhibits in the very, very near future.
Playing well, Mac.
We can do this. We can play the videos. We can show gruesome autopsy photographs on the big screen as well during opening statements, but those things are all coming. So we're just asking you first in general, let's not extend the opening statements in that regard any more than necessary. Now, our specific objections are this. With A, which is beneath everything now, but the bloody ear from the prior incident, I believe that is from a body-worn camera, and I think he indicated as much. It was not from her phone. If we get to that point where we know that this piece of evidence is coming in, that would be one thing. But right now, the law of the case is they cannot put on any evidence of prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence regarding the victim, or go into battered spouse syndrome in the evidence until self-defense has been established, and that self-defense must be established by the testimony, and in this particular case it has to come from the defendant, of an overt act taken by the decedent which resulted in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death.
So this is a key point, and this is why this is being labored so heavily before the opening arguments here, is Owens and the team have been constantly trying to get in the battered spouse syndrome, but they haven't brought in an overt act, or at least at this point of the trial. We'll get there. So all of this battered spouse evidence is right now speculative. There's no reason to think that it's going to come in as evidence, which is a fantastic argument for excluding it from the opening statements, because what if you don't get to even bring in the argument? You haven't done anything to establish any of this as evidence up to this point through the motions in limine. So why would you allow him to just bring these up, show these pictures to a jury that end up having no evidentiary value?
And we have had that litigation. We have provided the court the most recent testimony regarding the defendant's most recent statements from the two doctors, and it doesn't exist at this time.
Ramono brings up a great trio of, well, just read the comment here. Ramono says, Betty Broderick, Amy Fisher, and Lorena Bobbitt were my first true crime interests. That's a great trio of interesting cases. And yeah, all around the same time. Amy Fisher was the Long Island Lolita. Joey Buttafuoco was the Buttafuoco of many David Letterman jokes at the time. And Lorena Bobbitt was the man who cut off John Bobbitt's Bobbitt's Bob with a peen. Well, yeah, I'm tripping over it. She gave him a bob and a weave. And then he later had it reattached and later did a XXX movie by the name of Frankenpenis. So, yeah, look up that one.
So it's one thing for the parties to go into things in opening statements that don't end up coming into evidence. And when the defendant does that, well, under King versus State, the state gets to point out, look, they made these promises in opening statements and they didn't come to fruition. So you need to disregard everything that you heard that was going to happen in trial that didn't. But the problem, particularly for the state side, is we don't get to appeal. So if we go through opening statements and we have the jurors not only exposed to our words about things that may or may not be coming into evidence, but exposed to 1,000 words per picture, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that amplifies the error. And it's an error the state has no remedy to fix. So we're asking for A, which would absolutely come into evidence. If we get this overt act testimony, which has not occurred yet from the defendant, and certainly this is A would come in some of the other letters. And there's nothing wrong with them blowing it up like that. In fact, the state has it on their exhibit and will be showing it on the screen as well. There's
a little discussion of the Bobbitt case now happening. Welcome to the chat. This is Forever Wander. Interesting thing to think about with the Bobbitt case. A lot of people blame Betty Broderick. Like, yeah, we understand that you got driven crazy, but you don't just show up with a revolver and shoot them in the beds. Would people be more sympathetic to Betty if she just cut off his member? There's something for you to discuss in the chat.
There's not, a lot of dispute over whether that will come in if we meet that standard of an imminent act or an overt threat of an imminent act of danger. B, I'm not sure.
I bet if somebody gave Betty the idea, that would have been like she wouldn't have been able to get it out of her head based off of the psychology that we understand from watching the trial.
B was on their list of items that they sought to introduce from the phone. We would argue a picture of her with her dogs on her porch doesn't have any relevance. I don't expect that to be coming into trial.
If you remember the tablet messages, how desperately I need the picture of me with my dogs. I bet that is this picture, and I bet she forced James to put it in with his, last-ditch effort of evidence. So James Owens dutifully takes, the picture of her with her dogs on the back porch to the FedEx to get blown up into an 8x, or, what are these, 3x4? 4x6? Pretty big enough to put up on an easel. Probably spending I would think like $100, 80 to 100. Not cheap. Quadruplast mounting and just the large scale printing.
So we're objecting on that separate ground. And then returning back to C, D, E, F, G, H, I. State is all aware of those photographs. We are.
Thank you, A to B, who points out, remember the Francine Hughes case? The book The Burning Bed was based on it. The book and the miniseries, I believe.
Prepared to introduce them ourselves through the digital evidence. There's no hiding those things. If we meet the threshold for this sort of evidence coming in.
Could you identify those for me? I'm trying to keep notes contemporaneously.
Yes. C.
It was C through I inclusive?
Yes.
Thank you.
B is the only one that is not a photograph of prior violence. It's, I don't know, it wasn't on their list of things that they sought to introduce, and I don't know what the relevance would be of her just sitting there on her porch with her dogs. But A and then C through I, Judge, absolutely at the end of the trial, great. Blow them up, use them as much as you want, but in this particular case, with the rulings that the court has already made about this, based on the state's motion in limine, it is very dangerous to allow them to do this when we are not expecting it to be admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, if you could address Exhibit B, was pre-marked as B.
But Judge, you've already ruled that these things come in and
Ooh.
remember that prior.
No, what I ruled was...
Yeah, don't tell a judge what he already ruled. Like, terrible wording. At the very best, like, Judge, my understanding of your ruling was that, Judge, you already ruled. No, let me tell you what I ruled. You can imagine telling Judge Cranick what he already ruled.
Is that you're able to discuss them, address them in opening.
107.57. The nerve. Oops, 107.57. We'll go from there.
Allow them to do this when we are not expecting it to be admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, if you could address Exhibit B, was pre-marked as B.
But Judge, you've already ruled that these things come in and open. Remember that prior.
No, what I ruled is that you're able to discuss them, address them in opening. Photographs are a totally different kitty.
I said nothing about battered spouse syndrome. I said self-defense. These exhibits come in under self-defense. And arguing these, I've said nothing about battered spouse. I'm talking about self-defense.
I understand.
And prior difficulties, prior acts of violence is a standard instruction.
But the overt act requirement remains. I mean, we've reviewed Holland and read it multiple times.
In good faith, with discussions with my client, we believe there is going to be evidence of an overt act. She was facing imminent threat, and she reacted.
It's a totally
Understood.
different
Your
kitty.
response to Exhibit B.
Let me look at B. Which one's B?
It's her on the back porch with the two dogs.
Judge, not only did he abuse, Juan Torres abused.
That's not the issue. The issue is that the state represents.
Judge, not only did George Torres abuse, that's not the issue.
That it was not part of your exhibit list.
So that's the photo of her with her dogs, and we don't get to see it. I think we just get to see the back of it because he's pointing it out to the judge. Sarah's probably just sitting there like, oh.
I believe it is a part of the exhibit list. We got this from the state. They sent over a bunch of pictures of flowers or paintings that they want to introduce that they listed as exhibits. I thought for sure we put this on there, but the relevance of it is not only did he
Roberta
abuse
Real,
Sarah Boone,
welcome.
As far as he abused the dogs, and he would threaten to abuse.
He abused the dogs. George abused the dogs. He was always abusing on the dogs. Oh, wait, I got that quote wrong. George loved the dogs. He was always loving on the dogs. Or he abused them. He either loved them or he abused them. I can't remember which. Loved the dogs.
The dogs to control Sarah Boone.
Okay, thank you.
did he just say there? Okay, thank you. They're checking, Judge. All right, on whether they have it on the list or whether the court is prepared to rule at this point in time. He's trying to stall him.
They're checking, Judge,
All right.
on whether they have
The court's prepared to rule at this point in time. Thank you both for your presentations and your argument. The court's had the opportunity
Sit the fuck down, Mr. Owens.
to what was pre-marked as A through I inclusive. First, with regard to the portion of the 3.9 instruction, purposes of opening statement is to set the table of what the issues are, what the parties believe the facts and evidence will show. It is not a proper time to be discussing law or elements of law, and that is an element of law that will be instructed to the jury at the end of the case. So the court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons and prohibit you from using the portion of the 3.9 instruction in opening statement. You could talk about this is a job that you're going to have, but I'm not going to allow you to read portions of the instruction for those reasons at this time. With regard to what was pre-marked as A through I, the Holland case is clear. Before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. I understand your good faith belief. I take no position on whether or not you're going to make it or not. That's something that you're going to have to establish. But the concern is that the photographs, some of them are graphic in nature. The lacerations, the sutures, the bruising, facial wounds with bleeding may have such a impact such that the toothpaste cannot be pasted back into the tube, assuming that overt act hurdle is not met. The court, again, takes no position on whether or not you're going to be able to meet it because I haven't heard the evidence and testimony. So court's going to exercise.
And I think this is one of the grounds for her appeal. I have to admit, I tried getting through it. I just assumed if I plugged through it on a live, I'd understand it by the end. And I'm really kind of iffy on what the grounds, I understand that there's 4 elements for them, but none of them sound great. But I think one of them is right about this right here, where they were denied from using the battered spouse evidence in the opening arguments. And I think what we're watching here is clear rationale for why they would be excluded, and it didn't hurt her case.
Discretion for those reasons. You can talk about it. You can talk about it that she was a victim. You could talk about some incidences may have happened, but I'm not going to allow the photographs at this point in time for those reasons, for your utilization of them in opening statements. Any questions or clarifications with regards to the court's ruling? State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Are we prepared to bring in our jury at this time?
I've got 2 other issues.
They've been waiting for an hour and 20 minutes, Counselor.
See, he's been keeping track. That's the first time he's mentioned it, but he's like, guys aren't going to keep the jury waiting.
We intend to play the 2-minute suitcase video to the jury in opening statement.
Stone face. We'll hear more on this.
State.
I like this too, because he knows, he's like, well, that's bullshit, but he doesn't want to say anything. He's like, hold on a sec. State probably isn't going to like that.
Again,
those eyes tell me too. They're like searching. Help me, State. Give me a reason to say no. Give me a reason right now.
I'm asking you to urge your discretion. They're going to hear it in the next 2 days of court. It's within your discretion whether we're going to start using exhibits during opening statement.
Okay. What's the other issue, sir?
I need to approach eventually.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Here's the
With
first
regard
sidebar.
to the video, I'm not going to allow proposed exhibits to be used in opening statements. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not going to allow your photographs, not going to allow the state to do anything. You can orally talk about what you believe the evidence and testimony is going to show, but the actual evidence is going to have to be presented here through witnesses or through demonstration and publication after that evidence is admitted. Y'all can approach.
While we approach, can somebody from their team start dismantling?
Yeah.
Please, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
While we approach, can someone from their team start dismantling that thing? Mr. J trying to keep things on track. All right, so I think the camera's going to stay on Sarah, and I'll just start reading the sidebar to you. The court. Yes, sir. Mr. Owens. Well, I was coming up in the elevator this morning, about 8 a.m. or so. I think there were 2 or 3 people going to different floors, but I pushed 12. There were already a couple people in the elevator. I got in there with my suitcase and whatnot, but there was a black officer that came in late as it was closing, said hey to him, said, "You got trial today?" I said, "Yes." Said, "Sarah Boone?" He said, "Yes." And I said, "Well, let's get this done." And he nodded. Within just a minute, we started going up, and one of the females turned like this, and I saw she had a juror badge on. Okay. Mr. Owens. Brunette. I think she had a backpack. Court says, okay. And so she heard that comment. Court says, is it one of ours? Mr. Owens. Yeah, I believe it is. Court says, okay. There was no dialogue. There was just the statements I made. The officer just... Court says, okay, look, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Let's bring in our jury panel, and if it's not her, there's no issue. And if it is, we can approach and we can address it at that point in time. Does that work for everybody? I just felt like I needed to say it. Court says, no, I appreciate your candor. Thank you. And if it's her, we'll approach. Maybe if we have to dialogue with her individually, if that had any impact, we can address it at that point in time. Okay, thank you. And then they go back to open court. Oh,
Any
that
reason
worked
why
perfect.
we cannot bring in our jury at this time? State.
No, sir.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
That's how we're going to do it. I'm going to read it live, and we're doing it live. That's exactly how we're going to do it every sidebar. Yeah, that's the added value. When I change the title to this for the replay, it's going to be audio augmented. Oh, interesting about the jury, too. One of the things in the jury that got decided, there's one member of the jury, female, that told them during jury instructions that she was involved in a domestic violence case against her husband, ex-husband. So she wasn't...
Y'all may be seated.
She wasn't stricken for cause by the state. And some of the speculation in the chats in the videos I was researching for this mentioned that the state may have wanted somebody, or not wanted, but certainly didn't want to exclude, must have felt that somebody that had real experience with domestic violence would call Sarah out on her bullshit. Because she was faking everything, that would probably come off as even more offensive, and she could become, for Sarah's case, Sarah's going to think she's like one of the best jurors that she has going for her, and the whole time that juror is probably the one that's going to tell the people who have no experience in a domestic violence relationship, she's faking. No way I would do that if I was scared of my husband. So yeah. That's another one just to sock away back there.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yeah.
All right, can the parties approach for a moment?
Hey, Carolyn Black. I'm so glad I've got the sidebars. This is, going to be great. And they approach immediately because now they're going to talk about what just happened. I have to speed up a little bit. Mr. James, Mr. Owens, I don't believe she's in that group. I'm not positive. Okay, all right. I don't know if you need to ask. Was anyone with Mr. Owens in the elevator? You want me to ask, Mr. J? Yeah, just perhaps a general question. Has anyone been able to follow the instructions? Stay away from the
members
case?
of our jury, good morning.
Yeah, I can do that. Thank you.
I want to just confirm before we start this morning that you complied with the court's instructions last night to not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case.
So we know this jury instruction here is just a ruse so that he can ask if anyone's seen James Owens on the elevator.
Not conducted any independent investigation regarding those items. You just raise your hands to confer that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, the record will reflect that all jurors have raised their hands. Members of the jury, Yesterday, I told you that you may happen to see the lawyers in the courtroom or in the courthouse going about their affairs. And again, they're not trying to avoid you or speak to you because they're not allowed to. Did anyone happen to ride an elevator this morning with any of the attorneys, either for the state or for the defense? All right, juror in seat number 3 from my left, first row. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
I rode the elevator with the defendant's attorney. Okay, thank you. Another thing to keep in mind, if you're curious which of the jurors is juror 3, as far as I know of the, I don't know about the alternates, but the only male that was part of the 6-member jury that made it to the end was the juror number 3. So when you hear a male voice talking from the jury, and you won't hear it very well, you have to have headset on or be listening on Bluetooth, but any strong male voice is our juror number 3.
Can you all approach for a moment?
Okay, another approach.
And a juror in seat 4, left to right, first row. Yes, sir. Who did you ride the elevator with? Do you recall who specifically, sir? Mr. Owens. Okay, thank you.
It was the lawyer. I believe it was him, indicates Mr. Owens. So that juror may be juror number 3. I'm not sure, but that is one of the few male voices. The court says, do you want me to remove the panel, inquire of them one by one as to what they heard and any impact? Mr. J says, I think at most it should be those 2. And I'm deferring to the defendant. He's the one who brought this up. I have no concerns about what was said and overheard if it was hypothetically any of these people. Mr. Owens says, I would just ask them if they have any concerns that you want to address privately.
Thank you both for your honesty. I appreciate that. Something we talked about earlier this week. That's the one thing that we...
Okay, I was a little behind on that one. The court says, sure. Mr. Owens says, and if not, we'll proceed. The court says, do you want me to ask them individually or in a group setting? Mr. Owens says, I say a group setting. The court says, okay, all right.
Required and asked of you is just be open and honest, and I appreciate both y'all's open and honesty. During the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that would impacted you or influenced you in any way to have any impact on you? Juror number 3, left to right, first row. Juror number 4, left to right, first row. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, members of the jury, we're going to proceed with opening statements this morning. Both the state and the defense will have the opportunity to present them. I ask that you listen closely to those statements that they're going to provide. But remember, these are not evidence. This is just the party's belief as to what the facts and the evidence will show in this case. After the conclusion of the opening statements, we'll begin with the state's case in chief through witnesses. With that, Mr. J, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is going to show you is that this defendant zipped Jorge Torres shot in a suitcase. She was able to do this.
And the audio problems begin. So we will definitely do this. We'll do the pause. I'll read a paragraph of it, and then we'll play the raw audio for people who still want the raw audio. But sometimes it'll be easier to pick up the little bits that he says if you hear me read it first, and then you're listening to the shitty version. And that's how we'll get through this. Mr. J says, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is going to show you is that the defendant zipped George Torres, shut in a suitcase. She was able to do this because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with the malicious intent to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How many breaths those were, we don't know. The evidence is going to show it was at least for about 15 minutes, because there's going to be 2 videos that the defendant took herself of this event. Right.
He only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with the malicious intent to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How many breaths those were, We don't know. The evidence is going to show that it was at least for about 15 minutes, because there's going to be 2 videos, that the defendant herself took of this event.
Okay, that was it of this event. Kelia asks a great question for this point of the chat. Dan D did, where'd it go? Hey, you guys are so chatty, it's so hard. Dan D, did Judge K watch the videos in order to rule on pretrial motions, or is his viewing yet to come? From what I remember during the Miranda hearing, he said, I will watch it at home so that we can spare the time. But that said, I don't know if I'm confusing that memory with the memory of the trial where he says the same thing. But no, he's ruled on the Miranda in pretrial. There was a distinct moment where he went from being fairly accommodating to pro se Sarah to, are you serious? You're wasting the court's time with this case, and trying to claim a Miranda. Yes, he did view it. He did, because he clearly argued on the Miranda, Mr. Owens, it's not about a card. It's not about what the sheriff's department hands out to their detectives. It's about the Supreme Court standard of, did they know their rights? Were they properly advised? And it's like, anyway, great question, Kelly asked. So yes, I am 99.75% sure that he has watched the video.
This is going to show George Torres.
Oh, and I'm going to read now for one more paragraph. The evidence is going to show that George Torres is dead because in this defendant's judgment, he deserved it. And out of a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died, you will see and hear these videos.
Is dead because in this defendant's judgment, he deserved it. And out of a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died, you will see and hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020 in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground face down with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant. The defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, for everything you've done to me. I'm going to let it go from there because I think the audio picks up for that part. He might return to the podium. From a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds, on February 23rd, 2020, in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground, face down, with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "Fuck you." And then the defendant laughs. Sarah,
Hey, Michaela.
"Fuck you." And the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Stupid." Sarah, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Sarah, "I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously." "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. The defendant laughs again. Sarah, "I can't breathe, babe." She laughs again. "That's on you." Sarah, "I can't breathe." She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 "I can't breathe, baby." "That's what I feel like when you cheat on me." Sarah, "Fuck you." "I can't fucking breathe, Sarah." "You should probably shut the fuck up." Sarah, "Shh," is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes. At 11:23 and 3 seconds p.m., there's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase. And all you hear during this 22 seconds, after he's been in this suitcase since at least 11:12 p.m., is one more time, Sarah. How did we get to this point where 103-pound George Torres gets put into this suitcase?
How did we get to this point where the 103-pound George Torres gets put into this suitcase, left to die? Well, the next morning, the defendant wakes up, late morning, perhaps early afternoon, somewhere in this time range, several hours later, and she goes downstairs. She doesn't see George anywhere, Mr. Torres, and eventually realizes, oh my God, he's in the suitcase.
Well, the next morning, the defendant wakes up, late morning, perhaps early afternoon, somewhere in this time range, several hours later. And she goes downstairs, and she doesn't see George anywhere, just Torres, and eventually realizes, oh my God, he's in the suitcase. The first thing.
And the first thing she does after taking him out, and I believe you'll hear a description by the defendant saying, took his little legs out. At some point, she makes that statement and tries to resuscitate him. Hears gurgling as she presses down on his 103-pound chest, forcing whatever air was trapped in there out and gurgling. And the next thing she does is she doesn't call 911. She calls Brian Boone. Now, who's Brian Boone? Well, Brian Boone is her ex-husband. They share a child in common.
She does after taking him out, and I believe you will hear a description by the defendant saying, took his little legs out. At some point she makes that statement. And tries to resuscitate him. Hears gurgling as she presses down on his 103-pound chest, forcing whatever air was trapped in there out and gurgling. Then the next thing she does is she doesn't call 911. She calls Brian Boone. Who's Brian Boone? Well, Brian Boone is her ex-husband. They share a child in common.
And this date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday, a normal work day for most people, school day for their child they share in common. But after they got divorced, the arrangement was every other weekend they will co-parent, and that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so that's 3 schedule. And then Mondays and Tuesdays, their child would be her responsibility. And Wednesdays and Thursdays, the child would be Mr. Brian Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020, it was a Sunday. And now we have led into Monday, February 24th, 2020.
This date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday. A normal work day for most people.
Normal work day for most people.
But after they got divorced, the arrangement was every other weekend, they'll co-parent. And that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's that 3 schedule. And then Monday through Tuesdays, their child would be her responsibility. And Wednesdays and Thursdays, their child would be Mr. Brian Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020 was a Sunday, and now he's led into Monday, 2020. February 24th, 2020.
Mr. Boone had been trying, actually, to contact the defendant several times that morning because he just wanted to confirm she was going to get their child after school ended that day, and there'd been a history of reliability issues on that issue on her part. So you will see in the phone record, he calls her and calls her and calls her. And then she finally calls him back instead of calling 911. And being the nice co-parent he is, he comes over. It's a short drive, 5-10 minutes. And as she's explaining to him what the heck is going on, he peeks in through the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way to the back sliding glass door. All right. Go back to the play.
Mr. Boone had been trying, actually, to contact the defendant several times that morning because he just wanted to confirm she was going to get their child after school that day. And there had been a history of reliability issues on that issue on her part. So you will see in the phone record, he calls her and calls her and calls her, and then she finally calls him back instead of calling 911. And being the nice co-parent that he is, he comes over. It's a short drive, 5-10 minutes. And as she's explaining to him what the heck is going on, he peeks in through the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way to the back sliding glass door. You're going to see that her kitchen is off to the right, but there's a doorway.
You're going to see that their kitchen is off to the right, but there's a doorway that you can see all the way through. Then on the back side of the kitchen and the breakfast bar window area, there's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, "Check, please. You need to call 911. And he doesn't set foot into that townhouse. He does wait outside, though, being the good co-parent that he'd been.
All the way through. And on the back side of the kitchen and the breakfast room area, there's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, "Check, please. You need to call 911. He doesn't set foot into that townhouse. He does wait outside, though, being the good co-parent that he has been.
So now, after having first called her ex-husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant makes the 911 call. What you will not hear are tears. What you will not hear is sorrow. You will hear a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night, put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase. Tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase and I fell asleep. He's not awake. He's purple. He's not breathing."
So now, after having first called her ex-husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant makes the 911 call. What you will not hear are tears. You will not hear sorrow. You will hear a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night. Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened.
Why is this happening?
He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase and I fell asleep. He's not awake. He's purple. He's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple. We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night and I fell asleep. So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies in suspicious deaths, was taken to the 9th District Medical Examiner's office in autopsy.
She mentions there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies in suspicious deaths, was taken to the 9th District Medical Examiner's office and autopsied. And what the doctor found was what you would expect after being left in a suitcase crumpled up in the fetal position. He passed from positional asphyxiation, meaning like you're not going to get full breaths when you're crumpled up like an accordion, and environmental suffocation. You don't have to have a plastic bag over your head taped shut with a full roll of duct tape to seal it off 100% and be worthy of the vacuum of space to environmentally suffocate. It's close enough if you just can't get the oxygen or CO2 coming in and out of your environment.
What the doctor found was what you would expect after being left in a suitcase, crumpled up in the fetal position. He passed from positional asphyxiation, meaning like you're not going to get full breaths when you're crumpled up like an accordion, and environmental suffocation. You don't have to have a plastic bag over your head, tape shut with a full roll of duct tape to seal it off 100% and be worthy of the vacuum of space to environmentally suffocate. It's close enough if you can't get the oxygen and the CO2 coming in and out of your environment. But she also did notice, yeah, he suffered from blunt force trauma on his torso and his face, his mouth. She'll use words like contusion. We'll help her explain contusions mean bruises. She'll use words like hematomas. We'll help her understand for y'all that means bleeding under the skin. And blood, what you expect from a bruise. That's why they're red and blue. But he has all this additional trauma. And he had trauma on his fingers as well. So now the sheriff's office, Orange County Fire Rescue show up and the defendant interacts with the first patrol officer. You will see and hear that body-worn camera, and it's more of the same what we heard on the 911 call. Dude, we were playing hide and seek. Everything was good. I fell asleep. I don't know what happened. So now, the sheriff's office, Orange County Fire Rescue show up, and the defendant interacts with the first patrol officer. You will see and hear that body-worn camera. And it's more of the same what we heard on the 911 call. Hide and seek. It was good. I fell asleep. I don't know what happened. A few hours later, the detectives from the homicide unit at the Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things, which includes grabbing her cell phone off the counter that was found by the suitcase and by Mr. Torres and giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners. And we'll hear from later in the trial, Janella Udon,
But it's time to give a first interview with the defendant, so they do a first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene.
Detectives from the homicide unit at the Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things, which includes grabbing her cell phone off of a counter that was found at a suitcase by Mr. Torres and giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners, who we'll hear from later in the trial. But it's time to give a first interview with the defendant. So they do a first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene. And the basics of this remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we had wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. The bottles, plural.
I love that. The particular wine was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. More shade. Like, I didn't know anything about Woodbridge until looking it up for this trial. But locally, we had a cheap wine known as Ruby Red. And wherever people would drink in bushes, you would find bottles of Ruby Red wine. But I could just imagine a prosecutor. They were enjoying a nice Chianti from the Ruby Red winery.
Are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from Boer wasn't even half full, so the description she is saying is one bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over from the night before. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are made the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are 750s, 750 milliliters.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are 750s, 750 milliliters, probably about that diameter. Bottles of wine that were recovered from the defendant's trash can were 1.5 liters, so the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter of wine is 50 ounces. Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, you can begin to do the math. Spoiler, it's 10. 10 glasses.
Bottles of wine.
Colt 45 and 2 zigzags.
Trash can were 1.5 liters. So the equivalent of 2 standard.
Hey, Detective W.
A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces. Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, you can begin to do the math.
10.
There's receipts.
Is Sarah doing the math? We're going to go back on that. Just as he says to do the math, you can see that she's scribbling something out. From this time and evermore, that will be Sarah scribbling out the answer to that math. 50 divided by 5. By Jove, it's 10. That's the first.
That were recovered from the defendant's trash can
750.
1.5 liters. So the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces.
50.
Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces.
Divided by 5.
And there's receipts.
Hold on, I'm still doing the math.
The day
Got
before,
it.
Saturday,
Straight A
February
student.
22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another
$9. So just in case you thought that the Chardonnay from the Woodbridge Winery was like her being a classy lady, he brings up the price. There was a receipt for $9.74. And then there's another receipt for $9.74.
Receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine. And then at about 5:30 in the afternoon on February 23rd, again, there is another receipt for the same bottle of wine for the same price.
I thought she was a box wine drinker as well when I first was hearing about this, but it makes sense. If you're getting magnums for $10, she's probably $10-bucking it. Brian, put $10 in my account. It's a lot harder to ask for the $25 for the box, right? But $10 a shot. I think she's, will scrape up a dollar here and $2 here. Woo! Another bottle of wine.
And those 2 bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are, in fact, Magnum bottles of wine.
Detective W. Wobbuffet, you're all capped. Looks like you got some blood underneath the keyboard that's a little sticky.
So that's the context that we're dealing with when we hear things like, we only had 1 bottle of wine, and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 1.5 liters that apparently were consumed by a 103-pound man and the defendant, who is in the same weight class. Plus, if you believe that the defendant and the decedent would leave leftover wine from...
More shade. If you believe they would leave leftover wine. We used to have a joke in our family, like my son-in-law said something about, I'm just having a nice BLT with some leftover bacon. I'm like, what is that? So you don't know what a BLT is? And I'm like, no, leftover bacon. I've never heard of such a thing.
Any given day, any additional wine that was remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine. So in that context, we were just having wine, enjoying each other's company.
Hey,
At one point, we
Candace.
play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was enough room, in her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out. We were still having a good time and whatever.
Her words.
And basically, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind off of it. Doing art, playing with the dogs, dancing with the dogs, playing hide and seek. We were always trying to outdo each other where we could find each other the best.
Always.
When they started playing hide and seek, she went up to the shower and then got tired of hanging out in the shower and came down, and that's when she found him playing around in the suitcase. We both thought it was funny. I'm going to zip you up.
Not to interrupt Mr. J too much, but regarding the question of whether there would be any leftover alcohol, I personally think it's possible, only to the point where it seems that Sarah just keeps buying magnums as long as she can drink. So there's probably a certain point where that's it, can't drink anymore, passes out with it out on the table, cork open, and then in the morning puts it in the fridge and, adds it to a Dr. Pepper as, the way to get through the morning until they can get a fresh bottle. But I think it's possible if she's just drinking as much as she can possibly drink all the time, she might not necessarily finish a bottle. But she would definitely save it. Like, it wouldn't go to waste, even if it was left out all night.
Little fingers could stick out. And she went upstairs thinking...
It's even more believable that the wine that she was talking about being left over wasn't even in the bottle. It was just in the cups that were sitting on the table when they passed out. And then they drank that to start the day.
Thinking, he'll get out, we're going to have sex and go to sleep and call it a day. It was a good day. She insists that they had wine, but we're not drunk. You will be able to assess that for yourselves when you hear the recording she made. No ill will between us last night. Last argument, maybe last week. Don't really argue. We came home, drink, smoked, did art, listened to music, play with the dogs. We drink what we can afford. We used to be able to afford liquor, but now we can only afford wine. And that's how that day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps and stays at her ex-husband's house the night of February 24th.
And that's how that day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps and stays at her ex-husband's house the night of the February 24th and into the 25th. What they are doing, and by they, I mean the Orange County Sheriff's Office, in part is going through her phone. That's when they discover the 2 videos that I just described for you. There's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit, but she's summoned in for another interview. And she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday.
What they are doing, and by they I mean the Orange County Sheriff's Office, in part, is going through her phone. That's when they discovered the 2 videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, like, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of that, but most of the time I flee and I go over there. There's a discussion about why she stays with him, and you'll hear that for yourself. She will say that she doesn't really want to drink. She just takes an occasional drink. She drinks to placate him, Mr. Torres. She says that you're going to see phone videos of Mr. Torres smashing her TV in the past, like a month earlier. You may see that too.
You may see that too.
But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis.
I think he does this intentionally. So he's got to know difference between compos mentis and non-compos mentis, right? He's a lawyer. I think he did this to try and provoke Sarah to speak out and like correct him. And it's a shame we don't get to see her reaction, but I think this is an intentional mistake by Mr. J. So I've just rewound a little bit so that you can hear it in full.
You may see that too. But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis, her words, not mine, having her wits about herself.
See, yeah. And he's just sitting there, right? Because he's waiting for her to say something like, it's actually compos mentis. Because I think that would make the jury totally hate her. So I think it's just a little bit of bait that he threw out there, a little rage bait that he threw for Sarah, and she didn't take it. So credit to Sarah for keeping her damn mouth shut. But there was a lot of speculation. I remember when we were watching this live that, you know, she was going to Darryl Brooks it or something. And, you know, she waited her turn to go off the rails, but she didn't just speak up out of turn that often for what we were anticipating going into the case. Great framing by the cameraman, too, to keep that suitcase right there in frame when he's talking at the podium.
Then she gets to the hide and seek again and describes that they've played it 3 times before, but had never zipped one another shut in it before. And they were really just running out of places to hide because it's just a townhome. She does not remember, according to her, she does not remember taking any photos or videos of the night's events. At this point, they ask her, well, would you like to see it? And she says, I can't watch this. I flipped him over, and that's where it was. Guys, this is killing me right now. That's why I flipped it over between the 2 videos. I didn't do anything intentional. discussion over whether he had enough room to get any of his fingers out from the zipper. My intention was not to leave him there. We both got in there. Both of us were in there.
Do you believe that? I don't believe that. I think, no, I don't want to go too into speculation and let him have his opening arguments. I think there's a possibility that the suitcase was a punishment suitcase, that she convinced George, hey, get in here, I'll get out my aggression by beating on the outside of the suitcase with the bat. You won't really get hurt, and then we can be lovey-dovey after. And this might have just been the time it went bad. Just, I don't know, just speculation, no evidence for that thought, but you're trying to put together the pieces on how things could have possibly happened.
When she went upstairs, my plan was not to, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before, though she described it happening before.
We both got in, but this has never happened before. Mr. J is it's almost got a Todd Grande way of making his jokes.
I'll never drink alcohol again.
Hey, Deborah Rockhill, welcome to the chat.
She insists that she has no injuries on her, and you don't have to take her word for it.
There we go, cameraman. Thank you.
Because they took photographs of her, and there were no injuries on her. She insists over and over that there was no violence that day. It's like, okay, we're in a good place right now. Ask her about saying fuck you to Mr. Torres. Well, that's just being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day. I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. Her words. What else is found on her phone? There's a conversation between Mr. Torres' brother, and again, nobody knows who's using these phones at the time text messages are sent in these records that you're going to see. But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Ms. Boone. The text from the brother is, yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces and nephews. And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, ugh, your quote-unquote dad hit me in the face. The next text is, hide and seek, I shall.
Hey, Tammy.
January 13th, there's another heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. It's a Torres thing. Boo. Sends a picture. Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose. The brother responds, please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. The defendant's response, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh, Torres. Referring to Mr. Torres. Getting rid of. And that's the case.
And that's the case. That's what the evidence is going to show. But we, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury, in our journey through this case, we're all going to come up to a door that says danger. Keep out. Stay away by court order. And that door says the defendant's history with the victim. It is a door we shall not enter without permission and invitation. This is kind of where the opening goes a little off the rails. I remember this the first time we were watching it, like everything up to here, pretty good. He's trying to allude to the fact that they can't bring up battered spouse, but he knows that the defense might be bringing up battered spouse. So he's trying to bring up something about, how battered spouse is bullshit, but we can't talk about it. So all I can tell you is they're going to bring up some stuff and it's probably going to be bullshit. It's kind of weird to bring it up at all. Anyway, that's what he's doing right now. And if you're wondering what this is all about.
That's what the evidence is going to show. But we, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury in our journey through this case, we're all going to come up to a door that says, danger, keep out, stay away, by court order. And that door says, the defendant's history with the victim. It is a door we shall not enter without permission and invitation.
Halloween is like 13 days. Part of the vampire lure is, vampires can't come get you in your own house unless you invite them in. Well, I anticipate during this trial, we're going to be invited into the defendant's past relationship for the previous couple of years with Mr. Torres. And as we come inside this room, at her beckoning, we are going to have things pointed out that she would like us to focus on.
In like 13 days, part of the vampire lore is vampires can't come get you in your own house.
And yeah, first time we're watching it, is he talking about vampires now? The hell's going on? Especially with the audio issues, because you didn't really get, why is he... Anyway.
We're going to be invited in to the defendant's past relationship for the previous couple of years with Mr. Torres. And as we come inside this room, at her beckoning, we are going to have things pointed out that she would like us to focus on.
And you're going to hear the first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres, he smashes her phone, punches her, and it's the first time in her life that she's ever been punched. I expect is what the testimony will be. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours, and she was only able to escape this situation when he fell asleep.
And you're going to hear the first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres, he smashes her phone, punches her. It's the first time in her life she'd ever been punched, I expect the testimony will be. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours, and she was only able to escape this situation when he fell asleep. I
expect you're going to hear that Mr. Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score on his blood alcohol level was a .342 once he got treated at the hospital. This is a man who had serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about that.
You're going to hear that Mr. Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score on his blood alcohol level was a 342 once when he got treated at the hospital.
That's just over 4 times the legal limit to drive. 342. I think that's damn close. Like if you're not an alcoholic, that probably would kill you. You need to have some level of tolerance. That's a large amount.
This is a man who has serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about that. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly come in, despite that first date, at that point of time of this first date,
of not having a relationship, emotional ties, and the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship. It's the one thing to have a bad date. It's another thing to end a 25-year marriage, is my point.
And this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly come in. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship, it's one thing to have a bad first date. It's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second.
Now, despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now, these dates are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that, and it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect. Or you're going to hear that she said one way or another, it's one thing or the other. Like I ask a dude for a cigarette, Mr. Torres flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Just things like that.
And a third. Now, these dates are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said one way or another. It's one thing or the other. Like I ask a dude for a cigarette, Mr. Torres flips out, and I'm going to pay the price.
And you're going to hear and potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim causing her. Black eyes, cuts in the face, perhaps from the curtain rod incident that was mentioned in the police interview happening about a month before this, a bloody ear, a stab wound in the leg, which was perhaps described as sword fighting and playing around in medical records. But nonetheless, I think you're going to hear and see a lot about their past history.
Just things like that. You're going to hear and potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim causing her. Black eyes, cuts in the face, perhaps from the curtain rod incident that was mentioned in the police interview happening about a month before this. Bloody ear, a stab wound in the leg, which is perhaps described as sword fighting and playing around in medical evidence. But nonetheless, I suspect you're going to hear and see a lot about their past history. And at the end...
And at the end, if this occurs, if this comes in, the state is going to have the opportunity to take lead of the tour in this room, labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. And I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, the fruit blooms on the tree during the trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate. But I'm asking you not to rush, and this is the reason why he's doing this, but I'm asking you not to rush to judgment until you hear all of the evidence in the case, and then apply whether or not these past instances have anything to do with what happened February 23rd. And yeah, so the point of this argument is basically no matter what they show you, they're going to show you stuff. Keep an open mind. We have a response to that stuff. We can't bring up any of it until they bring it up first. But don't just go with the first thing you hear.
If this occurs, if this comes in, the state is going to have the opportunity to take lead of the tour in this room, labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. And I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, the blooms on the tree during the trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate. But I'm asking you to not rush to judgment until you hear all of the evidence in the case. And then apply whether or not these past instances have anything to do with what happened on February 23rd.
Now, like a home inspector, the experts are going to come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. So it's an awkward name for a room. The defendant and the victim's past relationship. Let me repeat that. Now, like a home inspector, there are experts that are going to come in and kind of help walk everyone through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance you may hear from some experts, psychologists, psychiatrists, about battered spouse syndrome. The state is not challenging in any way that battered spouse syndrome exists. It's well recognized. The experts will tell you about it. I'm not disputing that at all. But there are some things we hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any about this subject matter.
Like a home inspector, there are experts to come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance you may hear from some experts, psychologists and psychiatrists, about battered spouse syndrome. The state is not challenging in any way that battered spouse syndrome exists. It's well recognized. The experts will tell you all about it. Not disputing that at all. But there's some things that we would hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any, about this subject matter.
One is that there is not actually a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use in mental health called the DSM-5 TR, Diagnostic Statistical Manual version 5, and I think it's text revision, something like that for the TR. What it is, and what they describe it as, is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our statute books for lawyers. You go into this book and say you have a particular disorder or diagnosis. It'll say, well, all of us agree that it needs these 3 elements, like elements of a crime.
Not actually a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use in mental health called the DSM-5 TR, Diagnostic Statistical Manual version 5. What it is, and what they describe it as, is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our statute books for lawyers. You go into this book and say you have a particular disorder or diagnosis. It'll say, well, all of us agree that it needs these 3 elements, like elements of crime. Some of these elements have to be prevalent.
Some of these elements have to be prevalent for a certain amount of time, so on and so forth. You imagine it's a cookbook, and it gives you a recipe for a diagnosis. Because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between the experts. Because it's kind of like grandma's recipe handed down from generation to generation without being in writing. But what I expect you to hear is, it's important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent to understand the control that can be exerted over an intimate partner by the other one.
Certain amount of time, so on and so forth. You imagine it's a cookbook. Gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between experts, because it's kind of like grandma's recipe handed down from generation to generation without being right. But what I expect you'll hear is, it's important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent to understand the control that can be exerted over on an intimate partner by the other one.
Isolation, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well as by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the decedent.
psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the decedent. You will hear about all this.
You'll hear about all... Oh, no. Okay, we can fix this. We can fix this. Yeah. Oh, no. I flew too close to the sun. We were right about here. Fortunately, I have it on the transcript.
First is the victim is dead.
Wow.
That Mr. Torres.
That's... No, that's not even the day. That's day 3. What am I... Oh, my goodness. So unprofessional. Talk amongst yourselves. Why is this happening?
It's not enough to support a second.
Why is this happening? Day 2. Come on, here we go. No, how did I just screw that up? Okay, that's fine.
I'll get, in all capitals,
Okay.
rid of him.
I remember when that happened.
Then it'll be in all.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no higher call than to write on.
It's not used for explaining subjective beliefs that one holds. What you will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor or any expert, like a home inspector.
Okay, we'll go back just that.
Home inspector's report.
Oh, there's the home inspector. Okay.
The person who's trying to sell the house, what they say about the house. Great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JDC pipes.
Oh no, he got back to the... He tricked me. It was a callback to the home inspector. Okay.
You're not going to do that. It's a cookbook. Gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because there's no, it's not in the cookbook,
There we go.
you may get some disagreement about what it means between experts, because it's kind of like grandma's recipe.
Because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between the experts, because it's kind of like grandma's recipe handed down generation without being in writing.
Important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent.
We're all caught up.
Understand the control that can be exerted over on an intimate partner by the other one.
Isolation, physical violence,
Psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence.
sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well as by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the decedent.
You'll hear about all this.
You'll hear about all this. Okay. The problem with doing this is that the go back to the very beginning button is damn close to the pause button. You'll hear about all this and what it ties into at the end of the day. We talked about this during jury selection. Is if there is a self-defense instruction read to you, this is to help you understand what an objective and reasonable person in the circumstances would do. Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society, but years ago, when this is first being researched, the question would be, well, why wouldn't you leave? And battered spouse syndrome and testimony from these experts help explain those things to people. Do, 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 do.
And what it ties into at the end of the day, after we talked about this during jury selection, is if there is a self-defense instruction read to you, this is to help you understand what an objective and reasonable person in the circumstances would do. Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society, but years ago when this was first being researched, the question would be, well, why don't you leave? And battered spouse syndrome and the testimony from these experts help explain those things to people. Well, it's not that easy. You got to look at what's going on in the relationship.
You can partially hear him. I'm going to fill in with experts will explain that it's not that easy. You have to understand what the relationship was. isolation, control, so on and so forth.
Well, now, returning to the facts of our case,
But now, returning to the facts of our case, what you're going to decide the facts are is ordinary. What you're going to decide the facts are is ordinary, objective, reasonable person in those circumstances taking those actions. If you get a self-defense instruction, that will be part of it. That's what it's used for. It's not for explaining the subjective beliefs that one holds.
what you're going to decide the facts are is ordinary, objective, reasonable person in those circumstances taking those actions if you get a self-defense instruction as part of that. That's what it's used for. It's not used for explaining the subjective beliefs that one holds. What you will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor,
What you will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor or expert, like a home inspector, if a home inspector's report was based solely on the person who's trying to sell the house, what they have to say about the house, oh, it's in great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JVC pipes. I think it's PVC. This sucker's good to go. I'd appraise it at $600,000. You're not going to take that home inspector's report unless they lift the hood, kick the tires, and do all the things that Fox does on Carfax. Yeah, there's the, and now I understand the comment in the chat. Why is the home inspector kicking tires? Maybe it's a mobile home. Do you hire a home inspector for a mobile home?
home inspector. If a home inspector's report was based solely on the person who's trying to sell the house, what they say about the house, great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JDC pipes. This sucker's good to go. I appraised it at $600,000. You're not going to take that home inspector's report unless they lift the hood, take the tires, do all the things that the Fox.
I guess Carfax is a bigger thing down there in Florida. You want an expert to get reliable information, and an expert's opinion is only as good as the information that he or she relies on.
Here, Carfax does. You want an expert to get reliable information. An expert's opinion is only as good as the information that he or she relies on. They will say, yeah, you gotta.
They will say, yeah, you gotta take into account the credibility of the person who's giving you the story, even if it's the patient or the client that is saying all these things happen to him or her. You've got to find corroborative information. You've got to check reliability, particularly in circumstances that we will discuss at the end of this case.
Take into account the credibility of the person who's giving you the story, even if it's the patient or the client that is saying all these things happen to him or her. You got to find corroborative information. You got to check reliability, particularly in circumstances that we will discuss. So another thing that they're going to tell you is just because there's a bunch of violent nonsense.
So another thing they're going to tell you is just because there's a bunch of violent nonsense going on between two intimate partners doesn't mean that battered spouse syndrome applies. Some people can go home and fight like cats and dogs, and that's just their day, and they get over it and they live their life to fight another day. Their cycle just spins like that. So just because you hear about those things, what the expert is going to tell you is it doesn't mean it necessarily applies.
Nonsense going on between two intimate partners doesn't mean that spouse syndrome applies. Some people can go home and fight like cats and dogs. And that's just their day, and they get over it. They live their life to fight another day. Their cycle just spins like that. So just because you hear about those things, what the experts will tell you, it doesn't mean that it necessarily applies. If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Harper will say that it applies.
If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Harper will say it applies to Mrs. Boone, but we'll talk to her about what she relied upon to make that conclusion, and we'll talk to her about some other things, and take that journey together, if we get there. Spoiler alert, we do get there for the Dr. Harper journey, and it is a journey.
We'll talk to her about what she relied upon to make that conclusion. We'll talk to her about some other things and take that journey together to get there.
But at the end of the day, after you hear all the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth, the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own two eyes and your own two ears, the state submits that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. Because what the evidence is going to show is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it, not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person in her circumstances needed to. Thank you.
Today, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth to the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own two eyes and your own two ears, the state submits that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. What the evidence is going to show is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person in her circumstances needed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. Any opening remarks by the defense?
Judge, can we invoke the rule that has been?
I've already advised the witnesses.
Okay, the rule of sequestration will be invoked. Thank you.
This is just James Owens asking that any witnesses, and he asked this at the pretrial hearings, and to try and get Chelsea Capsule out of the room at Sarah's request, and it was denied because Chelsea wasn't testifying at the hearing. And I guess James Owens and I both learned what the rule of sequestration can and cannot be used for. But now it's in effect, so witnesses that are testifying can no longer be in the courtroom.
You may proceed, sir.
And this is where, as bad as Mr. J's was, I think, like, I could still hear some of Mr. J. I'm going to have to do, I can't even light this. I'll save this as a reward for after James is done. I think the entire defense opening was awful, like audibly anyway. It was bad in its substance as well, but its technical merit was also poor. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I was introduced before. My name is James Owens, and I represent Sarah Boone, along with Tony Henderson and Kevin Beck. I'm just going to talk over him. Let me know if this is too annoying for you, but I think he talks slow enough, and I can talk fast enough that I can talk in between his gaps. We'll try this for a minute or two. If it's really bad and you guys are a consensus in the chat, we'll go back to the way I did it for Mr. J. But I think we can get away with something here. Now, this is going to be a several-day trial, obviously. Today, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're not sure. We're trying to make arrangements for all the witnesses to fly in, expert witnesses and whatnot. And we'll know more probably end of day, maybe Monday, so you can plan. But our focus is on this case because you took an oath to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no higher calling than to right or wrong. No higher calling than to right or wrong. And we're going to ask you at the end of this case to right this wrong and find Sarah Boone not guilty. Because she was justified in the force that she used to defend herself. That force was reasonable under the circumstances that existed between Sarah Boone and George Torres.
Sarah Boone and George Torres.
Oh, this might, okay.
Were down and out.
That is the exact moment that they turn on the overhead microphones for the court. So, as long as I see closed captions being picked up, I'll assume that you guys can hear it too, and I'll jump in if I see the closed captions can't.
As you can be.
Oh, it's not being picked up.
Their life centered around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggle with the use of alcohol. You can imagine that. It affected their jobs.
So is this audible? For me, it's okay. I'm wearing the headset and got it maxed. It's certainly not as loud as when Judge Kranick's talking, but it seems clear to me. So let me know if you need me to, or maybe you want me to. If you want me to do my impression of Mr. Owens, I can do that too.
It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job. As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that George Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years, and there were several prior incidences of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts.
Okay, so he's still quiet for people who are listening, so I'll just do a little recap of what James Owens said so far. I'll say it a little quicker than his southern drawl, but I'll try and maintain enough of it to, just to make it work. I appreciate y'all being here. I was introduced before. My name is James Owens. I represent Sarah Boone along with Tony Henderson, Kevin Beck. Now, this is going to be several-day trial, obviously today, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're not sure. We're trying to make arrangements for the witnesses to fly in. Maybe I should just read his part. Maybe we should. Throw some ones into the chat if you're enjoying me just reading his statement, and maybe I won't even replay him. We'll just have me read it through. Maybe I will mute the feed. And if you guys like it, put a 1 in. If you don't like it, shut the fuck up. This is if I see ones, you like it. Okay. But I can play that. I can mute it. And then we can tell when the captions pick it up. Okay. But I know your focus is on this case because you took an oath to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no higher calling than to right a wrong. No higher calling than to right a wrong. We're going to ask you at the end of this case to right this wrong. Find Sarah Boone not guilty. She was justified in the use of force that she used to defend herself. And that force was reasonable under the circumstances that existed between Sarah Boone and George Torres. Sarah Boone and George Torres were down and out, as you can be. Their life centered around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggled with the use of alcohol, if you can imagine that. It affected their jobs. It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job as a codependent, as you can be. It affected even getting a job as codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn, with all that, was domestic violence. That George Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects. The that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years, and there were several prior incidences of violence. Now, we got photographs, and there were incidents where the police called and took photographs. So you're going to see all the evidence, and we believe the court will instruct you at the end, when you consider it self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force, or justifiable use of deadly force. And you can consider the prior acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties had in considering her set of circumstances that she was faced within making the decision to use reasonable force under the circumstances. The most important thing I can tell you here today is to keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state side, them paint her a certain way, and they've done here today in the opening statement. And you're going to hear another side. You're going to have to weigh that. All the evidence, the credibility, the witnesses, photographs, the videotapes, come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd, 2020, the date of the event. This case has been pending for some time. Here we are, October 2024. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before. They hadn't finished all of that, so it was in the refrigerator. Many times, that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix where they lived. I believe it's Winter Park, but Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there, and you're going to see videotape from the Publix of them both going in a store about noon. And they come out with one of those larger bottles of wine. Then, of course, there's a receipt. Those bottles were in the garbage can. Of course, obviously, there's an attraction between the two. Everybody knows couples can have great times where things click. Everybody gets along. Then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how things are resolved really is what this is about. How a disagreement's resolved. But George was very jealous of Sarah, and you're going to hear testimony about that he cannot in certain situations, and he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, it's when he gets sad, moody. And a lot of times, eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone, or actual physical violence against her. They bought the wine. It's a simple life. They don't have much money, but they both like art. They did that for a while. They both like puzzles. They did that for a while. Well, about 5 o'clock or so, the wine bottle was gone. George said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close by the apartment. And Sarah thought he was just going to go walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no. What he did was get her keys. He got a debit card. And he went over to the Publix and he got another bottle. And I think that was 5 o'clock, 5:30, something like that. And again, there will be a Publix video showing him going in, going out, and there will be a receipt for the purchase of that bottle. And then that bottle will be in the garbage can along with another bottle. Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows this is not good. She knows this means he's going to get to another level of intoxication. Sarah's concerned. She attempts to placate him, keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle, and she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As many people do when they're drunk, they get silly. They decide to play a game of hide and seek. She goes upstairs, the bedroom's upstairs, to the shower, waits for a period of time, and he doesn't come to her. At some point, she gets cold. She gets tired. She wants to go see. Well, maybe we got mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs. And they'd gotten a suitcase down about a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody. And they were putting some items in there. And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase. They both weigh about 100 pounds. They don't eat too good, malnourished to a large degree. But the pull handle, it's broken off, and they've attached a little paper clip. It's got a little rubber around it, and that's how they move it back and forth. When she comes down the steps, she sees him getting in, settling in the suitcase. She walks over there, and they see each other. They smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up, and they laugh for a while, and they carry on. She sits on the couch, and at some point, he says, I can't breathe. Now, his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches as she's opened it. They're intoxicated. She doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try and get her to get him out or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her. If they got into a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He claims he can't get out. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. So she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. You'll see the video. It's about 2 minutes long. She videotapes it. She sits on the couch and turns on her phone, videotapes it for about 2 minutes. There's another video. It's about approximately 11 minutes later. That video. The first video, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zipper's on the bottom. 11 minutes later, Sarah's flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out, and it's only 22 seconds. You hear George say Sarah, and that's it. Now, the key to this case is that 11 minutes, and what happened during those 11 minutes, okay? That is the key to this case. Sarah Boone will take the stand, and she will explain what happened. She will explain why it happened. The evidence will show that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from George Torres, which the law acknowledges that every one of us has a right to invoke the right of self-defense. You're going to hear from the medical examiner. She's going to tell you about some bruising on George Torres. Of course, he was in a suitcase a while, deceased, we believe. And that changes things a little bit, as the medical examiner will explain. But there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you and why that happened, what the circumstances surrounding that, involving a bat. Her son comes, stays with them from time to time. He has his own room. They had several of his things there, and there's a bat downstairs. Same bat that George Torres used. There's a video where George is threatening Sarah, and he's swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he can. He does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it. And it's during an argument, and he's trying to intimidate. Sarah loved George, you know? You're going to hear why some women don't leave. Why women don't leave. And you're going to hear about Sarah Boone and her struggles, mental health struggles. Sarah had no intent to kill. Prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Furthest from the truth. She loved that man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave him. She tried. Tried kicking him out 6, 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak, vulnerable. You're going to hear it all. You got to take all that into account to try and understand what happened and the circumstances surrounding this tumultuous relationship. Now you're going to find that Sarah Boone's not perfect. And you know, she goes, as many of us do when we drink too much, you sleep in. She slept in. 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, somewhere around there. She moseys downstairs looking for George. She thought he was on the computer looking for a job. She looked outside. Maybe he's out smoking a cigarette. Then she sees the suitcase. She unzips it. She gets him out. He's purple. She tries her best to do some CPR. She freaks out. The only family she's got is her ex-husband, really. She relies on him. As the prosecutor said, a lot of times she'll flee to her ex-husband's house where her son is at. Blank. Beep. It's the only thing she knows to do. She was kind of a sheltered daughter when she was younger. She's smart, but she's not worldly. Understatement. She's not worldly. And she calls Brian. What do I do? He said, I'm coming over. Please come over. He's about 5 minutes away, and she calls him again within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm on the way. He gets there, and he walks in the foyer. It says foyer here, but he definitely calls it a foyer if you're listening to the original audio. He gets there, he walks in the foyer, and he sees the legs. He said, call 911. She calls 911 within a minute or two. Detective Rodriguez arrives. You know, they got the body cam now, so it's recorded. You're gonna hear Sarah talking, but Sarah's freaking out. Sarah's thinking, I'm somehow responsible. Eventually, she gives a statement to law enforcement. She gives one to Deputy Rodriguez. Of course, she's not the homicide investigator. She's just responding. She's the first responder, and you know, they know what to do. They try and assess the situation. They start putting tape out. Then they call for the homicide investigators to come. You know, it takes a little time. So she gets a statement from Sarah. Eventually, homicide detectives, they get a statement from Sarah in one of the unmarked squad cars, and it's recorded. You're going to hear that. Then the next day, they take Sarah's phone. Sarah gives them the phone. Signs the consent. Take the phone. Take it to... They have the phone extraction people at the sheriff's department where they can take it, and they get all the data, all the phone calls, text messages, photographs, videos, all that. They find these 2 videos. Sarah is not aware. She doesn't remember making the video, if you can imagine. She gives them the phone. Of course, she makes no attempts to do anything other than, here's the phone. So they tell her, you're going to get your phone back tomorrow. We'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Then they end up having a conversation with the female detective, homicide detective Capsule. Capsule's the name. Chelsea Capsule. And they end up, Chelsea Capsule is pregnant, or Detective Capsule, pregnant. So they end up, hey, we're not going to bring you your phone. I'm not feeling too good. Can you come to the sheriff's office? Which Sarah Boone will tell you. That's what I was going. That's what they told me I was going to the sheriff's department for. Well, instead, it was an interrogation. They were going to arrest her. They'd made up their mind already, and they were going to confront her and try and get her to confess based on the 2 videotapes. He keeps calling them videotapes. Again, this shows how 1990s this guy is. Like, all technology immediately stopped with his quadruplast poster boards and his VCR. All right, getting back. I'm losing the accent a little bit. This is a longer... It's hard when I don't hear it to keep replicating it, but I'm going all over the map as long as you guys are having a good time. Let me just get a little sip. And so there's approximately a 2-hour interrogation. That was on the 25th in the afternoon. When she got there to get her phone, they said, well, you've got to come up here. We need to talk to you. And they got her in the room. It's a small room, but it's being videotaped and audio taped and goes on for about 2 hours of them trying to get a confession to murder. And it doesn't happen. But Sarah lies. She's scared. She can tell they're trying to pin her on this, and this is some sort of intentional act, and it was not, so she lies. She's not a lawyer. She doesn't know about self-defense. She doesn't understand that she has a lawful right to defend herself. She doesn't understand that she's justified in using the force she used. She doesn't... I wasn't there to advise her. No lawyer was there. So she lied. And you're going to hear that. You're going to have to balance that versus her taking the stand, testifying before you. We simply ask that you look for evidence of corroboration of her testimony. That's going to be later, probably next week. The judge will tell you, and you've read an instruction on evaluating a witness credibility, and they'll talk about corroborative evidence. Other evidence is consistent with the testimony that Sarah Boone will give you. So you're going to have to weigh that in with her testimony. Now, self-defense, you know, we talked about it in jury selection. Usually a gun or some deadly weapon. The suitcase, in this case, was a physical restraint or a blocking of an attack. But it was unconventional. Self-defense, nonetheless. Now, as I said, the struggles that occurred, many of them involved the police. So you're going to actually hear from some of the police officers, maybe some body camera footage. You're going to see some photographs that they took of the injuries to Sarah Boone. And some of the videos you may see of her is a very happy, joyful type of thing. Well, number one, she's intoxicated, and number two, she's safe. The police are there, so her attitude is not one of distress. You know, we're here today. It's a full-packed courtroom. Judge Cranick is here, but you're the most important people here because you've got to decide this case honestly, fairly, and according to the law. We talked about two biggest principles from the Constitution that apply in this case and in every case in which a citizen, like Sarah Boone, is brought into a courtroom and accused of a crime. The first is you, as a juror, must presume or believe that Sarah is innocent. And that belief stays with you throughout the entire trial. Because of that, she doesn't have to prove anything. That's why the state went first in jury selection. That's why the state went first today. That's why the state will go first in putting on their case. They have the burden of proof. And it's the highest burden we recognize in any type of litigation in this country. Proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You're going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush to judgment. To keep an open mind. I understand there's two sides to this case. There's their side, and there's our side. You can't form any fixed opinions early on. That's hard to do. As Mr. Henderson said in opening or in jury selection, that's an That's extremely hard to do. Now, you're going to hear some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences affect a perception of imminent danger. Battered women's experiences affect a perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not. After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident that you're going to have a reasonable doubt. We're going to ask you to follow the law, do justice in this case, and find Sarah Boone not guilty, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you. Let's see where we are.
And to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case.
That's not bad.
But the most important thing
That's pretty good, actually.
is not to rush to judgment, to keep an open mind, and understand there's two sides to this case.
Oh, we get a
Their
sidebar,
side and your
in
own.
case I thought I was getting a break.
So you can't form any fixed opinions early on. That's hard to do, as Mr. Henderson said in jury selection. That's extremely hard to do. Now you're going to hear some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger.
Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger.
Battered women's experiences
Going to repeat it twice.
affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not.
After hearing both sides of this case,
After hearing both sides of this case,
we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt.
we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt.
We're going to ask you to follow the law
And we're going to ask you to follow the law
and do justice in this
and
case.
do justice in this case.
And find Sarah Boone not guilty,
And find Sarah Boone not guilty
because it's the right thing to do.
because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can the parties approach for a moment?
All right, now this sidebar, the court says, Mr. J, how long do you anticipate your first witness being, sir? Mr. Cacciatore says, I would say, oh, or Mr. Cacciatore, good morning. Yeah, good morning. Depending on the cross and how deep they want to get, I would say probably about 20-ish minutes. Court says, okay, who is it? Mr. Cacciatore says, it's Juan Torres. Court says, the brother? Mr. Cacciatore says, the brother. Court says, okay. Mr. Cacciatore says, the other thing I would just like to bring to the court's attention, there's two other records custodians as well, one for a 911 call and one for the Publix records. I don't anticipate much of a cross on either of these witnesses. They're going to be like 5-minute witnesses. I was just hoping that we could put them on before lunch. Court says, sure, that's fine. I think we can do that. Yes, sir? Mr. J says, I would ask that we enforce the local administrative order about addressing people by surnames and not just their first name. The court says, please. Mr. Owens says, tell me what I did. Mr. J says, you kept calling her Sarah. It's Miss Boone or Sarah Boone. Court says, he's correct. There is a local decorum administrative order. Mr. Owens says, all right. I know George refers several times on the video, Sarah. Court says, that's a different kitty, because that's a piece of evidence that's being admitted. But for the purposes of the parties or the lawyers referring to anyone, I ask that you use full names or surnames. It's appropriate in child cases to refer to the children by their first names, but not when we're dealing with adults. I meant to say Sarah Boone.
State, you may call
I
your first
understand,
witness.
sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Juan Torres.
Juan Torres. Okay, let's try this.
Sir, good morning. You could be seated. And once seated, if you'd state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, Juantorres.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire, Mr. Cacciatore.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
It's a lot.
6 or 7.
And how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
What is going on with my
And
connection?
before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. In Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we would talk, I'd say, on a weekly basis.
Poor.
And how far away did you live from George?
About 5-10 minutes. Pretty close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go there too much.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Wait, Sarah?
And without getting into many details, what was your relationship like with Sarah?
We didn't really have a relationship.
Would it be fair to say you didn't get along with her?
Yes.
Back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day, did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, can you tell us what the topic of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally do. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
And you recognized her voice?
Yes, sir.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it. We just hung out.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, sir.
In the beginning, when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have no.
So this is Mr. Henderson doing the questioning, and what I'm going to try and do is let Juan answer the questions, but I'm just going to try and quickly get in Mr. Henderson's questions in between Juan's answers to keep it moving. You guys aren't having... Okay, so it might just be my computer's maybe delivering my own feed back to me a little stuttery, but as long as there's no problems for you, I'll keep doing what I'm doing.
One sister and 3 brothers.
Thank you, Margaret, for speaking up.
3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You have a sister and 3 brothers?
Now, did your brother, George Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
I think that's
No.
audible.
Did
Now-
he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
No.
Did George ever live with you and any of your other siblings? Answer was no.
All right, sir, let's go back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020, and that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who called who?
He called me.
And then y'all were talking. Is that correct?
Sir.
All right. And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes,
He
sir.
sounded normal?
So he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
So he wasn't slurring his words or anything
By the
like
way
that?
he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
Could you tell at that time if he'd been consuming alcohol?
No. Because I knew when he would drink.
Okay. So in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Now, you said you heard Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I can tell in her voice.
You recognized her voice. So you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay.
And she was yelling
During
about
that
choking me.
conversation,
Or tell him he was
you
choking
heard her
me.
say that. Did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Everything is lagging on my computer.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
No.
Not really.
Did that statement at that time, surprise you? Not really. Now, this is where Mr. Henderson kind of is quickly thinking on his feet because he was expecting it to be, yeah, that was, you don't normally tell him about choking. But watch how he pivots. He's thinking. Oh, this is no good.
You've heard it before?
You've heard it before?
No.
No. Now, what I think from this is that it just sounded
Based on Sarah's voice that you...
like the same crazy shit that Sarah would say. This was new. I never heard choking before, but it was not unlike any amount of crazy shit I'd hear Sarah say into the phone in the background when I was trying to talk to my brother.
You've heard, was Was it any indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No?
Was there any indication to you that she had been drinking? No.
Sir, at
Sir.
some point your brother said he had to go, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At some point, your brother said he had to go. Is that correct? Yes, sir.
Did he hang up on the conversation?
Did he hang up on the
Did he
conversation?
say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Did he say bye and
Sir,
you
I don't
said
have-
bye? I don't have any other questions.
If I can confirm.
You may, sir.
Oh, and this conferring here. So I'm guessing Sarah whispered something to James, and James is whispering this to Mr. Henderson, and it might be that the brother didn't stay with the brothers. The brother stayed with the mother. Asked him if the brother stayed with the mother. Okay, this sucks. What is going on with my lag? I can't just refresh. Maybe I can refresh this window.
Sir, at some point your brother said he had to go, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
Yes.
Did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have, if I can confirm.
You may, sir.
Yeah, this is definitely Sarah was listening to the questions and was like, oh, I have the answer here. This is why I need to have pens and have free arms.
Sir, other than siblings, your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
That's all he's got. He's like, okay, I'll go ask. Got that on the record. Yeah, sometimes he would stay with his mom. Way to go, Sarah. Effective member of the team.
No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Adding to your
No, Your
court
Honor.
record.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Actually, we'll keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
All right, sir. You're released subject to recall by either party. Thank you.
You're going to hear subject to recall a lot. I think the reason for that is because of the rebuttal argument, and they don't know. They want to reserve the right to ask about things that they're not able to ask about at this point of the trial. So almost everyone's going to be on recall, except for Vincent, who I believe lives in New Jersey, and they agreed not to recall him so that he could take his flight and go home.
State would call Devin Jamro.
All right, Devin. Devin is the Publix manager. Change Mr. Owens' text. It definitely was that window that was causing the problem for me. Everything's sped up again. Weird how just a window can cause your whole computer to hang up. So this is the redacted Publix manager that all records prior to him showing up in court were redacted. Really basic
Sir,
foundational
you can take a
witness
seat,
here.
And
This
please
is,
state and spell your name for the
you
record.
need to go to the bathroom. This is the time
My name
to
is
go.
Devin Jamro. That's DEVINJAMRO.
Devin uses the mic. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
That's our
Sir, who do
baseline.
you work for?
I work for Publix Supermarkets.
And what is your position with Publix Supermarkets?
I am the assistant store manager.
And at what location?
Currently the Castleberry location.
Okay, we're not going to need
Were
the
you
transcript
at
for
the
him.
location on Goldenrod and University Boulevard back in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as states D and been shown to defense?
D's in Delta?
D is in Delta.
Yes, you may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states D. Could you use these scissors and open this and look at the contents of this package to yourself?
Sure.
And what Devin's doing, this is just a chain of custody, so the videotape for the Publix has been sealed. He's going to open it, identify that it is what it is. The chain of custody seals prove that it's not just some tape that they recorded, at home
Sir, do
using.
you recognize those items?
I do. Yes.
And tell us, what are these items?
These are Publix receipts.
Are these receipts evidence of transactions at Publix? Are they made at or near the time of each transaction?
They are absolutely made at the time of the transaction.
And is it in the normal course of business that Publix keeps these receipts?
Yes.
And these fairly and accurately appear to be the receipts from your Publix store?
Yep. Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states D into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as states D will be received into evidence without objection as states 1.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states J and shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states J. Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes.
Do you see your initials on that disc?
I do.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that disc prior to coming to court this morning?
I did. Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
This is CCTV footage burned from the camera system at the location.
And at Publix, is it the regular practice of Publix to utilize surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And in the normal course of business, are the videos from those surveillance cameras kept?
Yes.
And are these the cameras taken from February 23rd, 2020? And I believe there's 2 video clips included, one at 12:17 p.m. and another at approximately 5:39 p.m.?
Yes.
And they fairly and accurately represent the surveillance video that was submitted from Publix to law enforcement in this case.
They do. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states J into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states J will be received into evidence without objection as states 2.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination? Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
And that shows the difference. He's released because he will have no testimony in the case of a battered spouse argument. Like, he's just there to authenticate the videotape. So now this is Joan Williams. Joan Williams is the 911 operator who says What's going on? My boyfriend's dead. Hold for fire department.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Okay. Joan, Joan Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a 911 call taker at Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you held that position?
24 years.
And tell us, what are your duties as a 911 call taker?
I answer phones for an emergency, non-emergency, medical, which I transfer to the medical side of the business.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to record 911 calls?
All lines are recorded.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to keep records of each of those 911 calls?
Yes.
And those records are made at or near the time of each call, correct?
Yes.
Did I change the audio for loud Devin? I should adjust that back.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as states L and been shown to defense?
Yeah.
May.
Okay, we're going back to full volume. Sorry if it got a little quiet.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as states L. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
Hey, pretend judge.
Initials.
No indoor
Did you have
campers.
an opportunity to
Well-
review this disc?
Quick recap. So indoor campers asking, did I miss Sarah on the stand? Sort of. She took the stand in pretrial hearings for no good reason, and there's a video in the replay catalog called Sarah Takes the Stand for No Good Reason. So if you missed that, then yes, you did miss it. But don't worry, there is more Sarah on the stand to come. That is on day 3 of the trial coverage. It may be maybe 4 weeks till we get to it, because we're doing about 6 hours a show. I see we're about 4 hours into this one. I'll probably go a little long just because I want to get to Kayla Rodriguez today, which includes some body cam footage too. So I know there's 10 witnesses I'm planning to get through today. We're on witness number 3. We'll see how it goes. It's a lot quicker. The back and forth with the witnesses isn't going to take as much time as me reciting out the opening arguments.
Prior to coming to court this morning.
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24, 2020 at 12:59 hours?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states
Ooh.
L into evidence.
This is
Any
where
objections?
No objection.
producer me is going to come in. I think this will be the first instance. This is something I'm going to do for this trial too. So whenever they introduce evidence that we're going to watch on the big screen, that ends up being shit when it's recorded by a camera that's using the courtroom audio and all that. So I have a special screen that we're going to go to as a cutaway screen where the audio is going to be crystal clear, and we'll keep the court as picture-in-picture on mute so that we don't lose our place.
Pre-marked as states L will be received with no objection as states 3.
So this is entering the 911 call into evidence?
Any
That's
cross-examination?
a nice looking suit, Mr. Cacciatore.
And this witness be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Look at that. Smart with the vest and all matching. It's a lot of khaki. Maybe he should have gone for a different color in the vest. Maybe he could have used the splash. You could have used a little splash of Mr. J's. I bet Mr. J has a fantastic vest that would go perfect with the rest of this ensemble.
Thank you, ma'am. Can the parties approach momentarily?
Sidebar. Okay, hold on. Let me catch my place. Just be released, yes. Joan Whitney, okay, yes. Sidebar. Do 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 do. All right, can the parties approach momentarily? Oh, okay. This is more of a housekeeping one, but I'll read it just so that you guys get it. Because sometimes, like, you don't know. I remember watching this, and every one of them seemed like it must be super interesting. This is one that isn't. Parties approach momentarily. Court. State says, who might be your next witness? Mr. Cacciatore, Vincent Battaglia. Court says, bless you. Mr. Cacciatore says, he's a neighbor. I'd anticipate his testimony to be potentially as long as Mr. Torres, or it could be longer depending on cross-examination and issues that the defense may choose to explore with him. Bless you. I'm on board to proceed because we've got a later start. You know, if we've got to go into lunch hour a little bit, that's fine. Ballpark it for me. How long you think? 20, 30? Asks the court. Mr. Cacciatore says 20 to 30. The court says, that's for direct and cross or just for direct? Mr. Cacciatore says, I think that's for direct and cross. Court says, any reason to disagree, sir? Mr. Owens says, I don't know. Court says, I'm not asking to hold yourselves to it. Just ballpark it. Mr. Owens says, you want to take lunch at 12:30? Is that what you're shooting for? Yeah, that's fine. I could do that. I'm okay with that. We'll try and get there. Okay, excellent. All right, thank you. Back to open court.
State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Vincent Battaglia.
Vincent Battaglia. This is the neighbor.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. Please be swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, full truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sir, you may be seated. After you're seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, Vincent
Okay.
Battaglia.
Vincent uses the mic.
Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company.
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Okay, I'm turning it down a little bit.
On February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park.
Okay,
Florida.
Vincent's.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
Awesome.
When you were living at Tealwood,
I'm going to pause it quickly
did you have
here.
any roommates?
Yeah.
Indoor campers watching without premium and said that was hilarious. A wine ad came on, and I thought you put it on, Dan. No, if there's an ad for me, you'd know it would be for Gorman and Gorman, because when I'm watching Law and Crime, or any true crime material for that matter, what I think of is Gorman and Gorman. If I was going to hire a lawyer, why would I hire a lawyer in my local area when I can hire a lawyer from a legal company that just sponsors every YouTube video and otherwise has no credentials that I know about? Gorman and Gorman. They're your go-to people for a lawyer if you don't know a lawyer. I bet a lot of the people on those drunk body cam videos would have to call Gorman and Gorman because it's the only legal office they'd know from watching true crime cases. That might be the shtick.
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon.
Bernice is here. Welcome back.
That's Brandon Moats.
Good to see you.
Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Brandon Moats, we'll see later.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and George?
Oh, yeah.
Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year. A little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah. Like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
this Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
And with those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres' apartment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time
It was
was this?
pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like, if I do hear anything, like through the walls or whatever is out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut. Like, don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, you know, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
She told other people to
So
shh.
she told you
I'll be right back.
not to record anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there.
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and it stopped me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
Did you hear any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little.
One of our chatters, the pretend judge, spoke briefly with Vincent after the trial. He seems like a genuinely good person. Great to get that review from the chat. Thank you. Sharing your first-hand experience, pretend judge.
Bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Could you
Hey, Blink
hear
Bunny.
anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres' voice?
Yeah. All the time, it was like a back and forth. Yeah.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument?
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that, it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, you know. Then it was just like a loud rumbling noise, like that literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment, so it was like there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like that was my bedroom back there.
Little kick out.
Like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah. Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Battaglia, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you said that you lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence
Like,
while you were there for the year? Are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
Just what you would observe. Did you ever?
I just love the way he says, yeah,
you
yeah.
were
There.
there living next to them.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I admit I've watched this a couple of times getting ready for this. Yeah, there's just something about that. Yeah.
The police were called to their residence
Like,
while you were there for the year. Are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
Just what you would observe. Did you ever, the year that you were there living next to them?
Yeah.
Were you ever aware?
I don't know how many of you are aware of Post Malone, but looking at this guy makes me think he's pre-Malone.
That the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
Right. And did you work odd hours or? You went
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
What do you think the question's going to be? Now, that said, I think James Owens realizes what the objection's going to be and quickly pivots to a new question. So we'll go back a half tick and let that play out in real time. 54:48, 54:36 should be enough time then.
Throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know, from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with George Torres, that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
So I think he was going to try and get in. Do you have an opinion on whether Sarah Boone was abused by George? And they don't have the right to bring that in with this witness, and that's why he was going to object. And that's why Judge Cranick said, wait to hear the question. And that's why James Owens went, do you have an opinion on whether they use alcohol?
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Vinny 2 times. Yes.
Thank you. Hold on.
Yes, sir, of course.
Oh, is this a sidebar? I'll withdraw to that question. Are you aware that they both hold on? Yes, sir, of course. No, okay, not a sidebar. Just Mr. Owens needed a second to confer with his own lawyers, so... It's Kevin Beck. Oh, no, it was Mr. Henderson giving
I
him...
think you had testified, you may have given a statement to law enforcement.
This is an attempted impeachment of Vincent. We'll see how that plays out.
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
A recorded statement?
Yes, I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of 2020?
Yeah, right around that time, yeah.
I believe you had said that,
I'm going to object this to improper impeachment.
Approach. Here we go. Court says response. Mr. Owens says, it's cross-examination. I'm going to ask him if he got home at 7 o'clock. Court says, there's no impeachment. If you want to ask him that, that's fine. But let's not refer to a writing. Mr. Owens says, okay. Court says, okay. Back to open court.
Objection's overruled for now.
sir, would it be fair to say on that date you got home around 7? 7 p.m.
7 p.m.?
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. Because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time?
Just the normal
You got
yelling and
home?
arguing.
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could really hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after like the arguing I could hear started.
No other questions?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. You've got his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Approach. Mr. Cacciatore, the witness lives in New Jersey. He has a plane ticket. Mr. Owens, I'll release him. I'll release him. Court says, okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Owens says, it's 12. Court says, I know. My next question. I was going to bring it up to you all anyway, so where are we at? Mr. Cacciatore says, I have his roommate, Mr. Moats, who I imagine his testimony would be of similar length, maybe even shorter, because he had less interaction with the defendant than the victim, than Mr. Battaglia. Court says, okay, I'm inclined to proceed with Mr. Moats. Probably take a break at that point in time. Is that acceptable? Mr. Cacciatore says, okay. Mr. Owens says, yes. And back to open court.
All right, sir. You are released, not subject to recall. Have a great day. Thank you.
The state would call Brandon Moats.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. State and spell your name for the record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moats, BRANDONMOATS.
Thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so, when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until around like 2021, 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
We changed the name after
And,
Sarah brought us
did you
all the
have any
bad
roommates
publicity.
back then?
Yes, I was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
Oh, and just for people who have seen all the video and everything else, when Sarah's sitting on the doorstep in the body cam, I believe it is Vincent and Brandon's apartment stoop that she's sitting on when her own apartment is taped off to be a crime scene. And I think when we're watching the body cam, we're going to get a quick glimpse at Kim and Eli coming out of their place a little further down and just kind of glancing over at the scene by Sarah and then going on with their day. I'll let you know when that happens. We'll get to that in today's feed. That'll be about the last thing with Kayla Rodriguez today.
Like,
as far as work and school? And
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with the defendant or with Juan Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
Why is that?
The apartment where you lived, tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated?
This is interesting.
So,
units?
yeah, I remember.
Because the one guy just went with thin. This guy gives a total, it's almost like the difference between asking a poet versus an engineer or a draftsperson to describe walls, because this description is much different than thin.
That my bedroom was like the front-facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So, like, the way the apartments were laid out, we had a one-story apartment, they had a two-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls, next to, like, our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin, so if people
That's what he was looking for.
Hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued.
Can you imagine that people would argue so much that the tones of their voice would be like white noise that you can just tune out?
Very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing
Okay,
going
thank you.
on?
I'm not buying it, corrects me. They lived in the end of the block. Their apartment was next to her stairs. So I'm picturing now, so you've got three. You've got where she was sitting on the one side. To the other side, you saw that staircase and the second level. So, okay. So they were over on that side. Thank you. I'm not buying it. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Apologize for not being more interactive there, but got a lot of production stuff going on this side here.
Their unit.
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock that evening, probably. Like, earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture, Oh, where would that, would it have been on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay. So all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor?
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a 1-story apartment, and then they next door had like a 2-story townhouse. So we only had the 1 floor.
Townhome.
Understood. And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, at literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and then it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me, like it was falling down the stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your 2 apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate. I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally like it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to?
And that blows me away about Sarah's attempt to. There's a point where they're, maybe these guys don't remember what day that the loud crash was. Maybe that was the day that George was dragging Sarah by her hair up the stairs. And it's like, person died, the police interviewed them. They're not going to think like, oh, maybe that was 2 nights ago. Or, oh yeah, it was the night that all that shit happened. Like, you're not going to forget which of the 2 nights. Like, yeah, sure, you might forget which of those 2 nights you had macaroni and cheese for dinner, but you're not going to forget, the loud crashing thing on the night the dude got murdered in the apartment next to you. Or was it the night before that the crash was?
Talk with the defendant about what happened.
I never saw her after that. She would have, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Henderson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, he's going to be quiet. I'm going to talk for Mr. Henderson.
Sir, you were asked by the state if
a little bit.
you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked by the state if you had any interactions with Sarah Boone?
Yeah.
You said you tried to avoid them?
I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Okay.
Do you remember
this interaction with Sarah Boone?
In 2009.
In 2009, when you woke up and
I would have
witnessed?
been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. Good catch. In 2000.
You remember this incident in 2009? I would have been 9 years old. It's a great thing about being born in the year 2000 is it's very easy to remember how old you would have been in any particular year.
2019, when you woke up and witnessed.
Go back to that a second. Shows that he's listening to the questions. He doesn't have just his little rehearsed answers. It's like, do you remember what happened on the night of 2009? I was 9, so, maybe I was playing with Lego.
19, good catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping.
I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Beth of a salesman is here.
Do you remember this interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping?
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. Good catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
So you did not witness that yourself? Or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank
you. Do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you?
Do you recall an interaction where you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling and
she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying because I didn't want to talk to her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Now I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than the Boone, which was 10-something, initially it was around 7 p.m. You heard arguing?
It would have, yeah, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5, because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home, so I would have gotten home around 5:30. And it would have been after because I came home, I made myself lunch, and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing. So it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home, so around 7 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
During that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
Honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth. Or if it was
let me ask you this.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice?
Yes.
Okay. You hear a female voice?
Loud?
Yes.
Okay.
Were they both loud? Yes. If I can confer, Judge. Yes, sir, of course. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
If I can confer, Judge.
Yes, sir, of course.
All right, so that'll be the end of Brandon Moats, and we'll be moving on to Brian Boone. So what I ask you to pay attention to with Brian Boone's testimony is the difference between a man who doesn't constantly have to spell his name and give his birthday.
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, Judge.
All right, sir, you're released subject to recall. Thank you. Can the parties approach?
Approach. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Court says, I think it might be a good stopping time. It's 12:18. Mr. Cacciatore says, yeah, it would be a good stopping time. Court says, what do you say, gentlemen? 1:45, 2 o'clock. Mr. Owens says, I would say 2 o'clock, but if you could, Judge. Yeah, we would ask for 2 o'clock. But the other thing is, I got a couple of experts. Dr. Harper's in Okaloosa County. Dr. Brandon's in Miami. Just, I know they'll probably know what they're all going to do, but if they could disclose something so I could get an idea, because both of them have to travel. One of them, Dr. Harper, the court says, is on trial, call somewhere, as I recall. Mr. Owens says, Bay County, Panama City, so. Mr. Cacciatore says, what do you want to know? Mr. Owens says, are you all we're not going to finish today. Mr. Cacciatore, no way we get done today. I think Monday late afternoon, we could potentially look at resting If not, probably first thing Tuesday morning, Okay, says the court. Mr. Owens, that gives me an idea. Court says, okay. Mr. Owens says, do you plan on introducing any video? Watching the 2-hour video today? Mr. Cacciatore says, no, we won't do. Detective Kepso will probably be Monday. Mr. Owens says, okay. Court says, okay. Mr. Owens says, is the medical examiner testifying today? Mr. Cacciatore says, I don't know if we would honestly get to her at this point. We have her on standby for the afternoon, but it's going to depend. I can tell you that Brian Boone is probably anticipated next witness, and I imagine he might be pretty lengthy for both sides. Then we also have a CSI to do, also have Abraham Moreno to do, all of those. I thought potentially we may only get there, or maybe to, 1 or 2 small witnesses after that. Okay, that helps. Court says, okay, appreciate it. Just a reminder, both of you all have done it. You've referred to George Torres as George. You've referred to another witness by their first name. I'm not going to call you out in front of everybody. Just please be mindful. Mr. Cacciatore says, I apologize, Your Honor. The court says, if we just continue, both sides, to use those surnames, it's the appropriate thing to do. I'm going to give the jury the same instruction I've given them, release them, and ask them to come back here at 2 o'clock. I've got a question to ask your client before we release her for lunch. Anything we need to cover, gentlemen? Not from the state. No, Judge. Okay, appreciate it. Interesting here, because when they go back and it goes to open court, you'll see James Owens come back and tell Sarah, Judge is going to ask you something. I don't know what.
Members of our jury, thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your participation in this very important process. It is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask that you return here no later than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time outside of here, 12 Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse. And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home,
right there
or
was where he asked.
You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures
Gonna
to
ask
see
me
any
something?
place
Yeah.
discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, please leave your pens and your notepads on each chair. The deputy will collect them. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I thank you for your service.
See, he excuses the jury before he asks these questions to Sarah. And I think it's because it's so odd that he's asking them. He's asking to preserve the appeals record or the appellate record and show that she's not, ineffective counsel, or I didn't get a chance. There, that's where he says it. That's where he says it. So he didn't say it before. So I'll go back just a half second. Anyone who is listening on Bluetooth speaker that wants to hear, I think it's right there, but I'm going to have to go back a second further than that. Okay, we'll let it play from here. In 20 seconds, crank up your speakers if you want to hear him whisper, Judge is going to ask you something. I don't know what.
Chat room or blog. With that, members of the jury, please leave your pens and your notepads on each chair. The deputy will collect them. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I thank you for your service.
Right here. Judge is going to ask you some questions. I don't know what it's about. And see, they've turned off the microphones even because the camera guy, he doesn't know that the judge is going to ask another question on the record. So you hear the,
Y'all may be seated, thank you.
there it goes, comes back on.
State, anything we need to address?
Not from the state.
Defense? All right, Ms. Boone, I just got a couple of inquiries of you, ma'am, before we release. Are you satisfied with your attorneys so far throughout this trial?
Definitely.
And are you on board with the strategy that they've employed so far in this trial? All right, thank you very much. We'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Court's off the record.
Okay, there we go. We get an hour and 45 minutes of our lives back. There is Shelby Andrews and Lauren Henderson, the assistants to Tony Henderson, Kevin Beck, and James Owens, the Sarah Boone Dream Team. We see Mr. Cacciatore in his tan suit moving outside the courtroom. We've got Mr. J with his attaché case also leaving the courtroom for a lovely lunch. Sarah will be eating a peanut butter and jam sandwich without peppermints, Pop-Tarts, juice, or chips. Just the standard commissary. Commissary, as Mr. Owens pronounces it. And I'm going to start picking up on his words because I'm trying to speak in his voice. So get her some commissary. So we're going to skip ahead here just as soon as it leaves the courtroom feed. We see, the court clerk wheeling away the suitcase. That's interesting because I think there's an extra piece of evidence that comes on that rolling evidence cart when it comes back. It's just the suitcase now. We'll see another wrapped item that's fairly easy to identify. Here's the legal dream team just working on their defense. Sarah pouring over her control wheel, power and control wheel. Let's get that up on the side. Is my power wheel. There we go. Goodbye, Sarah. Hello, power and control wheel. They're all looking over the document. Sarah, you're doing a fine job studying that document. I need you to remember at least 10, 12 of those symptoms. You know, don't just focus on one. Pushing, pulling, they're all important. You're doing a fine job on those worksheets. You're clearly a straight A student. I think everything you've done is just outstanding. You've been real help to the legal team here. It's a shame you can't come up with us to lunch, but we're going to discuss some strategy now. And you're just going to get shackled up and then, have your sandwich and get your energy up. Make sure you take care. And don't keep Mr. Henderson. He's got to eat too. Shelby will be back 10 minutes early to do your hair. Have Lauren in here, give you a little bit of eye makeup. But really, Sarah, we got to go. We got things to do. We're all free people. You're stuck there in the chair that doesn't move, so we can't stay here any longer. Okay, no, that's fine. Goodbye. Billy Lane still here? Is Billy? Is it? No, it's just me. Well, let me just shuffle these papers. Let me reorganize all of your guys' papers so when you come back. Oh, and the water. The water here is so good. Oh my God, it's so much better than jail water. I'm going to drink this right to the bottom, down it goes. It's the same way I drink wine in the morning when I find it in my cup. All right, I've got my folder. I've got my power wheel. I'm going to put that, nobody's going to know. I'm going to put it upside down. I'm going to put it at the bottom of these papers. I'm not even going to see my power wheel. And I'm going to put that in this folder. And the camera's going to go to the great field, Florida. So we're going to skip ahead. Get our lives back. Oh, cameraman. Look at that other piece of evidence sitting on the cart. It's the bat. It's the bat, or it's a tube of wine. Probably not a tube of wine. That's the bat. Sarah's had her PB&J sandwich. Everyone else has had a lovely meal, probably from one of many fantastic restaurants in the Winter Park, Florida area. Sarah's saying, I can smell. What'd you have? Do you have something like deep fried? Oh, I used to love pub food. Bloomin' onion? Bloomin' onion would be fantastic. No, I had a sandwich. PB&J with the crust still on. Tony Henderson did Sarah's makeup and hair. Great comment there, Tammy. Tony Henderson looks like he has a lot of hair experience. Sarah's just going over her notes. Okay, you're going to be interviewing Brian next. Now, if you don't know, Brian was my ex-husband. He was my former husband. Why am I doing James's voice for Sarah? Just so you know, former husband, he sucks. He's a really bad person. When I tell you he's a monster, he's a monster. Oh my God, the things I could tell you about Brian. The things I could tell you. All right, let's get up a Brian witness thing. Get up some witness information for Brian Boone. Brian Boone. Poor sap who shacked up defendant. State witness 6. And I'm going to need more room for that. No, that's not going to fit. Yeah, that might be better. There, that'll fit. That'll fit. There's the suitcase and there's the bat. Why is this happening? As a matter of fact. Let's bring Sarah in on this picture. There we go. Her smiling face. Looking at the evidence carefully wrapped in butcher's paper. The bat's wrapped in butcher's paper. The suitcase is in a box. I'm not buying it. Oh no, you deleted somebody. Oh, you deleted the pinned message. Yeah, no, that happens. It's my fault too for leaving it up too long. I will unpin it. And that's why if you notice that I don't pin that much chatters, it's because they've been putting the pins down at the bottom and it makes it harder for you guys to tell the difference between a new message and the pinned message. So I try to avoid pinning, but sometimes you guys say shit that's fucking hilarious and I don't want to take away from the trial, so I'll pin it just to let you know I saw that. That was fucking funny, and let some other people see it as well. But for the most part, I try not to pin too much until YouTube fixes the whole pin situation. I guess I can put away the Chiron for Brian until he actually comes out, but that'll be the one we set up for him. What else can I show? I've got... Oh, I know. I can tease Sarah. Yeah. Let's throw a Dr. Pepper up on the screen. Maybe we should put a couple peppermints just out of her reach, too. Let's see. One right there, and that might be a good spot for a couple. Yeah. Maybe we should get a sponsor here, too. Let's see. Sponsored by Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts. When you can't have a proper breakfast, throw in some sugar, pastry, and jam in your toaster. In the 80s, a Pop-Tart could catch your whole kitchen on fire if you positioned your toaster incorrectly. Dave Barry did a great thing on that. If you ever followed the humor of Dave Barry, it was pretty fun. He did a quite a humorous little column discussing the danger of both Pop-Tarts and toasters and the Barbies with the lighters on their skates. Those. Okay, that's volume test. Mic check, take 2. Y'all may be seated. Thank you, State. Anything we need to address?
We're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020 CF 2603.
Oh, no,
Can I
I
get
got that.
appearances for counsel for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
Dave Castro on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Connie Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same
Okay,
black
let's get
suit
the
and pink
transcript
blouse from
up.
this morning. State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Can we get the evidence projection system up and can we test it before we?
Yes.
Oh, good. We're going
Yes,
to get
sir.
some evidence. We've got to test it first. And this turns out this first test, they're not happy with it because they end up going downstairs to get a
If you
Bluetooth
want to test it
speaker.
out, Mr. J.
This will be some of the 911 call, which we will be listening to today. Maybe they're going to bring it up with Brian after he testifies to showing up during the call. The call's already, the foundation's been laid, so they can bring it in at any time. Okay, that part's loud.
Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of minus 300 minutes. Call on month.
Somebody had the assistive speech turned on the laptop, but looks like that's been fixed.
Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of minus 300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
Yeah, that appears to work.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
That is
47.
the best I can do, sir.
We're good. Judge Crane, could you do me a favor and explain who those people are that are behind you? Just for the people who are watching the stream. If court clerk or somebody connected to Judge Crane could get that question to him, I'd appreciate that. I know I've explained it, but it means more coming from somebody of authority like yourself.
Okay, all right. Anything else, State, we need to address?
Not this time, Your Honor.
How
Defense.
No, sir.
How about
Okay.
my question,
All right.
Mr. Cranick?
Just in the spirit of full disclosure, there are some persons behind me to my right and my left.
There we go.
I run the mock trial program at Barry University School of Law here in town, and these are some of my students as a member of that program, so they're here just simply to observe. So pay no mind or attention to them. With that, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Pay no mind or attention to them. So if you have paid attention to them, you've already failed your advanced placement instructions. But from this point forward, do not look at them and give yourself a negative earned every time you find yourself looking at one of those students.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
Let's bring in our panel. And I will activate the Brian Boone Chiron because he'll be up for a little while now. Great job framing that suitcase and bat in between Mr. Henderson and Sarah Boone's head and helmet. Mr. Beck, thank you for maintaining that shot, stepping into the extreme frame. Cameraman zooming in, getting a lot of Kevin Beck's inner nose, but another big chunk of suitcase as well.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Yes. All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. If you could, again, by a show of hands, confirm that you complied with the court's instructions that we gave prior to the break. Record reflect all jurors' hands have been raised. With that, the state is going to continue with their evidence presentation this afternoon. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Brian Boone.
Oh, let me change the location of that so you can still have the captions if you need it. Let's give Brian a shade of purple for domestic violence, because we know that she would come at him with her claws. We'll just give it a light shade. We won't go too deep, but we'll give him a shade of purple.
Yes. Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone.
Whoa, Brian.
B-R-I-A-N-B-O-O-N-E.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
And
good afternoon.
There's the point that I wanted you guys to notice.
How it is that you know the
Brian, not in trouble with the law, not constantly spelling his name and giving his birth date, gets asked to spell his name and came very close to spelling brain.
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
When you say you dated her for quite a while, how long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
She was in her 20s when he got with her.
Did you have any children
Stayed with
as a
her.
result of your marriage?
That's actually really interesting.
Yes, we had one son.
So about 20 when he first, is dating her, they stay together until, because he says late 90s, so if we know she's 77, we'll say 97. If it's 2005, that's like 8 years. It's a lot of time, like just the same way that we kind of give Sarah's, he raped me on the first date, but then, I kept going out with him, like, why didn't you leave? Brian had ample opportunity. It's not like he shotgun married her. Yeah, interesting detail.
And how old is that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
Ooh, let me just scan ahead and see if I need to prepare any beeps. I don't think Brian uses son's name by name, but I'll do what I can to avoid giving any extra attention that is undeserved, unneeded.
Did your marriage with the defendant last?
No, it did not.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Probably 2017.
12 years?
I'm thinking maybe.
And at that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Maybe it was 2006. I think the divorce was 2017.
11 years.
I believe.
12 for the divorce.
And after your divorce, what was your custody arrangement with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Indoor Camper says, I really hope he meets an amazing woman and marries. And that's a beautiful sentiment. Personally, I hope that he had a wild night of unforgettable sex with Kim, and that Kim writes a very lurid and detailed letter to Sarah all about how she expanded Brian's horizons and treated him to the best night ever. But, we all have different hopes and dreams.
I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
And was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
And in February of 2020, do you recall the events that occurred, I guess, first on the late evening of February?
Yeah, maybe if Eli and Kim together gave him the best night of his life. Automatically not a nice thing to do.
23rd, 2020.
On that evening?
Yeah.
Well, apparently Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking and was pretty drunk.
Fucking loaded.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night.
Hey,
and generally, I
Margarita.
kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Cheers to Margarita, Green Man, Phil for Dom Russo, Kelia, all recent in the chat.
Who was she living with at the time?
George Torres.
When she called you late that evening, could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th,
That said, interesting detail, not much gets made of it, but he deleted this phone call and then admitted to the deleted call because I think on Sarah's phone, the record of the call was still there and he got asked about it. And he said something about, and this is in police interviews, but my impression of it was that he deleted it because he was like, oh shit, something happened, and then kind of realized like, oh shit, that's even worse than deleting it. So I told you about it, but there's a little piece of maybe he did have a better sense of, she might have said something quite incriminating and he blew it off, but he doesn't go into any detail about what that call was, just that he blew it off.
2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was calling to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to remind her to pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up?
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch
Hey, Mom's here.
with the defendant?
I think it was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to?
So that's first time she told that story, because she continues with the 911 operator, continues with Kayla Rodriguez. Hide and seek, fell asleep. Hide and seek, fell asleep.
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30.
Yes.
On 2/24/20.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
Yeah, she did.
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or?
Yes, from the first one.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And total time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
George was dead, and I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep, but I at that time told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Had she called 911 at this point?
No, she had not.
So you've advised her now 3 times to call 911.
3.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink. And
it's key testimony there, too. I'm going to call 911 and then go outside and have a cigarette and a drink. Maybe that's why they're introducing the 911 call after Brian's testimony. She told me she was going to call 911 and then go outside and have a cigarette and a drink.
And asked me to come out there with her, and I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside.
Good for
and
you, Brian.
I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes. I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so.
Did you talk with law enforcement?
I did.
I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
Any cross-examination?
Judge, we want to reserve our questions for when we call him in our case.
Okay. All right, sir. You're subject to recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you didn't hear that, they decided to reserve their questioning for Brian Boone. So there will be a cross, but not right now. And you heard Owen or even Judge Kranick like, oh, okay. Even looks like the students there are a little confused by what just happened.
Just as long as he remains under subpoena.
My understanding is subject to recall.
That's my understanding of how it works. Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Owens.
So somebody will contact me about when we come back?
Yes, sir.
All Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Brian says, so somebody will contact me and I'll come back. Notice no look. Sarah does not acknowledge. Brian kind of took a bit of a sneak peek because he's walking in that direction. But absolutely no look from Miss Sarah Boone. 12 years married, 8 years courting. 54 flat.
Just as long as he remains under subpoena.
My understanding is subject to recall.
So somebody will contact me about when I come back?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think right there he takes his little sideways sneaky peek. But you'll see that Sarah gives nothing. Not even an after he's not looking.
State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach a moment?
Yes.
Yes. Let's find out what's going on here. At the bench, the court says, yes, sir. Mr. Cacciatore says the lack of a cross-exam kind of threw off our schedule for things. We have some Bluetooth speakers coming to amplify the sound. Next item of business was going to be for the state to publish the 911 call. Looks like your speakers just arrived. Oh, okay, great. You spoke it into existence. And if you want to deal with that issue, and then you still intend on calling CSI Abraham Morena, I believe it's who's next. It's not a CSI, it's just a regular witness, yeah. Oh, sorry, okay. Is it Abraham Morena? It's Abraham Moreno. Oh, okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Must have misheard you earlier. Thank you. Just let me know when you've got that set up. Back to open court. Open court will resume now.
Members of the jury, we'd appreciate your patience for a few moments while the state attaches a Bluetooth speaker so that they may publish some evidence that's been received so far.
Okay, this is going to be
Mr. Jet,
time for
whenever
me.
you're ready, sir.
Sounds like they're ready, so I got to get ready. Let's see if this is going to work. I haven't used this screen yet. Ooh, okay. So what we're going to try and do, I'm going to mute the audio, and this is why the audio for court was muted at the beginning of this feed for people who've been here from the very start. And I'm going to play the audio from the second screen. We're going to run them simultaneously so that you get the top-notch audio alongside with a picture-in-picture of court. So let's see. Okay, that part's working. Let's get to our windows. We'll activate court. Play.
Permission to publish 3.
You may do so.
And they just said permission to publish 3. Judge Kranick says you may do so. And what we're going to watch, this is my illustrations because there is no video to the 911 call, obviously.
748 Branch Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? Branch, F-R-A-N-C-D.
And the apartment number?
3.
Is this a police or medical?
What's the street name? My boyfriend is dead. Branch, F-R-A-N-C-D.
Okay, send the line for the fire department. We will not hang up.
3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead.
Okay, send the line for the fire department. We will not hang up.
Fire rescue. That's the location, Mercy.
That's 32.
No, please don't leave.
4748 France Lane, apartment 3.
Branch Court.
France Court.
Location, Mercy.
Yes. No, please don't leave.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Apartment 3.
Branch Court.
Okay.
It's Steelwood Park Apartment. Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive? Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, great. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in his case and we were playing. And like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
I don't know.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he has like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know if like he had like an aneurysm or what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay. Listen, we're getting help out there too. All right, okay. Okay,
now?
Okay, yeah, man, listen, we're on our way out there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is the boyfriend, ma'am? 42-year-old male. All right. Okay, we're sending help out there. Sheriff's officer way out there?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Listen to me. Okay. I just need to confirm this. All right. I understand. I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No. He's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me. Okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah. Okay.
But nothing happened. He's purple.
Okay. Listen to me. There's a defibrillator available. I need you to get it for me. Okay?
What is it?
You have an AED available?
No.
All right. Are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay. Lay him flat on his. Okay, ma'am. Listen. So listen. Is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. And he's
right.
purple.
Okay. All right. Listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows. Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right. Okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Right. Okay. Listen. Okay, man. That's fine. We're still going to do compressions on him. Okay. All right. Place the heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Baby, I'm telling you. Just by looking at him, you can tell.
Okay.
Please. Okay, he just gurgled.
Okay. Listen to me. All right. I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Yes,
we want to pump his chest to me hard and fast, going at least twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is mixing.
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please. Hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing it while I'm talking to you, okay?
Okay.
Still doing it.
All right, just continue pumping his chest. Count on a second count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, ma'am, they're getting there as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
Okay. Keep pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay?
Still doing it.
Still doing it. Just don't make me count.
Right, okay, that's fine. You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Okay. Keep on pumping, ma'am. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, ma'am.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Believe me, I'm doing it, okay? We were playing hide and seek.
Okay. All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry.
Right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific.
She only wants him to hurry because they're making her touch him right now.
What happened?
She wanted to be outside having a drink and a cigarette.
Happened?
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
Exactly, Dor.
I'm still doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found him in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
Right, just keep on pumping his chest until they take over, okay?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
I am. Still doing it.
I am.
Okay.
Open. Come in.
Come in.
Can I stop pumping now?
Can I stop pumping now?
Let them take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? Last night. Okay. We were playing hide and seek. He hit a nerve.
She needs to tell like her alibi to everyone. Down too long.
Hello, ma'am.
And so we're there, obviously.
All right.
My boyfriend. Is your boyfriend? Okay. Does he have any kind of metaphors? No. No, not that I know of.
None that I know of. None that I know of.
Hello?
This should be about it for the call. We'll switch back to the
Hey, ma'am,
standard
the
feed.
going to take care of you now, okay?
I'll have to remember both to
Yeah, so we'll see you there.
put
Alrighty.
the audio on.
Hello, ma'am. Is still there?
She's not there.
Hello?
That's the voice of the woman, Joan Williams, that we saw as the third witness today. If you want to watch that call with my animations, one of my first videos.
Everything was fine and dandy.
We'll switch it over.
Office, and he'll have what's called an autopsy. Yeah.
Watch
That'll be
that.
first thing
Oh.
tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
I'll know
no.
a lot, hopefully
Sneak
a
peek.
lot more tomorrow morning
That's-
as far as...
That's the next bit of video. And that's what we'll be closing today's stream with is Kayla Rodriguez will be laying the foundation for this evidence, and then we'll be watching her half of the body cam. There's a second half of the body cam that's recorded by Officer John Martinez, and that'll be when detectives Lowen and Kepsel attend the scene. We've got about 20 minutes of Kayla Rodriguez's body cam that we'll be watching in this same format. Let me switch back to the main window, switch back to a courtroom. We'll do the full screen court. We'll get rid of Brian's name because I think we're going to see Abraham Moreno next. And Abraham is the gentleman that worked for Tealwood Park Apartments, but also knew George from Philly, but he was just a kid when Abraham knew him, so it wasn't like they were friends from Philly, but they were aware of each other, and he'll be testifying next. So I've got volume on for the screen. No, I don't. Okay, volume has been restored. Courtroom volume has been restored. We're at full, but I took off the gain. Let me know if the balancing is still good, and we'll launch right back into it. Oh, that's
7168684, reference to mobile. 1308.
that'll just be the part where the call hangs up.
Forwarding to an automatic voice message system 4.
All right, we're back to court. Getting ready for Abraham Moreno. Oh, I should scroll ahead in the transcript. Transcript has everything in italics on the transcript is not official record because she's not able to transcribe it the same way as in court with people talking over each other. It's kind of funny seeing the counting.
We're ready to continue with the presentation of witnesses.
Yes, sir. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, we're ready to continue with the presentation of witnesses. State will call Abraham Moreno. Yeah, I think there's some audio issues that appear with this bit of testimony too, so I'll do whatever I can to help fix it.
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Abraham, A-B-R-A-H-A-M. Last name is Moreno, M-O-R-E-N-O.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Abraham Moreno.
Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
Spelling of the name.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor for apartment complexes.
Is that what your position was back in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what apartment complex?
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And how long did you work for Tealwood Park Apartments?
About 2 years.
And tell us, what were some of your duties in your position there with Tealwood Park?
Daily, I cleaned the grounds, walked the property, answered maintenance calls, did emergencies, dealt with vendors.
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a George Torres?
Yes.
Let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
Hello, Kitty.
And on that date, did you have
hair.
occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February 24th?
Hello, Alexa.
I was called by the manager and the assistant manager to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit,
Why isn't Henry
what, if
here?
anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there. Her ex-husband was present. She was sitting outside, and that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
She's confused. She's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that
Found the mic.
She recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where she was going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything else until the next morning.
Did she say she fell asleep?
Yes, she did.
Did she say things got out of hand?
I don't really recall that part, but I do recall her stating that they were playing their game and that George went into a suitcase, and I didn't ask any questions. I just let her talk for herself.
How long was this conversation?
For about 4 or 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Henderson will do the
You may
cross-examination.
inquire, sir.
This, I think I'm going to have to help him with.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This conversation that
We'll see.
you had with Miss Boone,
Yes.
that took place on the 24th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And who else was present on the time that the conversation was taking place?
Standing right next to me would have been Melissa Sexton and Eugene Harris, as well as the officer who was in front of the door.
Okay. So there was a law enforcement officer there that day, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the 24th is when you said that Miss Boone made this statement to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
And what else did she say happened?
She had told me that they were playing hide and seek. They had drank. She was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs. She went to sleep. She woke up. She doesn't know what happened.
Okay.
Trying
That
to
was on
teach
the
him a
24th.
lesson.
Yes.
All right. On the 26th, were you not interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
I may have my days wrong, but it all happened on the same day.
All right, the 24th.
So was that a
literally
trick?
2 days later.
Because why does he
They-
bring up the 26th if it was the 24th? just to get him on the record saying, now, jury, Abraham said he remembers talking about it on the 26th. You got to throw out the suitcase video because Abraham got his days wrong.
Detective Scott Lowen conducted an interview with you at 4704 Lucier Court, Winter Park, Florida. You remember that interview?
Yes.
So that was 2 days later, is that correct?
I would assume so.
Okay, that's the one on the 26th.
So, when he interviewed you 2 days
Oh, he's
later,
talking about it separate
did you
interviews.
tell him about this statement that Miss Boone made to you that you just told this jury in court?
I did mention it to him.
You did mention it to him?
I mentioned to them that we did have a conversation.
Did you tell him the content of the conversation?
I may not have told him the whole content, but I did tell him we had a conversation.
All right, well, what did you tell him? What content did you tell him on the 26th?
That they were playing hide and seek, that she was confused, she doesn't know what happened. I do believe I did mention to him the fact that she had said that she was trying to teach him a lesson. Not that anything was done with malice. I didn't state that at all.
Not malicious, just a lesson.
So it's your recollection.
An unmalicious
today,
lesson.
On the 26th, you told Officer Lowen what you just told this jury. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Sir, in preparing for this case, did you have a meeting with the Assistant State Attorney on September 23rd of 2024?
Did I have a meeting?
Yes.
A brief chit chat over the phone.
A brief chit chat that was over the phone?
Yes, sir.
A brief chit
At that
chat.
point in time over the phone, did you tell him that Sarah Boone, the defendant, stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
Yes.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2024 of September the 23rd of this year, 2024.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you telling us that back on February the 26th of 2020, you told Officer Lowen at that time the same thing?
As I recall, yes.
So did she ever tell you how things got out of hand?
No.
Sir, you testified that you knew both
Out of sorts, not out of hand.
Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
You actually knew George Torres from a different time, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
When did you first know George Torres?
In the 1990s.
In the 1990s?
He was a teenager and he lived down the street from me and my wife.
West Philadelphia, born and raised. On the
So you
playground.
had a previous
That's where he spent
relationship
his
with Mr.
childhood
Torres?
days.
No, not at all.
Not at all. You just knew him from then?
Yes, as I stated, he was a teenager and I was an adult.
Okay. During this time, though, that you became reacquainted with him, did y'all establish a friendship at that time here in Orlando?
I wouldn't say a friendship, but an acquaintance, yes.
Okay.
Are you a zipper expert? Zipper Kelly G? I have used zippers all my life. Okay. It is funny when the CSI expert has to go down and actually open the zipper of the suitcase and you see how difficult it really would have been.
Sir, on Monday,
regardless of which side you were
February
on.
the 24th, that would have been the day that you were with Miss Saxon and Gene Harris.
Yes.
Out in front of the apartment.
Correct.
Did you talk to law enforcement that day?
No.
You did not talk to them that day?
I don't recall talking to him that day, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any. If I can confer.
You can, sir.
You can, sir.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Just brief.
All right, thank you.
Back in the 90s, when you had previously known George Torres in this case, where were you living at that time?
I lived across the street. I lived on one block. He lived the next block over down in the middle.
In what city?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And when did you move from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
2018, I believe.
So in the intervening years, from your move from Philadelphia to coming to work at Tealwood Park, did you have any contact with George Torres?
No, as a matter of fact, I moved from that particular block in 2005, so I don't meet Judge again until I work at Tealwoods.
When did you start working at Tealwoods?
2018, 2019, roughly there.
No further questions.
Can this witness be released?
No, Your Honor, just subject to recall.
All right, sir. You'll be released subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Star of the show for today's witnesses, I believe. Anyway.
State, call your next witness.
The state will call Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
There we go. And she will both testify and lay the foundation for evidence, and we'll watch that evidence, and then we'll talk about what's going to happen in the upcoming shows.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You could be seated. Please state your name and spell it for the record if you could for us.
Kayla Rodriguez. Kayla, K-A-Y-L-A. Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
She knows how to use the mic.
Who did you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
A little over 8 years, since 2016.
Oh, Kelia, great question. I'll pause it quickly to... Kelia asks, why don't they release any witnesses? And the main reason I can see for this is because they're planning to ask a bunch of questions as part of the battered spouse case, and they want to leave the door open to re-question any of the witnesses that came up before on topics that they're not allowed to address until after Sarah's made her overt act testimony. So there's a lot of things that, because of the motions in limine, that they're not allowed to ask witnesses about at this stage of the trial. And my understanding is that they would want to keep all of those previous witnesses on recall just so that they get another bite at the apple.
As a deputy, I respond to calls for service, anything from a over with call, like a car.
And I'll just pause one more time for Meowgarita saying, Kayla is so gorgeous, such an excellent officer. And the reason I pause for that is not just Kayla. I remember this trial being quite remarkable for the number of accomplished women that take the stand as expert witnesses. Julie Harper notwithstanding, there's a number of very accomplished women that, have impressive credentials, worked their way up, did great jobs. Like, none of their testimony was impeached, like Shannon Burgess on the Karen Reed trial. There was a lot of strong, powerful women that are featured, and I'm sure that had to tear at Sarah to see woman after woman coming up looking beautiful and coldly, calmly exposing her for her villainy.
Being key the day prior or a 911 emergency.
And what type of training do you need to be a deputy sheriff?
So for me, I obtained my bachelor's degree from UCF in criminal justice in 2014. After that, in 2016, I was hired by the sheriff's office. Right after being hired, I went straight into the academy. The academy is 5 months of training. We go.
Candace counters my suggestion, so just to give all sides of the argument, Candace says the reason the witnesses are being kept on recall is just to be assholes so the witnesses can't watch the trial. Equally valid reason.
Over everything from case law, scenarios, defensive tactics, physical training. After that, I do 2 more months with the Sheriff's Office where we go specifically into policy related to Orange County specifically. After that, I do 3 months on the road with a trainer where we are evaluated periodically through that process. You have a partner. You respond to calls for service during that time, and you slowly learn how to handle calls by yourself.
That was the court audio getting a little out of hand.
You also undergo continuing training as a condition of your employment.
Yes.
Were you working on February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And tell us, what area of the county were you working in?
Orange County, unincorporated Orange County.
And did you receive a call in regards to this case?
Yes.
And what was that call? What information did you have at the time you received the call?
So the dispatcher informed me that a woman called 911. She was actively performing CPR and that her boyfriend was in a suitcase.
And did you respond
Imagine getting that call.
Yes.
And when you responded out to the scene, were you dressed similarly as you are dressed today?
Yes.
And just for the record, you have, it looks like a standard green uniform on with a tool belt, your firearm, and also radio, body-worn camera, badge.
Yes.
Tell us about your body-worn camera.
So my body camera is used to capture scenes when we arrive. So as we are conducting any sort of law enforcement action, we turn our camera on.
When you turn your camera on, tell us, does it immediately capture sound at that point?
It does not. When we activate our camera, it goes back a minute, and the minute that it goes back to, you don't hear any audio for that first minute.
Tell us also about the capacity and the battery life of your camera as well.
So the battery will last us an entire shift typically if it's in a buffering mode. So if we're not recording, it will last the entire shift. As we record, it does drain the battery. So typically we will turn it off if we're sitting in our car for an extended period of time, if we call our supervisor, if we're talking to another deputy on the side, away from a scene, we will not have the camera recording. If it recorded throughout the entire shift, the battery would die. We would need multiple batteries.
So you actually activate the camera in order to begin recording?
Correct.
Was your body camera operational on this call out?
Yes.
That's a great point. Green Man says that Harper carved out her career as a professional liar about BS syndrome. Isn't it crazy to lie about BS syndrome and have the initials be BS syndrome? I think that was quite a BS defense Julie Harper provided. She's a BS expert, you would say. If you need a BS expert for your trial, call Julie Harper.
Previously marked for identification, it states H, I, and G that have been shown to defense?
You may.
All right, this will be where Kayla Rodriguez is able to lay the foundation for that evidence that we're about to watch.
As states I. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body-worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Correct.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as I will be received into evidence without objection as states 4.
been marked for identification as states H. Can you take a look at that disc? Tell us, what is that disc?
Body-worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity?
So something else about this, the body-worn camera, we're going to do the same thing where I switch to the body-worn camera YouTube videos that are standalone on it, but we have to pay attention to the small window because there's a portion of it where she's walking through the house. You get a portion of the video that's not seen on the regular YouTube videos here in the court. So when that happens, I'll pause the original feed, or the raw feed, and we'll switch to the courtroom feed.
You need to review that disc prior to coming to court today.
Yes.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of that portion of your body-worn camera from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states H into evidence.
No objection to any of those coming in.
What was pre-marked as states H will be received without objection as states 5.
And lastly, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as stage G. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body-worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review this camera prior to coming to court?
Yes.
And that's your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And it fairly and accurately represents your conduct on the body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states G into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. What was pre-marked as states G will be received without objection as state 6.
Okay, so we'll be going straight to the
Your Honor, request permission
video here.
You may.
Let's see if I can do this on the fly.
Yes.
Go there. And I'll start it 1.5 seconds after the court feed goes. That's that one. And yeah, I'll give a second, or, well, no, I won't give any time. We'll sync it up. Because there's going to be silent part at the beginning anyway. Is that where it's going to start from? No, I think they're going to a different video. They want to show her getting on the scene. That's video 2. That clipboard there with the KR is Kayla Rodriguez's clipboard for getting people to sign their names. And you'll notice that whoever this is that has the clipboard, I think she's from fire department. She's putting down everyone's names that she's there with. And Kayla says, no, you have to get them to sign it. This might be a thing. She's like, well, I just usually sign for all of them. Yeah, no, get them to sign it. Kayla knew this would be a thing. Good for her.
You live here? Okay, I'll talk to you guys to make sure. The property manager.
Okay, so that's a little taste of what the audio would feel like if we were just watching it. And let me go to the law and crime. So we might be getting a little bit extra footage. Maybe that's the biggest difference here, because the law and crime footage isn't edited. Hold on, that's the trial. Don't want to screw that page up. Live streaming. Okay, that's the video. Well, that's them arriving on the scene. Okay. Okay, so yeah, there's about 3 minutes that is cut out of the video. We'll show it. We'll show it. This is them arriving on the scene. There's still no audio for this portion of it. I'll go back to the main video. Oh, we'll let it play once this catches up. So this is Kayla Rodriguez pulling in on the scene. France Court. She's looking at her map. It shows that she has to go around that little pond. You can see there's a number of townhomes and apartments in this complex. I would imagine the trees are teal woods, if that's the correct type of tree. Probably not a teal wood, but, big mist. Here the sound is kicked in. So I will allow this to play.
It's signal 7, so it's going to be turned over to you guys. Yep.
Signal 7, I learned from watching police body cam videos, is we got a dead body inside, so it's going to be a signal 7.
He was last seen last night, so.
You could get all your guys out of there?
What's that?
You could get everything out of there?
You got a clipboard, I'll get you all you need.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So this is all stuff that was eliminated from the portion of the video that they decided to admit as evidence. So kind of interesting to be able to get a little bit of extra. Cowboy Criminology. Shout out to Cowboy Criminology. Very impressed with the organization in the back of Kayla Rodriguez's car when he did a reaction to the original body cam footage. UCF fan. Here we go.
Oh, right there.
So now she's finding out who.
You call it?
Here we are.
What time did you call it?
Get a time for it.
Hello there.
You live here?
You live here? Yes. Okay,
Okay,
I'll talk
there
to
we
you.
go.
Get some information
I know.
from the fire department.
That's the property manager. I don't know if I should go tell him really quick.
Yeah, we'll take care of that.
Where is he at?
He wants that way.
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay?
Okay, this should be rolling properly then. I'll watch the chat and let me know if it's all fucked up.
I'll get it for you, okay? Wait 1 second, okay?
I really need something to drink.
Okay.
No, this
I
is
got my
working.
Dr. Pepper on the counter.
Okay, we'll take care of you. Give me 1 second.
It's Armand, too.
Put the time that you called it.
Yeah, I put that right there.
You got the time you called it? Okay, perfect.
Oh, okay, hold on.
You can't go back inside. What's going on?
Pause,
Who is
pause,
he?
pause.
Boyfriend?
Yes, for like 3.5 years.
What happened?
He and I, we drank last night. We had a.
Can you pass
No,
this
they
to
caught
the,
up.
around to
Okay,
the FBI
never mind.
stuff? They need to sign that for sure.
They're with me, so they're not.
Oh, they're not leaving? Okay.
I think I woke her up.
No.
No, okay.
Because this might be a real scene. So each of them has to put their name
Normally
in.
we all I
Just-
just put everybody.
Yeah, no, you're not going to just put everybody. There's a quick scene where she comes inside, so just as I got all the audio set up, I have to unmute it, show you the indoors. This is a little bit that you just don't get unless you're watching the court footage. So 57 5:47:12. Also, trigger warning. When they're inside the house, just past this doorway, George is still lying on the floor. There is crime scene photos that show him kind of in the area of where this mouse is. If you don't want to see it, I'm not going to be pausing it as those scenes come up. If you're on the replay crew, you do want to see it. I'm also not going to be blurring it or distorting it. It's brief flashes. You'll see it when Mr. Cacciatore is moving pictures. The courtroom camera will intentionally remove the focus from the screen if there's a very graphic image on screen. If you want to see what you're missing, just pay attention to Mr. Cacciatore moving the slide and you will get a glimpse. But I won't be pausing it or focusing in on any of that. But just letting you know what's there for people who are, wanting to see this the same way as the juries did with all the evidence. In any case, trigger warnings have been issued. They are walking through the house, and this was not on the original footage. The Law and Crime logo is there because this is from the rebroadcast, but that's not on. This is original video, obviously, that they're watching. So that was enough for Kayla Rodriguez to go, okay, I see what's going on here. You can't go back inside. So I think that's where it picks up, and now I'm going to have to undo everything I just did. This is more work than I thought it was going to be, but that's fine. It's fine. I do it for the love of the game. Okay, so we do that. We pause that. We mute that. Into this window. Mute that. Play this.
What's going on? I just got here, so fill me in. No problem. Like, he and I were putting a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together.
You were putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
We've been doing art, trying to take the stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night.
Okay. Fine.
So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right?
Okay.
So he gets in the suitcase. Okay.
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How did he live here with you guys?
No, I called him over here.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys. Mm-hmm. I tried giving him CPR. The problem is I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning, when I found it.
Before you called?
Yes.
1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him, and I took him out. I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband? Or your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he live at?
Right down the street.
Okay. So you were playing and who zipped him up?
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay. Stop. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
I fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what.
What kind of medical conditions?
None that I know of.
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None
you
that I
didn't take
know
any
of.
medicine last night?
No.
No medicine.
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that happened.
Okay.
So I don't know if he had a heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was doing CPR.
What time did you start? Probably, give me a ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so caught mouth right now.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with this, okay?
That's fine.
Don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm getting Lucas actually.
I know.
I have to get beep.
Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second.
I know.
Just give us a second, okay?
And the gardeners are not at my house. The gardeners
can't move anything from out of the house.
do all their gardening on Mondays at Tealwood Park
I
Apartments.
don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right?
With those eyes.
I don't water. Just water. I can get you some water, okay? I want you not on your feet because I don't want you passing out on me.
I need water.
I'm going to give those eyes a second look because Kayla Rodriguez just tries to be like a tiny bit empathetic to her. Like, I realize this must be a big thing for you. And Sarah like, oh, you think you understand me? So mad.
Okay, I'll get. That's all that happened.
Okay.
So I don't know if he had a heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was
What
doing
time
CPR.
did you start? Probably, give me a ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so cut out right now.
Court feed. Okay, I gotta save that.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with this, okay?
Just don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I'm
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll get Lucas eventually.
I know. Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second.
Okay. So now this is where she goes inside.
Just give us a second, okay?
No, no Dr.
I
Pepper.
can't move anything from out of the house.
Like, I'm
Look here. I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right?
There we go. That's what I was hoping to catch. It's a lot to deal with right now. That's like the same look that Mackenzie Shirilla gave when she found out that the judge hearing her case was named Russo.
Sit. I don't water. Just water. I can get you some water, okay? Just I want you not on your feet because I don't want you passing out on me.
I need water.
Okay, I'll get some for you.
222 Charlie, put you on it.
Okay, so you don't live here in this house?
No.
Lake Renata Cove down there.
Lake Renata Cove, okay. So kind of tell me how you came here today, or...
Well, I had been,
So I think Brian's interview gets cut from this, from the court, so we're going to stick with it.
calling...
Come down here, we got to talk.
And then we'll cut back to the court audio, or court video, which I've paused because it's showing when she leaves this interview and goes inside the house, so...
You've been following.
But yeah, Kayla Rodriguez moves Brian away so that Sarah's not listening in on the testimony, the witness statement that he's about to provide.
Your ex-wife or current wife?
Yes.
Okay.
No, ex-wife. We've
Okay.
been divorced
No. Ex-wife. Brian is a Florida Gators fan. Take on the Storm.
About 11:30 is when I started calling to find out, because this is supposed to be her day. So, her child.
Okay.
She's generally not very good about always doing it. She tends to drink.
They called back and said she was still there.
Interesting thing about this little interview with Brian is he drops a few little nuggets, just a little like breadcrumbs. So the same way that Sarah is pretty transparent about, oh, well, he's notorious for running into walls and, hall trees. Brian is much more subtle and actually, you pay attention here, but he drops a few little nuggets about Sarah without being openly disparaging.
So I was calling to find out if she was going to be getting him or not today.
From school?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I started calling like 11:30, called every half hour or so, and then
She was back inside the lobby.
finally got a hold of her at
Go back here.
12:49.
Sorry about that.
She told me what was
Gardening
going on
isn't
and if
here.
I'd come over
It's there.
So I came over.
She called at 12:45.
Yeah.
12:45.
12:49.
12:49.
Got over here, told her she needed to call 911, get somebody over here, and then basically she said she needed to go outside, have a drink and a cigarette. I walked back out the house because
Hear that?
Who called? Did you call or did she call?
Well, I called. She called me back when I was on my way to make sure I was coming over. But I called.
She's almost wanting to interrupt them because she's like, oh, fuck, you told them that I wanted to have a cigarette? I told them I was doing CPR. Brian. Please, I need Dr. Pepper really bad. I say, doctor, Mr. MD, doctor, you got to tell me just what I need.
Out the house because I didn't really want to
Who
be
called?
there.
Did you call or did she call?
Well, I called. She called me back when I was on my way to make sure I was coming over. But I called her
Give me 1
initially.
second, okay?
But I called her
Do
initially.
you have water in your car by any chance?
I don't.
Nothing?
No.
Okay.
No.
I don't.
Okay, so she called, you get over here.
I called her first.
Okay.
Trying to find out if she's going to pick up Lucas. That's what she told me everything was going on. I got my stuff together, put the puppy up in his crate. When I was starting to drive over here is when she called me to make sure I was coming. And then I got over here right after
Did you go inside
Yeah, so all of Brian's interview is not shown to the court.
and see, and then...
I walked inside the front. I didn't see the little front tile area.
Come on, step this way.
I saw legs. I didn't really want to get around it, so I told her.
Well, just for the sake of the crime scene, I want to know if I were to find your footprint, it would be because you went this far into the house. So did you actually make entry past the threshold?
I don't think I ever made it to the carpet. I think it was just in that. I've been over here before.
Right. Yeah.
But
Been over here before, so you might find something. But no. I took one step and I walked right out that same door I walked in.
I don't think I stepped past that tile area.
Okay. So
I touched doorknob. I don't think I.
Green Man makes the point that it's rather amazing Sarah's trial hair is actually worse than her murder day hair. That's quite an accomplishment.
Touched anything in the kitchen. I don't know if that really matters.
Okay, so that's pretty much the gist of what you have. Well, sit tight for us. We're going to make a few phone calls and then we'll go from there. Do you know if he has any medical issues or?
I don't.
Okay, but you've met him before.
I've met him before, yes.
Okay.
Yes, they've got a whole fun history.
They have a whole fun history.
Really?
Oh, you guys have been called over here.
You guys have been called over here. So again, just dropping little nuggets like, he's not trying to manipulate you. He's just, if you want to look into it, there's stuff to look into. Brian's subtle where Sarah is like Gallagher with a sledgehammer and watermelon.
For the two of them?
Yeah, he's been for like 5 times.
Really? Okay, I'm not familiar with
Hey, Kentu Sukuroi!
So they have
he's currently on parole because of it, so...
because of domestic violence with her?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, from last time he got,
Can I get a glass? She's still whining in the background.
He had to go to a domestic violence class.
Okay.
I know he was doing it, a parole officer, stuff like that. But I mean, like, every time she had him arrested, the next day she was trying to get him bailed out. So.
Every time she try and get him arrested, the next day she's bailing him out of jail. So, I don't know. Another little ka-ching.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, she's getting water from the tap. Probably going to pass out on us.
Oh, she's getting water from the tap. She's probably going to pass out on us. I love that Kayla Rodriguez is narrating Sarah's first spigot sip, the one that we don't see on body cam. But don't worry, Sarah will drink from that spigot again on camera, just for our attention.
Okay, well, listen, please do me tight.
Oh, no.
I'll make a few
Not
phone
a problem.
calls.
I mean...
Where does your kid need to be picked up?
Lakeline Elementary.
How soon, though?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, okay. Let me try and get this going for you, because I know you need that.
But yeah, Kayla Rodriguez, very efficient with the scene. She's working witnesses, finding out how involved Brian is, how important it is. Like maybe he needs to be detained. Okay, no, he just showed up at the end after the incident, didn't go in the house. All right, well, I can just tell him to stick around. I think the audio is off at this point because there might be calls coming in on our police radio that are unrelated and got redacted because this is, again, the long crime footage, not the original body cam footage that we're watching at the moment. That's a look. That's like the same pose she made while she was bent over the suitcase in court. I don't have to rewind that, do I? Yeah, I do. What are you doing, Sarah? Looks like she's giving herself a horse bath, like a little splash and wash.
I'll go ahead and start making the calls. Sam, could you go ahead and give me his last name? Torres? Spell it for me.
Torres.
And his first name?
George, Jorge. Jorge. Jorge.
His birth date?
2/13/78.
2/13/78.
The boyfriend?
Yes.
How long?
3.5 years.
Living together that whole time?
Yes.
Okay. And your last name?
Boone.
Spell it.
Boone.
First name?
Sarah. Sarah.
Birth date?
10/10/77.
So, you've had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine.
Putting puzzles together, doing artwork.
Doing puzzles, artwork. Okay.
Had a bottle of wine and then decided to play hide and seek. So he...
Just check how this is framed up for you guys. Okay, there's enough of her in the full video. You can see by the Law and Crime logo right now, Sarah's really in that far edge of the body cam, but as long as she's kind of central on the screen, I know she's not getting cut off by people who are watching on television. They're just going to lose a little bit of the Dan D True Crime Hollywood Hills. We'll go back to live action.
What time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by, like, what, 12:30?
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep.
Okay.
Forgetting that he was in the suitcase.
So you guys were playing the hide and go seek?
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it would be funny to be put in the suitcase, so I was like, okay.
He thought it'd be funny to get put in the suitcase, so I'm like, okay. Like the levels of bullshit.
Okay, well, I'm going to joke with you, and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right where it is.
Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped.
Did somebody say something about the water in the hose? Oh, okay. Door 2413 says, I remember how cold the water from a hose is once it's running for a minute. Sarah's not going to be able to get enough of it. Yeah, I just wanted to clear up any misconception, too. She's not drinking from a hose connected to a spigot. That was just the raw spigot.
Him in there.
Yes.
Thought he would be funny, a little.
It was. We both were laughing about it.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
It was. We both were laughing about it. And then I fell asleep.
Where did you fall asleep at?
Upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Okay.
She's covering her mouth. That's a little poker tell there. She's like totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still. I've heard about Duper's delight. I'm not going to show it to you. She looks delighted, though.
And then you came back downstairs.
This morning? Or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
What time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase.
Ma'am, it's 1:30.
He can tell you there's a lot of things that we have been going through. Jobs.
Yeah, he did tell me.
Life, all that good stuff. So I just totally forgot.
So you began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About what time this morning did you start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon.
She's trying to use the gurgle that she got from being forced to touch George's body as evidence of the fact that she did CPR, because she remembers, like, oh yeah, that happened. So I'll just say that happened in the morning.
Because I was awake, but then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is. And I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase, and he wasn't moving. Nothing was happening. So I unzipped it, took him out and started doing CPR.
Unzipped him. And then this is a total, like, are you buying this yet face? Come on, please tell me you're buying it.
CPR on him. He was on his way over here.
The other officer, that's John Martinez. We'll be seeing him as the first witness in next Friday's trial rewatch. His body cam captures things from a different angle and also captures most of Scott and Chelsea's interview with Sarah as they come on the scene.
I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I could.
Air was coming out and he was gurgling, but she's trying to pretend like, he was still alive a little bit in the morning, so maybe it really was just a stroke.
Tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR. You doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing.
And he's got no medical. He doesn't take.
And the person who was on the phone, I counted with him. Actually, I told him, just don't make me count. But, That's almost the same as counting along with him. And you didn't count along with him because he very clearly 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're trying to get that staying alive beat. You're not getting that from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
Like, I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever. Okay. The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had something to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine.
Okay. All right.
Already minimizing that. Look at that look, too. She's not going to believe we only had one bottle of wine. Because you didn't. You know you didn't. Everyone knows you didn't.
Cheers. I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can I have one more sip of water, please?
Yeah, go.
Oh, yeah.
29 residential.
Here's Kayla does her dirty and make sure the body cam gets a full look. Thank you, Kayla. We appreciate it.
13023 Island Bay Drive.
I'll do what I can to get you a cup because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
Keep watching her. Don't back out until she's gone.
Motor unit on the channel.
The cups are like right there.
044 motor.
Yeah, well, can't touch any of those because everything in there is evidence, so.
Right here, don't talk to the ex-husband right now.
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am.
Really? A cigarette, please?
I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope.
I think this is where she says it's still lit.
All of it. It's secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these deputies has a pack from someone, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
Just cut, please.
Okay. I don't want you on your feet.
Might have been at the beginning where she says it's still lit.
You on camera still?
Yeah.
You on camera still? Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's her coming out of the house. That was a quick cut. They didn't really make a big deal of it. But that is going to be where this footage pauses. And I'll pick it up. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Orange County.
Do I still have it? Oh. Okay, sorry.
Over here.
All you missed is them. They're clearing the house basically right now, so they're calling sheriff's office. I'm going to leave it small screen because there's a point where they look into the son's room. It's not evidentiary, but this is the layout of the Sarah and George household. They're in the son's room right now. Stepping out of the son's room, back into the hallway. This is where we see the video of George sleeping outside the bedroom door at 1:30 in the morning. That's the stairway that he went down in the suitcase. That's them leaving the house again. And then we'll resume it with where the guy says, "Are you still on?"
I can get you some water, okay?
Oh, so that was a little earlier.
Okay, I'll get some for you.
Okay, I'll get some for you. Okay, that's the end of the court video, but not the end of our video. We will take a quick, we'll go back to the court feed and see, they just introduced the next video. Using VLC, Video LC, whatever that acronym stands for. State-of-the-art video technology. I'm just vamping for time because it's taking me a second to get my shit together. Okay, I guess that's it.
Your Honor, request permission to publish States 5.
You may proceed.
Oh, okay, so date's 5. We saw some of this. We watched this in my body cam feed. Okay, so we'll let that just play out in the background. We'll go back to silent this, and we'll play the good feed.
Talk over here.
We'll go back to this view. Okay, this is where Officer Kayla Rodriguez tells the officer we may have a real scene. She's setting up her what's what and how many. I thought there was audio for this part. Do I have it muted? Screw that. No, that's on full. Oh, this may be because evidentiary, there's no reason to have this bit, but this is where she's right, because it's the police officer's opinion. This is a badass scene. We've got some, we're going to have to do all the procedure 100% because this is going to get examined. So all of this stuff that could be... Oh, but that said, no, that doesn't seem right. This is the law and crime footage.
Oh.
Okay, it's on.
Okay. And then your first name?
Brian, B-R-I-A-N.
B-R-I-A-N.
Paul Plank is here.
52775.
And your child is in school right now. He's not here with you.
No. He's in school.
He's in school. How old is he?
This will be a fun video.
This will be a fun thing to talk about tomorrow. Oh, Brian. Okay. We're going to just give a little skip because I think he does. There's one more question about son. We'll give a 30-second. That's just housekeeping, making sure that nobody's left at school without a ride.
220 south and 221 alpha unit check. Number 1012 and 1332.
Got the right video. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so we can see the courtroom video. It's not synced with what we're watching because there's large chunks of it that have been redacted. But you'll remember that we saw that bit with Sarah talking, so you're not missing out on anything.
Can you do this now? Did we get that dog by any chance?
He's sleeping on the...
Oh, and they've lost track of the dogs.
So your backyard's not fenced. Okay. Because we put him in the backyard, and I guess he knew to...
I'm sorry?
Your dog. We thought the backyard was fenced.
The dogs are outside?
No.
The dogs are outside?
One's deaf and one's blind.
Okay.
She's more concerned, like more authentic. And it's not even authentic, but way more authentic than her concern for George on the 911 call. Dogs are outside? I think because she could blame it on the police. Like, you guys screwed up. I can't believe you let my dogs outside. One blind, one deaf.
Okay. That's why I was making sure they were under the table.
Nope.
That's why I was making sure they were under the table. Under the table is not a secure location for dogs. Brian took the time to make sure his dog was in a crate.
That's yours. So we just got wait for her to get the instructions on what to do next. You got some water, good, okay.
Can I please just have a cigarette? They're on the back porch.
She got her water. Can I please just have a cigarette? Yeah, because if you're thirsty, the best thing is hot smoke for your throat.
Right now, we can't have you go and get anything. Why don't you sit in the shade? You're okay right there? Or maybe a little closer here where the shade is?
Getting enough shade from Brian's interview. I don't think I need any more.
You're still on?
Yeah.
There we go.
Are you?
Still on? Yeah.
You're getting a bus handed to
Oh, no, you're in 24 right now. What the hell?
I'm like, nobody's showing up there?
I heard silence. I said 220. I was leaving Econ 50. Just gonna go get me a sub. And then I said, well, I need to go to that.
243 now, check.
Am I able to... Someone asked... 1334. I know you said... Wait a minute.
And I see Court's finished the second video, but the third video is going to be more of this, so I'm not even going to cut from it this time unless I see them. I don't think they do any more house videos, so we'll just stay here.
Bring it to you? It's okay. I could probably do that.
Can you go get a cigarette from him and bring it to me? I can probably do that. Can't give you any of your evidence cigarettes, but I can give one from Brian. See, she's really nice, Kayla Rodriguez. She is just a delight.
Okay, good. The child in school, the street. Okay.
Oh, Chelsea Kepsel's on the scene. Okay, I'm pausing that.
I need to get her on there too, and him.
We'll pause Chelsea and...
So they're en route already, probably?
Wait until this syncs up with Chelsea's arrival.
No, you want me to call? Yeah. Oh, I thought you were calling.
She's excited.
All right, let me get...
You want me to call? Excuse me, sorry. I didn't even want this one. I'm just having it because Sarah can't have it. And she explained that when she's talking to a supervisor, they turn it off. And I don't know how much battery life is saved by not talking to a supervisor, but pretty cool rule if you're the supervisor. Just save your battery whenever I'm talking to you. So I can see making that sort of rule as a supervisor. So now we just have a little bit of silence while officers wait for... I think this will probably be where Chelsea arrives on the scene then. It must be... Let's see. Sarah there, pink shorts, cross-legged. Neighbors stoop. Wearing her murder sandals. You'll recognize those are the same sandals that you see beside the suitcase in the photograph that is taken of the suitcase in between the two videos.
It's natural, you're nervous. You have the anxiety, you're scared, right?
This is John Martinez's video.
It's okay, you don't have to.
I don't know how to. I'm just waiting for whoever, so.
Hold on. We'll get to your video. We'll get to your video, John. We want the Kayla video. Where is Kayla getting out of the car? That's here. So I have to remember to scroll back for John's video, because Law and Crime probably just got all the video and then put these all together on their own. No audio for the first couple seconds because she just turned on her camera as they approach the scene. I can get the second video rolling so we stay in sync or similarly in sync. Okay, that looks like it's working. No audio is the way it is at the moment, but it should come on. Like they said, there's the 1 minute delay. It looks like Kayla Rodriguez is just introducing herself, telling her the name of the person of interest, that they were playing hide and seek. Here we go, audio.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Did you get enough water? No, if you want to stay seated, I don't want you getting lightheaded.
I have to stand up, though.
So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah, my name's Chelsea. My partner, Scott. To my understanding, you reside here?
Yes.
Okay. Is it just you,
and George.
Okay.
I have a 9-year-old. It's 50-50. Brian,
your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives there? It's 50-50.
Yeah.
Okay. So from what
Rodriguez
has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided you guys.
12:30ish, yeah.
Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then
was your son home at the time, or okay?
No, with Brian.
Okay.
Decided to play. We're just stupid like that. Like, sure. We were putting puzzles together, and we were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek, just being stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was laughing about it too, to dip him up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning this afternoon when I actually got up out of the bed, I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop. He was really quiet. But then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? That's where I found it.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning?
It was afternoon. I mean, I wasn't
or this afternoon?
But I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
okay.
I just laid in the bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs and was confused about where he was. And then I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out and I stretched him out and I started to try to do CPR on him. I called you guys. Well, I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds down the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
And the person on the phone had me do the depressants continually still. I count with heaven until you guys shut up.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
so as a part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things? Yes. Okay.
The audio was doubled. I think I just fixed it. Sorry.
In forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and?
Whatever you need to do.
Okay.
Can I ask, is George, was he diagnosed with any kind of medical issue?
None that I know of.
Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have the occasional bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know. Like,
that was going to be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink? You just drink once in a while, or?
Well, I'm going to say, like, okay, I guess normal drinking is, like, we will have, like, a glass of wine or two, like, while we're cooking dinner.
Normal drinking, sure.
We'll play a board game with him, and we'll speak in there. But, I mean, it's not, like...
A couple of beers a day?
Well, but I don't understand, though, like, for the little bit that we had, like, not having anything to do with it. Like, I don't know if he had a heart attack or a stroke or an aneurysm or what happened to him. I don't know.
And were you guys together all day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Here?
Yes.
Like, neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I think he drove up to the beach store to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But I mean, you can walk there.
Does he have any history of any drugs? I know he doesn't now, because you said he doesn't, but...
I don't know.
As far as you've ever known him, you've never seen him...
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know, like, a whole lot of, like, medical history or anything.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
Okay.
On and off?
He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point, and he had to have facial reconstruction. But he has been in the hospital from that, and then I talked him into going to see, like, a regular physician so he could get just, like, a regular, like, checkup thing. Yeah. But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor?
Both.
The surgery, I think, was at this point, what, 2 years maybe? 2.5 years? The checkup was probably a good 2 years, too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep.
Is it normally stored down there? Did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start putting some of the, what do you call it? Donation. in there, so that's why.
That's why it's out?
Yes.
Okay. You guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away
I
laughing?
both were laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
Okay.
She's choking on her cigarette.
What did you do at the end when he went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up, and he just kind of bent over?
Okay, so like this is.
Excuse me.
Uh-huh. His head and then he's right here and his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side?
Yes. Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around him? Okay.
I believe we were playing.
Understandably, okay.
So
Understandably.
he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here for a while.
I'm just telling you, like,
yeah, it's gonna be a while.
I'm afraid for my life.
Oh, Sarah.
I'm afraid for my life.
Why is that?
His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So.
Blue-eyed white devil.
They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me.
It's dragon, isn't it?
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Does
No.
anyone know? Okay.
That's why
so
this-
no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification. So it's.
Blue-eyed white dragon, blue-eyed white devil. I guess she said both for all the arguing that there has been over that.
Have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me.
Blue-eyed white devil.
They've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Does
No.
anyone know?
No.
Okay. So no one's gonna know until
we're back
we
to
will
court.
be making that notification.
Okay.
So
They're going
it's
to kill me.
It's gonna kill me.
Yes, they're down the road. They're
Oh,
going
and
to
that
kill
got
me.
eliminated from the court.
Kids are going to kill me in Philadelphia.
They're gonna kill me.
They're going to kill me. This was not intentional.
Okay.
And they're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave here. Okay. When we leave.
9-year-old.
Well, he's at school. He's with your husband.
I know. Well,
ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said you made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom.
Okay, fine, his
All
mom.
right, we're going to go inside if that's okay.
Yes, please, but can you guys just keep me posted
Of course.
so I know what's going on?
We're gonna go inside. Yes, please.
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question or you need to talk to us. He's standing right there. She'll be right here.
Yeah. Okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right?
No.
I mean, I have all their phone
And we're not calling. We're not making phone calls. We're actually going to speak to them in person.
Yeah.
We
That'll
are.
be later
They're
on.
going to, okay.
It'll
You'll
be
know
later.
prior to us
They
making
are
I'm not
going
gonna be
to
here.
kill me.
They're going to kill me.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave. Okay?
This was,
Okay?
Okay. Okay. There, Kim and Eli. Kim and Eli. Eli and Kim. Eli and Kim.
Okay, Sarah, I know you're panicking. Okay, just relax. We'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
Okay. There's a little bit of God. I think that's Eli and Kim. So we'll watch that, but look down because it looks further because of the fisheye lens. So that's really not that far. 5 is the apartment by her. I don't think Eli and Kim live there, but watch this couple come out in the background. They'll look over once and just be like, "Oh yeah, Boone's again."
going to be here. Okay. They're going to kill me.
Okay.
We'll address all of that,
Kim.
okay, before we leave. Okay?
This was,
Okay?
Eli. Kim having a good, nice look. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That tracks. Eli, nice long look. I hope she doesn't call ICE on me.
Thank you.
Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
We'll keep checking on you. God. Okay, and then I think this is back to the John Martinez. Yeah, that's John. We're going to skip back to his 2 videos when we watch his testimony, which is not now, but futuristically. Now we will head back to court. We will follow along with the transcript after all of... Okay, there we go. No, we'll get past everything that we just saw in court. Okay, here we are. Audio and video was stopped. Mr. Cacciatore will resume questioning of Kayla Rodriguez. The question will be, while you were at the scene, did you also make contact with Brian Boone? I don't think I need that screen. Audio on. And Prism audio on. I'm using Prism Live Studio. If you've heard creators that use products like Streamlabs and seem constantly upset, I use this for free. I fucking love it. Just does what I want it to do. It's a little complicated at first, and then as you understand how it works, it makes sense how it works. So I'm still not that great with it, but I think it's very good software, especially for the price, which is free. Anyway, that was a little ad for Prism Live Studio. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled broadcast, sponsored to you by Morgan & Morgan. Morgan & Morgan. When you're thinking about too many ads in your law and crime videos, it's probably due to Morgan & Morgan. Okay. Transcript. Video. Okay, we're back. We are back.
While you were at the scene, did you also make contact with Brian Boone?
Yes.
Did you take a statement from him as well?
I did.
Were all your interactions with the defendant on that day
So we got to see
captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
No questions, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're released, not subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
And again, not subject to recall because no
Parties approach for a
possibility
moment.
of having battered spouse evidence to bring in. Parties approach. Here we go at the bench. It is 3:18, probably a good opportunity for our afternoon break. Where do we find ourselves in the presentation side of things? Mr. Cacciatore says, I'm glad the court brought it up. So I have 2 witnesses outside, Deputy Martinez, who is a responding officer, who I would say would be roughly similar in length to Deputy Rodriguez. And then we have the CSI, who I anticipate being a little bit longer, maybe 30, 45 minutes in length. My estimation is that probably it's going to take us to the 4:30 hour. The next witness would be Dr. Zitowitz, the medical examiner, who's going to be rather lengthy. Mr. Owens says, and cross is, Mr. Cacciatore, if it would please the court, my hope is that we could maybe adjourn for a few minutes early at 5 o'clock today after Ms. Rovgarden, the CSI's testimony, and be able to pick up Dr. Zidowitz's testimony in its entirety on Monday with the case. Also, for the court's knowledge, I think we're moving at a pretty good clip. I would anticipate that probably being able to rest Monday afternoon would be my thoughts. Court says, give me one moment. Checking with Anita on something. Okay. Just confirming that I have nothing else set for Monday because I have a senior judge covering my regular docket. Just confirming that. Yes, sir. Mr. Owens. Mr. Beck wasn't here for that, but the state is saying that they may be finished by Monday afternoon. Did you talk to Dr. Harper about... Mr. Beck says, I just received an email from Dr. Harper this morning indicating that she is under... We knew that she was under subpoena Tuesday and Wednesday. She's probably going to be on Tuesday for a capital case in Bay County, so she should be available Wednesday. Dr. Brandon, he's under subpoena Monday and Tuesday for a hearing in a deposition. I think he's available Wednesday. That's my knowledge, Mr. Owens. I'm thinking Sarah Boone would be able to testify Tuesday. And maybe that's because she has to testify first before the courts. That's been y'all's position the entire time. Mr. Owens says, so if Brandon Hopper can be here Wednesday, then Sarah will probably take up most of Tuesday, I'm thinking, just right now. Court says, okay, all right. Irregardless, and it's actually typed out irregardless, this is a great opportunity for our afternoon break. It's 3:21 at this point in time. Irregardless was said by the prosecutor in the Betty Broderick trial, too. I don't know why irregardless catches me like that. They come back at 3:35, give them 15 minutes to stretch their legs, and we can pick up Deputy Martinez and the CSI, and then just conclude a bit early if necessary. Mr. Cacciatore says, thank you, Your Honor, I appreciate it. And they move back to open court. I hope I didn't press pause. It should pick up any second now. No, it's still going. I was a little fast there. Good, I had time for the asides. Do 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 passes me by. Girl from Ipanema. Da 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 da. Okay, I was going way too fast.
All right, members of our jury, it is 3:21 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that afternoon regularly scheduled break. I'm going to ask you to come back here in 15 minutes at 3:37. Similar instructions that I've given you previously. Please don't just conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. I thank you for your service.
That was the girl
we'll
from
see you shortly.
We'll see if Judge Kranick has any questions for Sarah after he has dismissed the jury. No. Okay, so brief recess. They go in recess from 3:23 to 3:37. The court says thank you. May all be reseated. And we're going to pause from that point onward, because this has been, I think, six and a half hours.
Be seated. Thank you. Bless you.
Bless
State
you.
Anything else we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in a recess till 3:37. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's recess. So we will stick with the live feed, the live on tape feed from the courtroom. That's where I want to be. Oh, is it just going to be the seal? I thought that maybe they would show what they're doing with Sarah. That's a shame. That's a shame. Okay, we'll just skip ahead to where we'll be starting next Friday. The new view of the shield. Pause. And back to me, full me. Where is Prism Live Studio? Back to full me. That's me. Hey, there we go. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the main screen. Got the lights behind me. I'm in the true crime dungeon here. I think I raised my bit rate too much. I'm going to try and cut it in half. It'll still be 3 times faster than it was before, but I did have some dropouts. I had a few things happen that weren't expected, so boo to that. But hey, thumbs up to, I think this worked. I think this was a good way to get through the audio parts. I think the audio improves as the trial goes on, so that's either a bonus for people who want more raw footage from the trial. It's going to be disappointing for people who want James Owens impressions. Let me take down the transcript, and we'll do that. I think I can even, what have I got there? That's a capture. I have to activate that page so that can run while I'm chatting it out to finish up the stream. Will there be a Friday night ramble tonight? That is the big question. That is the question on my mind, at least. There we go. If you're wondering where these pictures are from, it's from my new Toxic parody. I have the music to Britney Spears' Toxic to a montage, one picture every 4 beats of the song. So I think that's fun. We'll just put that on. And if you want to picture it, it's I'm toxic. So toxic. Something like that, anyway. It's a catchy song. I think it's got like reverse, I don't know, they called it backwards music in the Judas Priest days of my youth, but there's something backwards going on in that song. All right, so you guys had a good time. I see 74 of you here. I'm not going to keep you any longer because you guys all got to have things to do. Will there be a Friday night ramble tonight, though? Get back to, will that happen? There might be. If there is going to be one, let's see, it's 3:14. I stayed up all night thinking about doing this, so I'm a little bit tired. Maybe it'll be 12 hours from now if there's a ramble. So this will be a special, like Australia. It's still Friday tomorrow, yesterday, right? I think if I go 12 hours from now, is it still Friday in Australia? And if that's the case, then we'll do just a real late night fun, shoot the shit ramble, old school, talking about nothing but everything all at the same time. We'll give our fuck yous to everyone who can make it. Oh yeah, let's bring up the power wheel. Please highlight the power wheel for Danny soon. Oh, okay, I know Danny's always looking for me to contribute something to the Sunday Fun Day, so maybe I can send her a copy of the Power Wheel, and she can do her own analysis of all the things that Sarah's studying. Yeah, that sounds like a fun thing. And then I can just throw that over. Yeah, then I don't even have to do anything. Sometimes it's hard when I have to do, if I have to cook a whole lemon pound cake or something like that. There's a lot of work that has to be done to contribute, but yeah, no, I'll send her a copy of the Power Wheel. That'll be fun. The Chucky doll, that was one of my early. So a lot of these. One thing about, let me see if I point that way. Yeah, okay. So these things here, this is a bit of a chronological walk through Dandy creation, because to make this video, I knew I needed 36 pictures or something like that. 37, whatever it is. So I just went through my history of all the pictures I'd made of Sarah before, and for the most part, there's a couple I juggled, but the start of the slideshow is the start of the shorts I started making. So these are all screenshots I took for the shorts I made, and it progresses. So the very end of this video is some of my most recent images that I created. So the Chucky doll one was when I was just having fun on the community page. I did Chucky, I did Prince Valium, I did Dark Helmet, I did the Dutch Boy. But yeah, so there's a fun little understory to this particular montage. Each image of Sarah was created separately and independently for its own short. And yeah, so there's that. 12 hours from now is 6 to 7 a.m. So a ton of us on the East Coast would be back for a Saturday a.m. ramble. Yeah, okay, perfect. And that's why my Fridays, I like to keep the day intact, but the hours fluctuate, because I know there's a lot of international viewers. I know there's a lot of international viewers that they show up at 3 a.m. because they know it's going to be 3 a.m. their time to watch something that's in prime time. So I think it's nice to do something in their time. It's nice for viewers that are, if you're from North America, you join a chat and there's 100 people in there. It's hard to get anyone to even notice your comments. When we're having a fun little ramble with 30, 40 people at 3 in the morning Eastern time, that's a great time to really be a part of the chat and interact. So we should have some fun. What time does Danny do Sunday Fun Day? It seems to be all over the map. I would say as early as 11 a.m. Pacific time and as late as 1:30 is when she does them. She tends to schedule the premiere about 24 hours in advance. So just check her channel Saturday night and you might see a scheduled premiere for Sunday Fun Day. If you don't see one, she's probably working on it right to the last minute. So bless her heart for all the effort that she puts into her videos as well. It takes a lot to keep up with I'm on a weekly schedule and I can having a hard time keeping up. She's got like 3 or 4 videos that come out. Like she's got Fractious Fridays and Sunday Fun Day and Surprise Thursdays. Suma's got Thursdays too. I've missed the last 2 of those, so that's disappointing for me, but I'll have to definitely get in on that. Okay. Yeah, I think I've addressed most of the things that we need to. Is Australia ahead of the U.S.? They have the international date line. I thought you get days back when you go that way, but I have no idea. I just assume that if it's a time that makes no sense at all for us here in North America, it's probably good for them in Australia. So that's a tip of the hat to Australia down under there. Hope the 3 a.m. Pacific time, 6 a.m. Eastern time ramble will be fun. What are we going to talk about on the ramble? Got 2 things. We can talk a little bit about Tony, Lana's brother, who not only contributed quite a heartfelt open letter to the community and an interest in just popping in from time to time to get to know what got her sister so interested. And, his eyes are being opened up to some aspects of the case that he wasn't aware of. And he's also been fairly generous in providing me with background information and maybe even stuff that I can bring to the foreground in the near future. So keep an eye out for that. We may be able to talk about a little of it more on the ramble. Yes, Margarita was a guest on Suma's yesterday. Okay, then I'll check that out. You know what? I think I want to have a nap, an afternoon nap. So, and not that I'll, sleep instantly, but I'll put it on. I'll lie down. I'll listen to it, and that might be what I do next. Australia is ahead of North America, so it's like a Sunday. So I'd be doing Sunday Fun Day as a Friday night ramble. Doesn't matter. 12 hours from now, if you're from Australia, pretend it's Friday. It's Friday again. Thank God it's Dandy Fridays. And for everyone who's joined, I appreciate you guys joining. Everyone who gifted memberships, thank you so much. It's fantastic. I had a really good time. We'll be coming back to John Martinez, Melissa Roughgarden to finish off day 1. Then we'll get into the rest of the day 2 state main case. Day 3 is Sarah Takes the Stand. Day 4 is the support witnesses for Sarah, which is Dr. Julie Harper included. And day 5 is the rebuttal case. Maybe even some of day 4. Whatever it is, there's only 5 days. We're going to stretch that out into probably 6 more weeks of 6.5 hour shows. We're just past the 7-hour mark. I've gone too far. I've taken it too far. I'll be trying to do about 6-hour shows. Maybe they'll stretch 7 hours a show. It's tough to do a second show when you already do 7 hours in the morning. That's not complaining out loud. I think this is it. I think we'll give the chat 3 to 4 minutes to say their goodbyes. I'm going to say I'm feeling fine and you guys are fine. So if you're fine and I'm Dan D, this is the 10-second countdown until I close this stream. 10. 9. Greg is saying thank you to everyone and goodbye. 8. Victoria Carmen loves Dan and the Dandies. 7. Phil for Dom Russo says thank you everyone. 6. Indoor Camper gives a me too and a thank you, Dan. 5. This is Forever Wander says bye all you amazing people. 4. Margarita says love Dan D and the Dandies. 3. This is Forever Wander throws down a couple of red hearts. 2. Mama Lola says bye. Bye, Mom. Actually, I'll see you soon. I'm coming up for a bite to eat. Is there any meatloaf? And Kentu Sukuroi gets comment number 1. See everyone soon.